A certain man, long dismissed as the worthless eldest son of Calpertium, carried a reputation that weighed heavier than any blade. He was branded uncontrollable, a reclusive sword master who shut himself away, often whispered about as a madman. His name was Ghislain Perdium. Amid the chaos, a knight clad in armor writhed in pain, struggling to comprehend the reality of his downfall. He had been defeated by none other than Ghislain, the very man he had scorned as human refuse. To the knight, it was unthinkable that he, the finest warrior of the North, had been bested by someone so reviled. Around him, the bodies of fallen comrades lay scattered, silent witnesses to the massacre. As the knight trembled, another presence emerged from the shadows. A man in gleaming armor, wielding a massive axe, stepped forward. His voice was cold, detached, as he remarked on the knight's surroundings. He spoke of the considerable expense it had cost to prepare such intricate traps, his piercing gaze drilling into the broken warrior as he asked if the setting suited him. The knight's fury burned. To think that Ghislain, the worthless bastard he had mocked, could have orchestrated this carnage was unbearable. Grinding his teeth, he demanded to know whether Ghislain had truly foreseen everything. Ghislain drew closer, his expression carved in stone, and calmly revealed that he had indeed anticipated every move. He spoke with chilling precision. He had known their numbers, uncovered their spies, even identified the source of their reinforcements. Every detail, every decision, every step, they had all fallen neatly into his hands. The knight's disbelief mounted. His voice rose in desperation as he shouted that he always carried a hidden ace. How could someone as insignificant as Ghislain have constructed such a flawless victory? Before the knight could continue, Ghislain silenced him with a sharp kick to the face. His voice was steady and commanding as he ordered him to stop talking. Removing his helmet, Ghislain declared that his goal was not merely to win this battle, but to claim victory in every war yet to come. His smile was one of absolute certainty as he asked if the knight understood why his triumph was inevitable. With confidence unshaken, Ghislain stated that he possessed all the plans necessary for conquest. The story shifted to 1 year earlier, in a soldier's camp of the Lithania kingdom near the Perdium estate. Inside a dimly lit tent, Ghislain jolted awake, shocked to find himself alive. His hand instinctively reached for his throat, as though to confirm his survival. Confusion flooded him as memories resurfaced moments ago, or so it seemed. He had faced certain death. He recalled being disarmed, his sword knocked away. Blood poured from his mouth as he fell to his knees before a knight clad in golden armor, his red hair burning like fire. This man was Aiden, one of the 7 strongest knights on the continent. Aiden's voice carried the weight of finality as he proclaimed the war finished. Pointing his blade at Ghislain, he asked if the defeated son of Perdium had any last words. Struggling for breath, Ghislain admitted with bitter regret that he had failed to fulfill his vengeance. Yet, even in defeat, he spat out a curse of defiance, wishing for Aiden's eventual downfall. Aiden only smiled, mocking his words. He ridiculed Ghislain as a delusional fool and revealed that he had not expected him to be the eldest son of the ruined Perdium household. With cruel satisfaction, he reminded Ghislain how he had abandoned his family after the death of his sister. The revelation struck Ghislain like a blade to the heart. How could Aiden, a knight from another kingdom, know such personal truths? Aiden sneered at his shock, explaining that he had hunted him relentlessly. With a sinister grin, he confessed that the fall of the Perdium family had been no accident. It was a conspiracy, a joint effort between his allies and the Deline household. The truth left Ghislain reeling. The betrayal was far greater than he had imagined. As Aiden pressed his sword closer to his throat, his expression darkened. He declared that there was no reason to share any more secrets, for Ghislain's end was already sealed. As Ghislain lay on the brink of death, he demanded that his end be accepted. Yet Ghislain, consumed with fury, swore that he would never forgive him. Unmoved by this defiance, Aiden delivered a decisive strike, severing Ghislain's head in a single blow. The scene shifted to the present. Ghislain staggered toward a barrel of water and peered into its surface, only to find his head still firmly attached to his body. Confusion gripped him. Was he hallucinating? As he studied his reflection, he noticed something even stranger. He looked far younger than he remembered. Suspicion gnawed at him. Could he have been captured and used for an experiment by mages? Determined to seek vengeance if that were true, Ghislain's gaze fell upon a sword resting near the barrel. While contemplating his situation, a voice called out from outside the tent, addressing him as young master. A man entered the soldier Ricardo, loyal to the Perdium household. He urged Ghislain to step outside, assuring him that he knew he was awake. Before Ricardo could react, Ghislain slipped behind him and pressed the blade to his neck. Startled, Ricardo froze as Ghislain warned in a cold tone that his life depended on how truthfully he answered his questions. But Ricardo, still addressing him as young master, replied calmly that Ghislain was crossing the line. Taken aback by Ricardo's composure, Ghislain demanded an explanation. Ricardo, with unsettling nonchalance, pushed Ghislain back and remarked that he had simply worn himself out earlier by throwing a tantrum before collapsing into sleep. He reminded him of his outburst, where he had demanded command of an army to raid the orcs. Ghislain, still unable to grasp what was happening, accused Ricardo of spouting nonsense. Unfazed, Ricardo began packing a bag and ordered Ghislain to prepare, stating that others were waiting. Unease mounting, Ghislain asked where they were headed. Without hesitation, Ricardo replied that their destination was the Perdium estate. The words struck Ghislain like a thunderclap. He seized Ricardo by the arm, demanding to know if he truly meant the fallen Perdium estate. The scene shifted again. Ghislain stood atop a cliff, gazing down at the estate in the distance. To his shock, it stood unscathed, exactly as it once had. His memories screamed otherwise. He had seen it burn, reduced to ashes, destroyed beyond recognition. Yet here it was, pristine and untouched. Ricardo stepped closer, asking if Ghislain had been plagued by a nightmare. He cautioned that referring to the Perdium household as fallen could result in expulsion by the Count himself. Ghislain, however, could not accept this reality. Convinced it must be a dream, he pinched his cheek. The sharp sting of pain shattered that illusion. Everything was real. The reflection of his youthful face and the sight of the untouched estate confirmed the truth. He had somehow returned to the past. Memories of his reckless younger self came flooding back. His bitterness and feelings of inferiority had driven him into conflict with his family, and their relentless criticism had finally forced him to flee. Years later, hardened by countless battles as a mercenary, he built a reputation and a name feared across the land. By the time he returned, ready to atone for his mistakes, the Perdium household had already been reduced to ruins. Now, standing before his family's flag waving proudly above the camp, Ghislain felt a surge of overwhelming relief. Everything he thought he had lost, his home, his family, his people, was still there. The weight of that realization drove him to laughter, uncontrollable and edged with madness, as he fought the wild urge to burst into song. But the euphoria was fleeting. Ghislain recalled Ricardo's earlier words about their mission, the upcoming raid on the orcs. The memory dragged him back to a far darker moment, the disastrous raid of his past life, when almost the entire squad perished. Back then, Ghislain had joined the operation seeking recognition. Reports had claimed only 3 orcs were stationed in the area, and blinded by ambition, he underestimated the threat. Lacking the skill to command but desperate to prove himself, he insisted on leading. When the squad encountered more than 20 orcs instead of 3, the result was nothing short of catastrophic. Nearly everyone was slaughtered. This time, Ghislain swore he would not repeat that mistake. He would approach the monsters with caution and strategy. Though orcs were not clever, their sheer strength made them lethal. His greatest challenge, however, lay elsewhere, earning the trust of soldiers who saw him as nothing more than a useless failure. As these thoughts consumed him, a deafening crash shattered his focus. A wooden guard post was hurled through the air, smashing into the ground before him. A soldier screamed, alerting the others the orcs had arrived. Chaos erupted instantly. Men scrambled into position, their fear betraying them. Gislin's chest tightened as dread washed over him. In his previous life, the orcs had attacked later. This time, they had come far earlier. He watched, horrified, as the beasts stormed the camp. Towering figures with crude but devastating weapons tore through the defenders with terrifying ease. Through the chaos, a voice rang out above the panic. A man clad in blue armor bellowed commands, rallying the squad to form ranks. It was Scoven, commander of the raid party. With sword in hand, he ordered the men into a defensive formation before stepping forward to confront one of the beasts himself. The orc's massive weapon swung down, its force enough to crush a man in an instant. Scoven barely managed to block with his blade, the clash reverberating through the battlefield. Yet the situation worsened by the moment. It was clear they had been ambushed, and their enemies' numbers were far beyond anything they had prepared for. As Scoven steadied himself, a soldier's voice shouted a warning. He turned just in time to see another orc looming behind him, weapon raised high. Before the blow could strike, a figure shoved him out of harm's way. Gislin stood in his place. Scoven froze in disbelief as his young master faced the beast head-on. The orc's axe descended, but Gislin reacted without hesitation. His sword slashed upward, severing its fingers in a spray of blood. Before the creature could recover, he drove another strike deep into its thigh, halting its advance. The squad watched in stunned silence as the orc shrieked and crumpled to the ground. But Gislin felt no satisfaction. His cuts were far from perfect, and the absence of mana weighed heavily on him. Frustration gnawed at his mind. If only he had returned to this moment sooner. He turned sharply to Scoven. "Give me command," he demanded. The commander blinked, taken aback. Reckless as always, but this, to ask for command of the squad, here, in the midst of battle, it was beyond anything Scoven could have expected. Straightening his stance, he refused without hesitation. Authority granted by the Lord was not something he could simply hand over. Annoyed but not surprised, Gislin reflected bitterly. Had their positions been reversed, he too would have dismissed such an outrageous demand from someone inexperienced. His thoughts were cut short as another orc barreled toward him. Scoven shouted for him to retreat, declaring him unfit to lead. Gislin ignored the order. Instead, he tightened his grip on his weapon. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he hurled his sword with all his strength. The blade sailed past Scoven's shoulder. Instinctively, the commander flinched and spun around. Furious, he grabbed Gislin by the collar, ready to demand an explanation when the sound of steel meeting flesh rang out behind him. Turning, he saw the orc collapse, Gislin's sword buried deep in its skull. Scoven's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you strike with such precision?" Unmoved, Gislin's gaze remained steady. "The key to victory is morale," he replied calmly. "If soldiers let fear rule them, they're already defeated." Scoven glanced at the squad. The men trembled, their courage faltering against the orc's monstrous cries. Gislin, however, smiled with quiet confidence. "We seize momentum now," he declared. Without hesitation, he surged forward, yanking his sword free from the fallen orc's skull before leaping into the heart of the battle. Gislin landed atop another foe, driving his blade deep into its head. The soldiers gasped as he stood proudly on the creature's corpse, his voice rising in a furious shout. He taunted the orcs, daring them to face him, swearing he would cut down every last one of them. Enraged, the remaining orcs fixed their eyes on him. Unfazed, Gislin slashed open the stomachs of 2 advancing enemies and hacked the arm off a third. Blood sprayed across the battlefield as heads rolled in his wake. From a distance, Scoven stared in disbelief. Though a skilled wielder of mana himself, he knew even seasoned warriors struggled against orcs. Yet Gislin, a young man who seemed frail at a glance, carved through them with a precision that defied reason. But as the clash wore on, Scoven noticed his exhaustion creeping in. Gislin's movements became smaller, sharper, each strike carefully measured to conserve strength. Still, every blow struck the orc's weak points with near-surgical accuracy. Scoven realized then this was the fighting style of a true swordmaster, one who had mastered combat without mana, relying solely on instinct and refined technique. Even as fatigue threatened to slow him, Gislin continued to mock his enemies, scoffing at their pride as a warrior race and declaring he hadn't even begun to fight seriously. His bravado drew all the orcs into a frenzied charge. Ricardo, watching from the ranks, was stunned. When a soldier beside him pointed out that Gislin appeared to be fleeing, Ricardo grew alarmed and called out to Scoven. Scoven frowned, puzzled at first. Gislin's taunts had drawn the enemy's full attention, a clever tactic, but the direction of his retreat made no sense. He was heading straight for a cliff. Then, in an instant, the commander understood. Without hesitation, he barked an order for his soldiers to form a shield wall and prepare to follow their young master. At the cliff's edge, Gislin braced himself against the onslaught, silently trusting Scoven to see through his intentions. He knew his stamina was nearly gone, he could not hope to slay the entire horde alone. Yet he smiled faintly, assuring himself he had done enough. As if on cue, the thunder of marching soldiers drew the orcs' attention. Turning, they saw Scoven's men advancing in formation, spears leveled, shields locked. The hesitation in the monster's eyes was all Gislin needed. Grinning, he declared the timing perfect, then hurled himself over the cliff. The moment he vanished from sight, Scoven roared his command. The soldiers pressed forward, their spears thrusting into the enemy ranks as they forced the orcs back step by step. The beasts, overwhelmed and unable to resist, were driven over the edge one after another. Their massive bodies tumbled to the rocks below, painting the ground red. The soldiers stood breathless, awestruck by the impossible victory. As silence fell over the battlefield, Scoven rushed to the cliff's edge and shouted for Gislin. Relief flooded him when he spotted his young master clinging desperately to the rock face, his sword jammed into the stone to hold him steady. Gislin, trembling and drenched in sweat, managed a weak smile. Scoven reached down, hand outstretched. But Gislin's strength had left him. His grip faltered, his hand slipped, and the sword tore free. With no way to hold on, he plunged into the abyss. Scoven and his men could only watch in horror as he vanished into the darkness below. Then, silence shifted to memory. Gislin heard a voice calling a voice he knew instantly. Elena. Images of his sister rushed through his mind, her tears after their mother's death, her gratitude for his care, and the cruel words she once hurled at him, claiming she hated him. The memories blurred together until he saw her as a child again, tugging at his hand and begging to follow him. Jolted awake by the vision, Gislin's eyes snapped open. He found himself lying in a room, a cloth laid across his forehead. The soldiers had rescued him. Relief washed over him, but the dream lingered, strange and unsettling in his thoughts. Attempting to rise, Gislin was struck by a wave of pain that left his body trembling from exhaustion. He remained on the bed, struggling to steady himself, when the door opened. A maid with long, white hair stepped in. Belinda. Her face lit up with relief and joy upon seeing him awake. Placing a bucket on the nearby table, she scolded him gently, reminding him that she had warned him to leave the fighting to the soldiers. To her astonishment, Gislin suddenly rushed forward and embraced her tightly. Belinda froze, caught off guard by such uncharacteristic affection. Startled, she asked if she had done something to offend him, but he quickly reassured her. He explained that he was simply overjoyed to see her again. Since his childhood, Belinda had served not only as his maid but also as his tutor, patiently guiding him despite his often reckless and immature behavior. Yet, in his previous life, after the Perdium family fell into ruin, Belinda disappeared, and he never saw her again. Now, holding her once more filled him with a bittersweet sense of relief. Still bewildered by his strange behavior, Belinda asked why he was acting this way when they saw each other every day. Gislin hesitated but knew he couldn't remain silent. He urged her to listen carefully and revealed that disaster was coming for their family. Confused, she pressed for clarification. With a grave expression, Ghislain confessed the truth: he had already died once and returned to life. Belinda laughed nervously, dismissing his words as exaggeration brought on by his near-death experience with the orcs. Ghislain shook his head, insisting he wasn't speaking of the recent battle. But she refused to believe him, telling him instead to focus on his recovery. Frustration welled up inside him when he realized she would not take his warning seriously. Changing the subject, Belinda asked what he would have done had he been too injured to attend the upcoming festival. The question caught Ghislain off guard. She reminded him that his younger sister, Elena, had been looking forward to the event, hoping to attend it with him. It was, Belinda stressed, the perfect chance for the siblings to heal their strained relationship. Ghislain's gaze shifted to a picture of himself with Elena, and memories stirred. The annual festival had always come at this time of year, yet in his previous life, his own bitterness and trauma had kept him from enjoying it. He asked when the festival would begin. Belinda replied that it was set for next week. The words struck him deeply, for he remembered too well. A week from now was the day his entire life had changed forever. As he sank into thought, the door opened once more. Ghislain's eyes widened in shock. It was Elena. Without hesitation, he ran to her and pulled her into a tight embrace. Both Elena and Belinda stared in stunned silence. Elena, startled by her brother's sudden display of affection, frowned and asked what he thought he was doing. Ghislain told her he had missed her dearly, but Elena shoved him away, calling his behavior creepy. Her strength surprised him. He had never realized how physically strong she was. Brushing off her clothes, Elena explained she had only come because Belinda asked her to. Narrowing her eyes, she demanded to know what kind of game he was playing and whether he thought such antics could repair their relationship. Ghislain blinked in confusion and asked what she meant. With cold precision, Elena reminded him of his cruel words from the past, how he once told her to leave him alone because she was annoying, how he had even said her very presence disgusted him. The memory struck Ghislain like a blade. In his previous life, he had never been close to Elena, and he realized with horror just how terrible a brother he had been. Overcome with guilt, he lowered his head and apologized. Belinda's eyes widened. Never before had she seen her master apologize first. Elena, however, remained skeptical. She asked if he had hit his head, pointing out that she'd heard an orc had struck him during the raid. Annoyed, Ghislain wondered why both Belinda and Elena kept mentioning the orc attack. He snapped that they were mistaken. It was he who had defeated the orcs. But as soon as the words left his mouth, a sharp pain surged through him, and his body gave way. Elena smirked and teased him, pointing out that he had, in fact, been carried back unconscious after the battle. Belinda and Elena both laughed at his expense, leaving Ghislain bewildered but oddly comforted. Their laughter, their presence, it was exactly as he remembered. Deep inside, he felt warmth swell within him. Yet with it came regret for all the wasted years and missed moments. His thoughts turned again to the festival that would take place in a week. In his past life, he had coldly rejected Elena's invitation to go together, claiming the raid had left him too shaken. This time, he vowed, things would be different. That moment marked the last time he ever saw his sister. In his previous life, Elena's mangled body had been discovered alongside her bodyguards. The memory of her lifeless form haunted Ghislain, filling him with regret for not being there when she needed him most. As the weight of these thoughts consumed him, a knock broke his brooding. Two armored men stepped inside Jamal and Philip, Elena's bodyguards. Jamal informed Elena that they were waiting for her. Slightly annoyed, she reminded them that she had asked to be left alone. Bowing his head, Jamal apologized and explained that the servants had requested her oversight in preparing the festival supplies. This surprised Ghislain, who couldn't fathom why the maids would turn to her for such matters. Belinda, blunt as always, scoffed at his ignorance, pointing out that he spent his days idling away without concern for the estate. She revealed that Perdium was suffering from a severe labor shortage, forcing even Elena to take part in the preparations. The revelation shook Ghislain. In his former life, he had never once paid attention to the workings of the household. Elena rose, preparing to leave, when Ghislain suddenly offered to help. Both Elena and Belinda froze in disbelief. Elena, skeptical, asked if he had been struck on the head during the raid. Later, the town buzzed with activity as servants worked tirelessly for the festival. Elena's voice rang sharp as she scolded Ghislain, who had followed her despite her protests. She warned that his presence would only unsettle the workers. Ghislain countered, questioning whether this was truly how she treated someone trying to assist. Elena replied curtly, saying the best help he could offer was by staying out of their way. Her words stung, but Ghislain's mind drifted once again to the memory of finding her corpse in his past life. Her remains had been discovered in the slums, far from the festival grounds. Someone had either lured or forced her there. Determined not to let history repeat itself, he resolved to learn every corner of the castle to uncover hidden dangers. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. A soldier rushed toward them, calling him "my lord." The voice stirred old memories, and Ghislain recognized the man instantly. Fergus. Panting and drenched in sweat, the old soldier expressed his relief at finding his young master alive after hearing news of the orc attack. Irritated by the constant reminders of the raid, Ghislain dismissed the subject. Elena, however, approached Fergus with a mischievous smile, explaining that her brother had been acting oddly since waking. She asked Fergus to escort him back to his chambers. The soldier agreed without hesitation, much to Ghislain's frustration. His former reputation as a hooligan was hindering him yet again. Accepting defeat for now, Ghislain postponed his plan to investigate the castle. Instead, he requested that Fergus take him to the old training grounds. The soldier blinked in surprise and asked why. With a resolute gaze, Ghislain declared that he intended to train. Fergus complied, and together they walked to the estate's training field. To Ghislain's surprise, the grounds were immaculate, well-kept weapons gleamed, and the field itself was ready for use. It was far more refined than anything he had ever encountered as a mercenary. Fergus explained that the facility had been maintained in the hope that Ghislain might one day use it. He confessed that he had always believed the young lord's reckless ways would eventually pass. Ghislain was moved by the man's quiet faith. Placing a hand on Fergus's armor, he declared that he intended to live a long life. Dying, he said gravely, was an experience he never wished to endure again. The old soldier stiffened at his words, puzzled by the strange weight they carried. He asked why his master spoke as though he had already experienced death. Ghislain, wearing a faint smile, praised his sharp perception. He revealed that he had indeed died once before and been given another chance. Fergus scoffed, brushing it off as a jest, and insisted he had no time for such nonsense. Ghislain then instructed Fergus to leave him, explaining that he wished to begin training immediately. Reluctantly, the old soldier bowed and departed. Left alone, Ghislain stood in silence, reflecting on the mistakes of his former life, how he had treated allies as obstacles and driven away those who might have stood by his side. Memories of betrayal and regret welled up once more. Elena's death had been orchestrated by a rival territory, her loss exploited as the spark to provoke Perdium into war. That conflict eventually drove their household to ruin. Her tragic demise was the catalyst for it all. Determined to alter the course of his family's fate, Ghislain resolved to set everything right in this lifetime. To succeed, he knew he had to strengthen his body and refine his abilities. Time was short, but Ghislain carried confidence in his mastery of mana. Sitting cross-legged in quiet meditation, he closed his eyes and focused. Mana, the mysterious force that allowed humans to surpass their natural limits, was notoriously difficult to sense and control. For Ghislain, however, it came naturally. Even amid chaos, he could attune himself to the particles in the air, drawing them together as if weaving fine threads onto a spool. With the battle-hardened knowledge of his past life, Forging a mana core felt almost effortless. Yet one core alone would never suffice. His rise as one of the 7 strongest men had come from mastering something far greater, an advanced technique discovered in a half-burnt magic tome. By expanding the process, he could form not just one, but multiple cores, creating a linked network capable of generating devastating power. As he forced mana through his veins, his body trembled with pain. A scream tore from his throat, and blood spilled from his nose and mouth. Despite his efforts, he managed only 3 cores. The realization left him shaken. In his previous life, he had succeeded in forging 5. The method was formidable but came with crippling demands, draining his mana reserves faster than his body could endure. It had been this very weakness that Aiden had exploited, bringing an entire night order to overwhelm him when his strength faltered. Ghislain remained certain that, had the battle been fought fairly, the outcome would have been different. Though his progress fell short of what he once achieved, Ghislain did not despair. He was younger now, with time and determination on his side. He vowed to refine the technique further, his heart burning with fury. He swore vengeance upon Aiden and the treacherous allies of House Deline who had conspired to destroy Perdium. This time, he would not fall. This time, he would be the one to strike the final blow. The scene shifted to the day of the festival. Dressed in formal gear, Ghislain stepped into the bustling grounds. His presence immediately caught Elena's eye, and her shock was evident. She hurried to him, asking why he had come, reminding him that he had never shown interest in such gatherings before. Ghislain answered calmly, explaining that as a member of Perdium's household, it was his duty to attend from time to time. Elena studied him suspiciously. She noted that he had been acting strangely as of late and mentioned the rumors she had heard about his week-long training regimen, something entirely unlike his former indolent self. Ghislain, wearing a strained expression, insisted that there was nothing unusual about the heir of a knightly family taking his training seriously. She reminded him that he had once dismissed such responsibilities, even calling their father insufferable, while boasting that he could not wait to claim the title of lord. The words struck Ghislain, leaving him stunned to hear his past sentiments thrown back at him. Elena, however, only smiled warmly. She confessed that she liked the changes she saw in him, saying it felt as though the brother she once knew had returned. Her words weighed heavily on Ghislain. Reflecting on the past week, he realized his actions were already reshaping both his reputation and the trajectory of his future. While lost in thought, his gaze drifted to Belinda, who was quietly instructing Elena's guards. She ordered them to handle any trouble caused by Ghislain discreetly, emphasizing that no problems should arise during a festival filled with guests. The men assured her they understood. Despite events unfolding much as they had before, Ghislain struggled to gauge the subtle differences created by his intervention. Every detail mattered, and he reminded himself of the importance of responding to each shift with precision. With that resolve, he remained by Elena's side throughout the festival, all the while keeping a careful watch for the faintest sign of danger. After some time, Elena sat down, admitting she had enjoyed the festival to a degree, though she found it repetitive and wondered if anything new had been introduced this year. Ghislain remarked that it was unusual nothing unfortunate had occurred, speculating that perhaps his presence had deterred trouble. As they reflected, a soldier approached Elena and suggested visiting other areas where fresh events were supposedly taking place. He explained that a friend had mentioned these happenings and invited Elena to accompany him. Surprised, Elena grasped the soldier's hand with excitement, thrilled by the idea of something different to experience. While watching them, Ghislain's expression darkened. He realized, with growing disbelief, that the 2 soldiers accompanying them, Jamal and Philip, were traitors. These men had once been among the most trusted knights of their household, protectors of Elena since childhood, men who had been celebrated for their loyalty and willingness to sacrifice themselves for her. To see them betray her now was nearly incomprehensible. Jamal smiled as he welcomed Elena to the supposed event, leading her into a desolate, neglected part of town. Elena looked around in surprise, questioning whether an event could really be held in such a place. Jamal hesitated before replying nervously that preparations must have been delayed, and that attendees would arrive soon. Elena laughed lightly, assuming he was joking, and teased him about performing in such a rundown spot. Meanwhile, Ghislain carefully studied their surroundings. The blocked escape routes and unnatural quiet revealed deliberate preparation. Elena, tugging at his arm, suggested they leave. Jamal quickly urged her to stay, insisting a performance was about to begin, but Elena shook her head, stating she had no interest in remaining there. Ghislain, masking his suspicion, asked his sister if she had been working out, joking about her strength. Before she could answer, Philip stepped forward with a menacing look, asking Elena to wait. Alarm spread across her face as she accused the two men of behaving strangely, demanding to know if something was wrong. Jamal offered a false apology, but his unsettling tone made her tense further. He mentioned a request that had been received. At that moment, 3 men entered. 2 were clad in black, while their leader wore a blue coat and a matching hat. The leader, Frank, commended the traders for their efficiency. Jamal proudly announced that they had delivered their mistress as promised and declared that their deal was fulfilled. Frank's eyes narrowed when he noticed Ghislain. Dissatisfied, he remarked that he had never asked for the boy to be brought along. Elena instinctively clutched her brother's arm, holding on tightly as Jamal sneered, mocking Ghislain for following them so blindly into what he called his own graveyard. Ghislain's voice was steady as he asked Jamal if he truly believed he could escape after betraying them. Jamal smirked, brushing off the question. He claimed that he and his ally could simply flee to distant lands, far from this impoverished county plagued by barbarian raids. He insisted that others had already abandoned the land, and they would do the same. Before Jamal could finish, Ghislain closed the distance and, with a single strike, cleaved through his armor. Jamal's body collapsed to the ground, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Ghislain's cold voice cut through the air. Those who had left before never attempted to sell out their own people. He turned to Philip and demanded to know if he was wrong. Philip's face twisted in disbelief as he cursed Jamal, calling him a fool. He scoffed at the idea that a knight could fall to an amateur. Before Philip could draw his blade, Ghislain hurled his sword with precision, striking Philip squarely in the forehead. He crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Elena rushed to her brother's side, shaken and confused. One of the men in black, still stunned, asked Frank if the young man before them could truly be Ghislain. Another muttered that he had no prior combat experience or formal training. Frank confirmed their suspicions, though even he admitted the sight was difficult to believe. The speed and power with which Ghislain had slain 2 knights, using strikes infused with mana, was astonishing. Trembling, Elena demanded an explanation from her brother. Ghislain gave no answer. Instead, he swiftly struck her neck, rendering her unconscious. As she collapsed, he caught her gently and laid her on the ground, whispering for her to rest a while. Frank, watching with a mixture of amusement and curiosity, thanked Ghislain for simplifying their work. He noted that Ghislain was far more capable than expected and revealed that they had already planned to deal with Jamal and Philip themselves. Taking a slow puff from his pipe, Frank asked whether Ghislain had been hiding his true strength all along. Ghislain pulled his sword free from Philip's head and, in a measured voice, asked why Frank was so interested in his abilities. As his eyes swept over the group, he dismissed the men in black as little more than minor distractions. Frank, however, was different. The sheer intensity of his mana placed him in an entirely different league. Realizing the danger, Ghislain decided to end the fight swiftly. He released his mana, preparing a set of strings, and demanded to know who had issued the order against him. Frank only sneered, mocking him with the claim that it was pointless for a dead man to learn such details. Accepting that no answers would come willingly, Ghislain tightened his grip, declaring that the truth would eventually be revealed regardless. One of Frank's subordinates asked if they should simply decapitate Ghislain. Frank ordered otherwise, he wanted him captured alive, every bone broken until his mind shattered. With a sinister grin, he added that Gislin's screams of agony would make the perfect masterpiece. At his command, 2 men rushed forward. Gislin slipped a firecracker from his pocket and hurled it at one of the attackers. The sudden blast made the man falter. In that instant, Gislin closed the distance and drove his blade straight through the man's skull. The second subordinate scoffed, calling it a cheap trick, before launching an attack of his own. Gislin spun his sword behind him, intercepting the blow. Their weapons clashed, but Gislin pressed his grip tighter, sliding the blade upward to slice into the man's hand. Before his opponent could recover, Gislin struck again, severing his head with ruthless precision. Frank wasted no time, launching his own sudden attack. Gislin deflected it with a second blade. Shock flickered across Frank's face. He couldn't comprehend how Gislin had managed to block from such an impossible position. Certain that his ambush had been flawless, Frank was caught completely off guard. Gislin shoved Frank's sword downward, rose swiftly, and slashed clean across his neck, sending his pipe clattering to the ground. Yet to Gislin's surprise, Frank retaliated almost instantly, reinforcing his neck with mana. With a cold admission, Frank confessed that if not for his focused concentration, the strike would have taken his life. Gislin quickly realized Frank had redirected his mana at the last possible moment to minimize the damage. Frank steadied himself, adopting a combat stance. He questioned the origin of Gislin's unorthodox swordsmanship, and, with a sinister smile, promised that this battle would be his last. Shoving Gislin back, Frank mocked his seemingly meager mana, confidently declaring that victory was inevitable. But Gislin only smiled in return. That unsettling expression made Frank falter. In that brief hesitation, Gislin parried his blade, disrupting his balance, and followed with a swift kick to Frank's face. Blood dripped from Frank's lip as he smirked, insisting that such strikes were useless against his reinforced mana. A moment later, he doubled over, coughing violently before collapsing to his knees. Confusion clouded his face. He couldn't comprehend how Gislin's meager-seeming mana had managed to bypass his defenses. As Gislin advanced, his eyes hardened. He revealed that he had long suspected someone of orchestrating his sister's death, though he never imagined Frank was the true culprit. With a piercing gaze, he unleashed the full power of his third core, his mana surging to overwhelming levels. Frank's composure shattered. Before he could react, Gislin appeared directly before him, moving faster than his eyes could track. Strike after strike followed, each heavier than the last. Frank's arms trembled under the relentless assault, his weapon on the verge of breaking. Desperate, he reminded himself that mana bursts usually faded quickly, but this was different. Gislin seemed transformed, a force entirely beyond his understanding. With one decisive blow, Gislin shattered Frank's sword and drove his blade deep into his torso. Frank howled in pain, but his cry was silenced as Gislin seized him by the throat and pinned him against the wall, the sword still embedded in his body. Demanding answers, Gislin insisted that Frank reveal who had ordered the assassination. But Frank, defiant to the end, pulled out a concealed blade and swore he would drag Elena down with him. Before he could strike, strings coiled tightly around his wrist, stopping him cold. With steady control over the strings, Gislin warned him against foolish choices. His gaze was cold and unyielding as he offered Frank a final chance: comply and resist no further, or face the inevitable. Frank froze in disbelief as he realized the threads restraining him were forged entirely from mana. He could not comprehend how Gislin had managed to craft such a tool without him noticing. With deliberate precision, Gislin thrust his sword deeper into Frank's body, his voice chilling as he remarked that someone of Frank's skill should be capable of mending such wounds. Yet, his words carried a deadly weight. No amount of talent would save Frank once his mana core was shattered. Terror flickered in Frank's eyes as he looked down and saw Gislin's blade glowing ominously. His composure broke, and he screamed as his core began to fracture uncontrollably. Rage and desperation filled his voice as he accused Ghislaine of madness, warning that the backlash could unleash a catastrophic explosion and obliterate everything around them. Did Ghislaine truly intend to drag them both into destruction? Unmoved, Ghislaine's cold gaze did not falter. He replied with icy confidence that only incompetence lost control in such moments, and he was no such fool. Frank's heart pounded. He could see it in Ghislaine's eyes. The man wasn't bluffing. Realizing his death was inevitable, Frank shrieked and confessed the truth. Count Desmond had orchestrated the assassination. The Count sought a manufactured excuse to ignite war between the Perdium and Dard families. The revelation shocked Ghislaine. In his past life, such schemes were always carried out by factions aligned with Duke Deline. To know the Duke was pulling strings once more while staying safely in the shadows filled him with fury. With his patience gone, Ghislaine demanded to know if this was why Frank had targeted his sister. Frank gave a grim smile and confirmed it. Without hesitation, Ghislaine's blade pierced the assassin's body once more. Coughing blood, Frank gasped, reminding Ghislaine of his earlier promise to sheath the sword. Ghislaine smirked, asking why a man who had taken so many lives suddenly feared death. Frank's lips curled into twisted laughter, catching Ghislaine off guard. He leaned closer, declaring that his death meant nothing. The Dard family's mission was already fulfilled. Perdium was doomed, he sneered, and who would ever believe someone like Ghislaine? Snarling, Ghislaine seized the assassin's head and slammed it against the wall. His expression darkened as he promised that this time, everything would be different. His rebirth was not meaningless. His sword glowed with deadly brilliance as Frank's screams tore through the air. Energy burst from the assassin's body, erupting into the sky like fireworks before his lifeless form collapsed to the ground. Panting heavily, Ghislaine surveyed the devastation. His sister lay unconscious but unharmed. Ensuring no one else was nearby, he discarded his weapon and collapsed to his knees, coughing blood. Wiping his mouth, he muttered bitterly that detonating 3 mana cores had once been effortless for him, back in the days when he reigned as the Mercenary King. Forcing himself to stand, he swore he would not fall here. Stumbling into a nearby building, he kicked the door open and discovered 2 corpses. In his past life, there had been 3, including Alinus. But this time, recalling Frank's earlier confession, he recognized one of the dead as a son of the Dagard family. The boy and his escort knight had been slain, their deaths staged to frame Elena as their murderer. Knowing exposure would trigger war, Ghislaine silently moved the bodies. He then produced a firecracker, igniting the building in flames to erase all evidence. With the blaze consuming the damning proof, he lifted his sister and walked away, his resolve burning brighter than the fire behind him. He swore his enemies' schemes would never succeed. Unbeknownst to him, a hidden figure watched from the trees. After a long moment, the observer melted into the shadows. The scene shifted to a round table where the spy delivered grim news: the assassination had failed. The council erupted in disbelief. They could not comprehend how Frank and 2 knights had been defeated. Murmurs turned to accusations as they demanded answers from the spy, furious that he had underestimated a mission he claimed would be simple. Nervously, the spy confessed that his failure was the result of Ghislaine's interference. The revelation stunned the men gathered at the table. To them, the idea that the so-called useless bastard of the North could achieve anything of importance was unthinkable. One of the members dismissed the explanation outright, branding Ghislaine as nothing more than a pitiful excuse and demanding the spy stop using him as a scapegoat. The spy, however, held firm. He insisted that Ghislaine was nothing like the reports and rumors had suggested. Recalling how Ghislaine had dismantled their forces, he explained that the man seemed entirely different, someone far more dangerous than they had anticipated. Still, the spy reassured his superiors that their larger plans remained untouched. The elimination of the Dard family was still within reach, and sparking a territorial war would not prove difficult. He pleaded for another chance, promising to make amends for his failure. The council members, however, were not swayed. They silenced him with scorn, berating him for his inability to gather even the simplest intelligence on a single man. His incompetence had stalled their strategy, and his audacity to ask for another opportunity only enraged them further. Their verdict was swift: the spy would be eliminated. Before the order could be carried out, a man seated upon a throne intervened. His voice cut sharply through the tension, calling the entire commotion tiresome. He commanded the spy to explain exactly what kind of chance he was asking for. With newfound confidence, the spy declared that he could rid them of Ghislain. The man on the throne pressed him, asking how he intended to do so. The spy revealed his plan: a duel. He already had a candidate in mind. When the council demanded to know who, the spy revealed the name Cain Lois. Renowned for his raw, overwhelming swordsmanship despite his youth, Cain was hailed as the embodiment of sheer strength. The spy argued that no one in the north could stand against him, and arranging the duel would be simple, since Cain happened to be Ghislain's cousin. Fixing the spy with a cold, unwavering gaze, the man on the throne issued a final warning: if he failed again, there would be no second chance. The spy vowed not to disappoint. The scene shifted to the training hall of the Peridum household. Fergus entered the room, announcing that it was time for his master's meal. Before he could say more, something shot toward him. Ghislain, in the middle of training, had wrapped a mana thread around the sword at the entrance and pulled it into his hand. Watching his movements carefully, Ghislain tested the thread's responsiveness, swinging the weapon as he adjusted his control. Fergus approached with caution, apologizing for disturbing the session, and asked how his master had managed to summon the sword so effortlessly. Ghislain revealed the thin strand of energy in his hand, explaining that it was a mana thread technique and art of shaping mana into a string. In his past life, he had relied on it constantly, but in his current state, with his meager reserves, he was forced to implode his core to use the method effectively. His limitations now only allowed him to create a handful of threads at once. Fergus, impressed, admitted he had never witnessed such a skill, despite his own training in mana control. He was baffled by how someone once regarded as unskilled could wield such a refined and advanced technique. Ghislain noticed Fergus lingering and asked if there was something else. Fergus lowered his head, thanking Ghislain sincerely for protecting his younger sister. Ghislain, taken aback by the gesture, responded that he had merely done what needed to be done and invited Fergus to share a meal with him. A day later, as expected, the festival was temporarily suspended after the scandal involving a knight's attempt to traffic the young lady. Within the castle walls, Elena voiced her frustration to her brother, upset that no one believed her when she insisted he had saved her. She urged Ghislain to come forward and confirm the truth. But Ghislain only shook his head, assuring her it was unnecessary. Even if he did speak, he explained, no one would believe him either. Belinda, who overheard the conversation, bristled with irritation. She scoffed in disgust at Jamal and Philip, declaring that she had long suspected the two knights of being depraved. To her, their attempt to take Elena for their own gain came as no surprise at all. Ghislain found solace in knowing that his sister had survived the ordeal. He had successfully averted a war, but deep down, he understood their enemies would not relent so easily. The weight of this realization pushed him toward a difficult conclusion: he could not face these challenges alone forever. A military force of his own was the only way forward. As he mulled over his next steps, a maid entered quietly, pushing a cart with a modest meal. She set a plate before him, and when Ghislain lifted the cover, all he found was a single slice of bread. Confused, he turned to Belinda and asked when dessert would be served. The maid, stunned by his question, asked if he truly had no awareness of their circumstances. Before Ghislain could respond, the sound of shouting echoed from beyond the castle walls. He froze for a moment, startled by the uproar. At the gates, a bearded man of stout build was loudly demanding compensation from the Peridum household, furious over the festival's sudden cancellation. Others had gathered with him, pitchforks raised, voices rising in anger. They accused Ghislain and Elena of squandering the county's money and demanded they appear. Guards struggled to keep the crowd calm. Peering through the window, Ghislain tried to make sense of the unrest. Belinda, standing beside him, explained the situation. The county's economy relied heavily on merchants who prospered during the annual festival. While last year's event had been lucrative, this year's abrupt cancellation left many of them in financial ruin. Their anger, she said, was justified. The revelation shocked Ghislain. He had not realized how fragile the county's finances were. Understanding the danger if the merchant's frustration spiraled further, he resolved to intervene. Turning to Fergus, he asked about the soldiers and ordered them to disperse the crowd. But Fergus gave a grim reply there were no soldiers available. Ghislain stared at him in disbelief. Fergus explained that nearly all their forces had been dispatched to the monster-infested forest to repair the damage caused by a recent orc raid. Frustration lined Ghislain's face as the grim reality sank in. Perdium was trapped in an endless struggle, pressed by barbarian raids to the north and monsters prowling the forest on the other side. Governing such a region felt nearly impossible, and the need for swift, decisive action weighed heavily on him. With no money and no soldiers, the truth became unbearable. Pulling Belinda aside, Ghislain reminded her that she was responsible for his finances. He ordered her to use whatever funds remained to appease the merchants. To his dismay, Belinda informed him that there was nothing left. Shocked, Ghislain demanded to know how this had happened. Calmly, she reminded him that his allowance had been cut off by the Count due to his reckless spending in the past. Reeling from the realization that he was broke, Ghislain desperately asked Belinda to lend him some money, but she, too, had none. He turned back to the window, staring at the town below. His thoughts raced. How had his family fallen into such a precarious state? Without money, even his knowledge of the future seemed useless. He wondered if anything within the estate could turn their fortunes around. Before he could dwell further, Ricardo burst into the room, gasping for breath. Startled, Ghislain demanded to know why he was in such a hurry. Ricardo, visibly shaken, informed him that there was a problem. Kane wanted to see him. The name alone shocked Ghislain. The scene shifted to Scoven, who was barely able to stand. His face was battered, and his opponent struck him with a crushing blow that split his chest plate, sending him crashing to the ground. At the tavern entrance, Ghislain arrived just in time to witness his commander collapse. Scoven, spotting his young master, called out weakly. Ghislain, more irritated than moved, turned his gaze toward Kane. Kane Lowes stood before him, a towering young man with a wide, confident smile. He was the heir to Lowes County, Ghislain's cousin, long remembered as both friend and rival. As Kane descended the tavern stairs, Ghislain demanded an explanation from Ricardo. Ricardo explained that he and Scoven had come to investigate rumors of a disturbance. There, they encountered Kane and his escort knight. Recognizing them, Kane wasted no time questioning the rumors he had heard about Ghislain. Scoven had attempted to explain the situation, but Kane silenced him with a cruel grip on his jaw. With a sinister smile, Kane accused him of deceiving the heir of Lowes County, then struck him repeatedly. Turning away, Kane ordered Ricardo to recount the story properly. Ricardo explained that rumors spread of Ghislain, who, despite never training, had defeated an orc barehanded and even subdued traitorous knights alone. Kane scoffed at the tale, claiming he had only been trying to give their commander a much-needed reality check. Kane then shifted his focus to Ghislain, sneering as he accused him of being the source of the problem. According to him, none of this chaos would have happened if Ghislain hadn't lied. Ghislain, however, remembered his cousin's arrogance vividly. Kane had always treated him like a servant, and whenever he visited Perdium, he caused trouble without consequence. No one dared challenge him, for his boldness and confidence were celebrated as the traits of a future heir. Meanwhile, Ghislain's own insecurities and supposed weakness earned nothing but scorn. Yet, instead of anger, Ghislain smiled at the memory. Kane faltered, surprised. He had expected Ghislain to lash out at such provocation. Just hours earlier in Lowes County, a spy had approached Kane with a proposal: kill Ghislain. Initially shocked, Kane listened as the spy promised that the esteemed one would protect Kane's family if he succeeded. Kane admitted Ghislaine would be easy to handle, but murdering the heir of a county would be another matter entirely. He demanded to know how they could avoid scandal. The spy calmly explained that they could lure Ghislaine into a duel and stage his death as an unfortunate accident, disguised as an escort knight. The spy assured Kane the plan would unfold flawlessly. Smiling slyly, he reminded Kane that opportunities like this did not come often. Grinning with anticipation, Kane expressed disbelief that he now had the chance to kill his own cousin. Excited, he urged the spy to prepare at once. Even then, Kane wondered why such a powerful organization wanted Ghislaine gone. Something about his cousin had clearly changed. Smiling to himself, Kane turned to Ghislaine and demanded to know why he was simply standing there. Lounging on the stairs, he ordered his cousin to bring what he had prepared for him. Confused, Ghislaine asked what he meant. Kane explained he had heard about the festival's disruption and wanted to enjoy themselves regardless. With a menacing grin, he reminded Ghislaine that they had always worked well together in such matters. Slowly, Ghislaine realized what Kane was referring to: alcohol and women, the very things he had been forced to arrange for him in the past. Back then, Ghislaine had obeyed simply to avoid his larger cousin's beatings. Those indulgences had drained his funds, and only now did Belinda's warning about his reckless spending make sense. As the memories resurfaced, Ghislaine smiled again, realizing the solution to his financial troubles had been in front of him all along. Snapping out of his thoughts as Kane barked his name, he promised to bring what was needed. But with sharp eyes, he added that Kane first needed to settle a debt. The spy, watching nearby, stiffened at Ghislaine's sudden change in demeanor. Kane, caught off guard, asked what he meant. Ghislaine calmly explained that every extravagant arrangement Kane had enjoyed in Perdium had been paid for from his own purse. Now, he demanded repayment 1,000 gold. Kane scoffed in disbelief, insisting the expenses could not have exceeded 100. He brushed it off as nothing more than a friendship fee, a token of appreciation. Ghislaine laughed mockingly, calling him a fool. He had always been treated like a doormat, but those days were over. With a smirk, he warned Kane to pay up immediately or face a beating. The tavern grew silent as onlookers stared in shock at Ghislaine's boldness. Kane's expression darkened. Rising to his feet, he accused his cousin of acting out simply because he had been too lenient. He denied Ghislaine's strength, dismissing the rumors of him defeating knights, and called him a parasite who leached off the land, a disgrace despised by the North. With those words, Kane clenched his fist and demanded Ghislaine wake up from his delusions. Without warning, he lunged forward with a punch. But Ghislaine moved effortlessly, sidestepping the blow. Gasps echoed through the tavern as Ricardo, the spy, and Kane himself stared in shock. Kane's fury deepened, and he swung again, this time aiming for Ghislaine's head. Ghislaine ducked low, shifted swiftly, and drove his fist into Kane's ribs with a sharp, decisive strike. Kane staggered back, his body racked with pain, shocked by the sheer force of the blow. Ghislaine wasted no time, swinging a punch aimed straight at Kane's head. Kane managed to block it with his hand and allowed himself a fleeting smile at having stopped the strike, but the moment was short-lived. His knees buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. The spy immediately rushed to his side, frantic, asking if Kane was all right. Ghislaine, unimpressed by the display, scoffed and told Kane to stop whining, reminding him that he had blocked the attack. Angered, the spy snapped back at Ghislaine, ordering him to stay away from Kane. The tavern fell into an uneasy silence, the crowd stunned at the sight of Kane, the one thought to be unbeatable brought so low by Ghislaine. Surveying the room, Ghislaine quickly understood Kane's intentions. Leaning close, Kane whispered to the spy, asking if his act had been convincing. With a sly grin, the spy assured him it was perfect, adding that the stage was now set to paint Ghislaine as the aggressor. Determined to leave an impression, Kane drew a blue glove from his pocket, raised it high, and declared that Ghislaine had dishonored the nobility with his lies, accusing him of an unprovoked attack. Before Cain could finish his speech, Ghislain hurled his own glove at him, silencing him instantly. The challenge was clear. Ghislain had called him to a duel. Cain froze for a heartbeat, caught off guard, but Ghislain pressed forward. He accused Cain of insulting him as an heir and striking his knight, claiming Cain had sullied the dignity of the nobility. With a calm, cutting smile, he asked if Cain truly intended to deny it. Regaining his composure, Cain smirked. He had always considered Ghislain a fool, but never expected him to dig his own grave so willingly. Unsheathing his sword, Cain accepted the challenge, vowing that Ghislain would regret this, even if it cost Cain his life. Ghislain then called out to Ricardo, who promptly stepped forward. He instructed Ricardo to gather the merchants protesting outside the castle. Ricardo hesitated, stunned by the request, but Ghislain, his eyes gleaming with a trace of madness, assured him that they would make a fortune from this. With the festival cancelled, both merchants and tourists had been restless and dissatisfied, but Ghislain believed that this spectacle would be enough to rekindle their excitement and calm their frustration. Soon, the stage was set. An eager crowd swarmed the area, buzzing with anticipation. Ghislain and Cain stood across from one another, ready to duel. The confrontation drew in throngs of spectators, many thrilled at the prospect of seeing Cain humiliated. The excitement breathed new life into the town, with merchants reopening their stalls and hawking their wares to tourists once again. Among the crowd, a chubby merchant shouted for bets, insisting that Cain's victory was guaranteed. Merchants, brimming with confidence, placed heavy wagers in Cain's favor. Resting his massive sword against the ground, Cain sneered, asking why Ghislain had turned a sacred duel into a marketplace spectacle. His voice darkened as he warned that even if Ghislain begged for mercy, his sword would not stop. Unfazed, Ghislain replied coolly that the crowd was large enough, and signaled the start of the duel. Just as the fight was about to begin, the spy interjected, noting that the betting was unfair. The chubby merchant explained to the crowd that no one had placed a wager on Ghislain, unsurprising, given how impossible his victory seemed. Cain laughed, mocking Ghislain, pointing out that even his own people did not believe in him. The merchant suggested altering the wagers, changing them to predict how long Ghislain could last against Cain. At that moment, Scoven, supported by Ricardo, stepped forward. He placed a bag of gold on the table, declaring his bet on Ghislain, shocking the onlookers. Moments later, Elena strode up and dropped an even larger bag of gold, announcing her wager on her brother. Even Ghislain was taken aback. When the merchant confirmed the sum was sufficient, Belinda, standing nearby, reminded Elena that she had warned against such a gamble. Irritated by the delay, Cain barked for the duel to begin. The referee raised his hand and signaled the start. Ghislain reminded Cain that as his elder cousin, it would appear improper for him to make the first move. The statement unsettled Cain for a moment before he sneered, saying it was far too late for Ghislain to pretend at brotherhood. At the referee's command, Cain lunged forward, his enormous sword swinging down with devastating force. Ghislain managed to block, though he was stunned by the sheer weight behind the blow. Cain grinned arrogantly, mocking him for stooping so low as to pretend authority as an older brother. Using the hilt of his sword, Cain shoved Ghislain back, then immediately swung it again, this time aiming for Ghislain's head. Ghislain ducked low, narrowly avoiding the strike, but Cain followed up with a brutal kick. Though Ghislain managed to evade, the ground beneath them cracked and shattered from the force of Cain's leg. The crowd gasped, stunned by Cain's overwhelming strength. Cain pressed forward relentlessly, refusing to give Ghislain even a breath to counterattack. With a smug grin, he basked in his own power. Though Ghislain noted the arrogance in his cousin's expression, he remained unfazed. Belinda, on the other hand, began to panic at the sight of Cain's display. Clutching Elena's arm tightly, she urged her to stop the duel. Not far away, the spies exchanged knowing smiles, already certain of the outcome. They understood Cain's strategy perfectly. His sheer force and unyielding assault left opponents with no choice but to focus on dodging. Eventually, fatigue would slow them down, and Cain would seize that opening to strike the decisive blow. It was a method Cain had mastered and one that had always carried him to victory. As Cain's strikes grew more vicious, Ghislain evaded them with surprising agility. Cain, noticing his cousin's nimbleness, remarked that Ghislain was as slippery as ever. He even admitted that Ghislain's skills had improved since their last clash. Changing tactics, Cain gripped his sword by the blade and swung the hilt toward his cousin, mocking him as he did. "You've always been good at running away, even as a child." Ghislain blocked the strike with his sword, but Cain seized the moment to hook him with the hilt and hurl him into the air. The crowd froze, certain this marked Ghislain's end. The spy smirked confidently, convinced that Cain's victory was already sealed. But as Ghislain descended, he muttered calmly that he had intended to go easy on his cousin until Cain crossed the line. Channeling mana into his legs, he steadied his landing and charged forward with explosive speed. Cain was caught off guard and gasped in pain as Ghislain's blade pierced his stomach. The spy's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized Ghislain had condensed mana into his legs to maintain balance and move with blinding quickness. Ghislain glared at his cousin, mocking his shallow swordsmanship. He accused Cain of mistaking fear for strength, of believing himself invincible simply because others cowered before his power. Taking a firm stance, Ghislain promised to open his cousin's eyes. Enraged, Cain lunged with his sword, but Ghislain countered with a swift kick, knocking the weapon back. Before Cain could recover, Ghislain sidestepped, avoiding the blade, and delivered a precise strike down Cain's shoulder, cutting toward his hand. Cain retaliated with a thrust, but Ghislain pinned the blade under his foot and followed with a near-fatal slash across his cousin's neck. The shallow cuts Ghislain inflicted dripped blood, shocking the silent audience before cheers erupted in disbelief. No one had expected Ghislain to display such mastery. Many in the crowd cursed their bets on Cain, while Elena gleefully pointed out the shift in momentum to Belinda. Scoven simply smiled as he observed. Cain inspected his wounds and realized they were deliberately shallow. Ghislain could have dealt far worse damage but chose restraint. Confusion clouded Cain's mind, unable to comprehend how his cousin's swordsmanship had surpassed his own. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Ghislain tossed his sword aside. His glare never wavered as he declared that their difference in skill was too vast to waste time entertaining the audience. Turning to Cain, he announced that from this point forward, he would fight barehanded. Cain's face twisted in irritation as he demanded an explanation. Ghislain, calm and composed, told him the duel would serve as a lesson. Rolling up his sleeves, he promised to deliver that lesson with his fists. Cain faltered for a moment, stunned by his cousin's audacity. Clarifying his intentions, Ghislain explained that his swordsmanship was superior and that offering a handicap would make the fight fairer. He proposed they settle things barehanded, a style Cain prided himself on. With a stern expression, Ghislain raised the stakes further. He doubled the original wager, adding an additional 1,000 gold, declaring with unwavering confidence that victory would still be his. The crowd erupted in shock at the unexpected escalation, unable to fathom Ghislain's boldness. Among the crowd, the spy was the most astonished of all. He could scarcely believe that Ghislain had the audacity to challenge Cain to a fight without weapons. Yet beneath his disbelief, he felt a surge of excitement, convinced that Ghislain's recklessness would ultimately work in his favor. As preparations for the duel began, the stout merchant urged the audience to place additional bets, loudly declaring the change to a bare-handed contest between Ghislain and Cain. The spectators were divided. Some mocked Ghislain for what they saw as a foolish challenge, while others suspected he had a hidden strategy and staked their money on him. Cain himself was bewildered by his cousin's decision. After a brief hesitation, he gave Ghislain leave to proceed as he wished. Casting aside his coat, Cain lifted his sword, making it clear that he would fight with his blade. Without further warning, he lunged forward. From the sidelines, Belinda scowled in frustration and urged her master to reclaim his weapon and finish Cain decisively. Even as her words rang out, Cain swung his sword at Ghislaine with lethal intent. But Ghislaine slipped out of reach with a calm smile, realizing that his cousin needed to be taught a lesson. He ducked beneath the sweeping strike, rolled to the ground, and avoided the blade entirely. Cain tried to redirect his attack, but Ghislaine was already at his side. In one swift motion, he drove a fist into Cain's thigh. Before Cain could recover, a heavy blow smashed into his jaw, sending him staggering backward before collapsing to the dirt. Dazed and disoriented, Cain could not comprehend how the man he had always dismissed as weak and inferior had suddenly displayed such precision and skill. The crowd erupted in gasps of shock, their belief in Cain wavering as they began to consider the unthinkable Ghislaine might actually win. Standing tall with a stern expression, Ghislaine demanded that his cousin rise, declaring that the fight had only just begun. Enraged, Cain roared and charged once more, his sword flashing in wild, furious arcs. But Ghislaine danced out of reach again and again, waiting for his chance. When the opening came, he seized Cain's arm, twisted it sharply, and forced him down. Before Cain could resist, Ghislaine drove his knee into his cousin's ribs, forcing him to cough up blood. Staggering and gasping, Cain struggled to comprehend what was happening. The memories of Ghislaine bowing in submission, of always yielding to him, flooded his mind. And yet, here and now, that same man was breaking him apart with merciless precision. Still, Cain clung to his pride, convinced that this fight should have been easy a victory that would secure his family's standing. But Ghislaine showed no mercy. Blow after blow rained down, denying Cain any chance to recover. By the time Ghislaine finally relented, Cain's face and body were battered and swollen, leaving him trembling in defeat. Seizing him by the hair, Ghislaine looked down with a mixture of pity and contempt. He spoke of Count Lose, Cain's father, who had once supported Perdium selflessly even to the point of jeopardizing his own lands out of loyalty and friendship with Ghislaine's father. Yet Cain, unlike his father, had chosen another path, one driven by pride and selfish ambition. The words stirred memories in Cain. He recalled bitter arguments from years before, when he had begged his father to stop pouring resources into Perdium while their own county suffered. He had compared it to filling a cracked bucket, pleading with his father to remain at home rather than leaving again to aid their struggling allies. But Count Lose had stood firm, insisting that his actions were bound by friendship and honor. The memory faded as Cain returned to the present just in time to see Ghislaine's fist poised before his face. He braced for the impact, but the blow never landed. Instead, Ghislaine pulled back and told his cousin that the fight was finished. Extending his hand, he invited Cain to rise. Shame and exhaustion broke through Cain's pride. Lowering his head, he admitted his defeat. The crowd erupted into chaos. Some wailed over their lost wagers, while others celebrated their winnings and chanted Ghislaine's name. Elena, standing among the spectators, beamed with pride at her brother's triumph. Belinda and the soldiers by her side, however, could only stare in stunned silence, unable to believe the outcome they had just witnessed. The spy stormed onto the stage, his face twisted with anger. Striding up to Cain, he demanded to know why Cain had surrendered so easily after suffering only the slightest disadvantage. He reminded Cain of the trust and responsibility placed upon him. Yet Cain simply replied that he was finished and insisted it was time to leave. The spy's rage only deepened. Consumed by frustration at Cain's weakness, he seethed in silence. At that moment, Ghislaine spoke up, a confident smile tugging at his lips. Turning to the crowd, he announced that the spy had generously volunteered to cover the cost of meat and drinks for everyone present. The hall erupted with cheers, the onlookers declaring their young master the best. The spy, however, stood frozen in shock. He quickly denied making any such promise. Ghislaine placed a firm hand on his shoulder, his tone calm but unyielding. He explained that this was the price of defeat. Reassuring the man that the expense would not be deducted from the betting pot, Ghislaine added that it was instead an additional contribution expected of him. As his grip on the spy's shoulder tightened, Ghislain reminded him of the wager's terms, which now included another 1,000 gold atop the original 1,000. His cold gaze left no room for defiance, as he warned the spy of the consequences should he attempt to escape. Realizing the severity of his predicament, the spy dropped to his knees in surrender. He understood that refusing would mean certain death, and so he begrudgingly accepted Ghislain's demands. The following day, the setting shifted to Ghislain's chambers. He placed a large box upon the table and opened it, revealing a glittering pile of gold coins, the profits from his recent gamble. Even he was taken aback by the fortune, realizing it was enough to hire an entire mercenary corps. Closing the lid, he reflected on how difficult it would be to amass such wealth again, and how little time his enemies would grant him to prepare. He knew he needed to act swiftly if his plan was to succeed. As he contemplated, Ghislain noticed Elena and Belinda standing nearby. With a nervous look, he asked if something was wrong. Elena smiled warmly and asked her brother how he intended to use his newfound fortune. Ghislain laughed and teased, asking if she wanted a share. Elena shook her head, clarifying that she was only curious. Before he could say more, Belinda interjected confidently. She declared that she already knew what he planned to do. With a knowing smile, she reminded him that Lady Amelia's birthday was fast approaching, and teased that his entire display had been orchestrated just to secure a lavish gift for his fiancée. Amused, she remarked that his actions were far too easy to read. Elena gasped in surprise, asking if her brother was truly working so hard just to impress his betrothed. Ghislain froze, startled, as though unaware he even had a fiancée. He asked for clarification, but Belinda only laughed, urging him to drop the act and insisting there was no need to feign ignorance. Elena then explained that they were speaking of Amelia from Rayfold County. At the mention of the county, Ghislain's expression hardened. Memories of Amelia Rayfold resurfaced. He likened her to a spider. On the surface, she was a noble admired for her compassion and selflessness, a woman cherished by her people. But Ghislain knew how history would unfold. In time, she would incite rebellion, earning the infamous title of the Witch of the North, and join forces with the Delphine Duchy to deliver a decisive blow that would hasten Perdium's fall. To him, she was nothing but a traitor. A faint smile crossed his lips as he asked Belinda when their father was expected to return. She informed him that the Lord would arrive within the week. Deciding that this would be enough time, Ghislain rose from his chair and declared his intention to visit Rayfold County. Belinda, surprised, reminded him that Amelia's birthday had not yet arrived. She asked what business he had there so soon. Ghislain revealed that his purpose was to secure funds from the county. The scene then shifted. A noblewoman placed her shoes upon the ground. She was striking, her crimson eyes gleamed, and the faint mark of a spider near her mouth lent her an unsettling aura. This was Amelia Rayfold. She handed her shoes to a ragged girl at her side. The child trembled, unable to believe such a gift could truly be hers. But Amelia, with a soft smile, insisted that only she should walk barefoot upon this land. Turning to her soldiers, she ordered them to distribute food and shelter to the surrounding villagers. Her men obeyed immediately, and the astonished people looked on in awe. As Amelia departed, the crowd raised their voices in gratitude, praising her kindness. The scene shifted once more, this time to Amelia's garden at Rayfold Manor. A man knelt at Amelia's feet, carefully cleaning them. This was Bernarf, her loyal escort knight. As she idly stroked a cat resting on the table, Amelia reflected on her father's teachings, his belief in absolute obedience from the people of their territory. She noted that the common folk would follow anyone who kept them warm and well fed. Bernarf praised her insight, assuring her that gaining the people's loyalty would strengthen her chances in the competition to become her father's successor. Amused, Amelia lightly struck his face with her foot before demanding news of the duel involving the finest northern swordsman. Bernarf apologized, explaining that he had deliberately avoided drawing attention to himself, as such exposure could endanger their plans. He reminded her that the time had not yet come for her to reveal her claws. With unwavering loyalty, he kissed her feet and pledged his blade to her service. Amelia, calm but commanding, reminded him that he was her blade by nature, as she had invested much in his growth. Leaning closer, her expression darkened as she warned him that weakness would never be tolerated. Then, shifting her focus, she asked about the status of the merchants. Bernarf reassured her there was no reason for concern regarding the Arctium merchants. He reported that their guild was purchasing every resource needed to rebuild the Forest of Beast outpost, recently destroyed in an orc raid on Perdium. He also revealed that they had intercepted the annual support funds Count Rayfold had sent to the region, and were actively recruiting soldiers and knights deserting Perdium. These men, hardened by years of battling barbarian tribes, would make formidable additions to their forces. Pleased with his efforts, Amelia warned him to ensure that the guild appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary merchant operation until their strength was fully secured. As they spoke, a steward entered the garden, prompting Bernarf to rise sharply and demand who had allowed the interruption. The steward, unfazed, delivered urgent news. Ghislain had arrived at the gates seeking an audience. Amelia, taken aback, questioned the reason for his visit. The steward explained that Ghislain claimed to have matters concerning the merchant guild. Both Amelia and Bernarf were startled by this unexpected turn. The scene shifted to the visitor's room, where Amelia entered and took her seat. Across from her sat Ghislain, clad in a rough coat and holding a small flower. He greeted her politely, but Amelia reprimanded him for arriving without notice, scolding him for his lack of manners. Unfazed, Ghislain smiled and offered her the flower as an early birthday gift. He described its fragrance and explained that he had purchased it from the nearby merchant guild, the Arctium Guild, where he intended to buy flowers from now on. Amelia listened but grew perplexed. Rising from her seat, she declared she had no interest in his ramblings and would leave now that she had received his gift. But as she turned, Ghislain's cold voice cut through the air, commanding her to sit. His gaze, sharp and unyielding, froze her in place. The timid boy she once knew who could barely speak in her presence was gone, replaced by a man radiating an intimidating presence. He calmly lifted his teacup and told her he had no intention of wasting her time. Then, with striking bluntness, he demanded 10,000 gold. Amelia, stunned, struggled to comprehend that Ghislain had come only to request such an enormous sum. She pressed him, asking whether this was at his father's command, but Ghislain firmly denied it, insisting the request was his alone. With deliberate calm, he poured the tea onto the floor. Smiling faintly, he remarked that Amelia had never once intended to marry him. The statement left her momentarily stunned. Ghislain pressed on, warning that it would be catastrophic if word spread about her secret attempts to build power, especially during the ruthless succession struggle. As he spoke, Amelia's cat leapt onto the table, growling at him. Amelia brushed off his words as nothing more than a poor jest, but Ghislain calmly assured her that her secret was safe at least for now. However, he hinted that his silence might not last if he left empty-handed. Amelia's expression hardened into a cold smile. She told Ghislain that such a scenario would never come to pass. Without hesitation, she summoned Bernarf. The knight entered promptly, hand pressed to his chest as he greeted Ghislain with formal courtesy. Recognizing him, Ghislain recalled Bernarf as Amelia's loyal companion and a formidable swordsman, a man said to rival even the greatest blades of the north. Looking Amelia in the eye, Ghislain cautioned her that his death would ignite a war. Could she truly handle such consequences? Unmoved, Amelia countered that if a ruffian barged into her chambers, stirred chaos, and was cut down by her escort knight, that was the version of events the world would hear. Smiling, she commanded Bernarf to kill him. The knight obeyed at once, drawing his sword. Realizing her intent was no bluff, Ghislain placed a hand on his own weapon, preparing to defend himself. Before he could act, Bernarf smiled, momentarily catching him off guard. Suddenly, a sharp noise shattered the tension. From the suit of armor behind Ghislain, an assassin sprang forth, aiming a deadly strike at his chair. Ghislain reacted instantly, leaping aside to avoid the blow. As the attacker struggled to free his weapon, Ghislain delivered a brutal kick to his chest, sending him crashing through the window. Both Amelia and Bernarf were left stunned by the display. Turning back to them, Ghislain mocked Amelia's feigned politeness while orchestrating an ambush. With a sardonic remark about her lack of hospitality, he picked up his sword and charged Bernarf. The knight met him with a firm block. With a cold glare, Ghislain demanded to know whether Raold County had abandoned all principles of chivalry. Bernarf, unfazed, offered a mocking apology, reminding Ghislain that he was the one who had entered uninvited and disturbed his lady. Locking Ghislain's sword in his arms, Bernarf declared that courtesy was wasted on someone like him. As Bernarf struck, Ghislain evaded with ease, leaping into the air and landing a sharp kick that forced the knight back, creating distance. Rumors had painted Ghislain as a man of empty words, but the fighter before Bernarf was no novice. Observing the clash, Amelia grew irritated. She demanded to know why her knight was holding back and angrily ordered him to bring her Ghislain's head, reminding him that his duty as her sword was to carry out her will. At her command, Bernarf assumed his stance and released his mana, daring Ghislain to step forward. Ghislain smirked at the arrogance of a mere escort knight presuming to command him. Bernarf, calm and composed, remarked that he was doing Jishon a favor. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, swinging with blinding speed. Ghislain barely dodged, but the blade still grazed his face, leaving a shallow cut. Stunned by the knight's speed and precision, Ghislain braced himself as Bernarf unleashed a relentless series of fierce strikes. Forced onto the defensive, Ghislain struggled to parry each blow. Amelia watched with a mixture of surprise and unease. She had never expected Ghislain, dismissed as a weakling, to withstand her knight's ferocity. Still, she remained confident in Bernarf's superiority. Ghislain managed to catch one of Bernarf's strikes, locking their blades together and pressing his sword dangerously close to the knight's neck. Before he could finish it, Bernarf twisted free, trapping Ghislain's blade with his arm. Countering swiftly, he struck with the same maneuver as before. Ghislain smirked, recognizing the move and attempting to repeat his earlier disarm. But this time, it failed. Bernarf's body was reinforced with mana, his strength unshakable. Calmly, he told Ghislain that such tricks would not work twice. With a surge of force, he slammed Ghislain to the ground and moved in for the kill. Recovering quickly, Ghislain deflected the incoming strike and leapt back, creating space once more. He realized that Bernarf's mana reinforcement granted him overwhelming physical strength. Bernarf, in turn, acknowledged his opponent's resilience. Ghislain, he noted, was nothing like the rumors suggested. True skill could only be understood through combat. Studying him carefully, Bernarf observed that Ghislain's swordsmanship lacked the rigid structure of formal training. Instead, it bore the mark of experience sharpened not in classrooms, but in the crucible of real battle. With a confident expression, Bernarf asked Ghislain if he had fought the barbarians so often that he had adopted their chaotic style. Tossing Ghislain's sword aside, Bernarf declared that such wild methods might work on the battlefield, but here they would end. Breathing heavily, Ghislain silently admitted how difficult the battle truly was. Bernarf's precise thrusts, aimed at vital points, disrupted his timing and sense of distance. At close range, Bernarf's larger frame and refined technique gave him an overwhelming advantage. Ghislain realized he was facing an opponent far beyond his current level. Lifting his hand, Ghislain revealed a thin mana thread attached to his wrist. He warned Bernarf that his own time was running out as well. With a sharp tug, he pulled the thread, catching the knight off guard. Bernarf, unfamiliar with the technique, hesitated for only a moment. Seizing the opening, Ghislain struck him at the back of the head with his sword's hilt. As Bernarf staggered, his stance faltered, and Ghislain pressed forward with a brutal knee strike to his face, leaving the knight reeling. Bernarf, dazed and confused, struggled to comprehend how Ghislain had turned the situation around so suddenly. Amelia called out to him, but Ghislain immediately raised his sword and attacked. To his surprise, Bernarf managed to block the strike and counter by shoving him back with his own blade. Ghislain braced himself and held firm. Assessing the battle's intensity, Bernarf turned to Amelia and urged her to leave, warning that he could no longer ensure her safety. With resolve burning in his eyes, the knight declared that he would now fight with his full strength. Ghislain, unfazed, smirked coldly, saying this was exactly what he wanted. It had been far too long since he had faced an opponent this entertaining. The focus shifted to Amelia, who fled the room with her cat in her arms. Anger simmered within her as she recalled the humiliation Ghislain had caused. She wondered how he had discovered the Merchant Guild, convinced someone must have leaked the information. It was impossible for him to know without inside help. As she ran, Amelia grudgingly acknowledged that the rumors about Ghislain slaying orcs and saving his younger sister from assassins were likely true. Still, she believed much of his reputation was nothing more than luck or exaggeration. Turning a corner, she expected to find the guard she had stationed there, but instead she froze in shock. Her guards lay unconscious on the ground, and a hooded woman stood among them. The stranger turned, smiling as she greeted Amelia, remarking on how long it had been. Pulling back the hood, the woman revealed herself Belinda. Startled, Amelia demanded to know why her maid was there. But before she could react, Belinda moved with frightening speed, appearing at her side with a blade pressed to her throat. She ordered Amelia to remain silent. Amelia froze, wide-eyed at the cold steel against her skin. Belinda's gaze shifted to the spider clinging to Amelia's lip switch. With practiced ease, she plucked it off. Smiling faintly, Belinda revealed she had overheard Count Perdium and Count Rayfold during the engagement ceremony. She recalled how Amelia's siblings mocked her for her fascination with spiders, and how Amelia raised them as tools of revenge. Belinda then questioned why Amelia still wore one. Was it a symbol of defiance or of overcoming trauma? Without waiting for an answer, she tossed the spider to the ground and crushed it beneath her foot, declaring that it did not suit her. With chilling composure, Belinda urged Amelia to cooperate. The scene shifted back to the room where Ghislain and Bernarf's duel raged on. Ghislain sensed the shift in the air as Bernarf released an overwhelming surge of mana. The knight sneered, recalling Ghislain's earlier remark about being entertaining. With disdain, he spat that only a lowly mercenary would think in such terms, dismissing him as unworthy of calling himself a noble like his mistress. Taken aback, Ghislain shot back with a sharp retort, reminding Bernarf that he was nothing more than an escort knight. He warned him never to question his nobility again. Bernarf lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes. Despite the knight's incredible speed, Ghislain managed to parry, though the pressure mounted with each blow. Bernarf's expression hardened as he demanded that Ghislain uphold the dignity of nobility. His attacks grew fiercer, far beyond anything from earlier in the fight, each strike forcing Ghislain further back. Frustrated, Ghislain snarled that enough was enough. With a powerful motion, he deflected Bernarf's blade and drove his sword forward, aiming for his opponent's head. Bernarf intercepted the attack with practiced precision, twisting Ghislain's sword aside and forcing him to retreat. With a swift counter, Bernarf lunged forward, driving his blade into Ghislain's shoulder. To the knight's surprise, Ghislain had deliberately taken the blow, using the momentum to push the weapon away and create an opening. Seizing the chance, Ghislain launched a counterstrike, but Bernarf blocked it in time. Realizing his opponent was far more dangerous than expected, Bernarf kept his guard high, locked down Ghislain's sword, and kicked him back. He coldly remarked that this was the difference between a true warrior and someone who treated the sword as mere sport. Ghislain, breathing hard, found himself exhilarated despite the pressure mounting against him. Bernarf's sheer speed, reach, and relentless assault dominated the battlefield. Every attempt Ghislain made to shift the fight into close-quarter grappling was immediately shut down. At one point, Bernarf cleverly locked their swords together, giving the impression of an even struggle. But in truth, Gislin's depleted mana made breaking free nearly impossible. The duel tilted further in Bernarf's favor, leaving Gislin in a dire position. As the knight pressed forward again, Gislin realized he could not afford to delay. The battle had to end. Bernarf had accounted for nearly every possibility. Yet there was one element he had overlooked: Gislin's unique mana cultivation technique. Drawing power from his third mana core, Gislin unleashed a sudden explosion of energy and met Bernarf head-on. When their blades clashed, the surge of strength allowed Gislin to force Bernarf's weapon down, tearing it from his grasp. The knight froze, stunned at the impossible sight before him, unable to understand how Gislin had summoned such power in the midst of combat. Before Bernarf could recover, Gislin raised his sword, ready to deliver the finishing blow. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out, commanding him to stop. Gislin turned and saw Amelia standing nearby, her face twisted in fury. She ordered him to take the 10,000 gold and leave immediately. Irritated, Gislin lowered his blade and stepped back, remarking that things would have been far simpler if she had handed over the payment when he had asked politely. Belinda, observing the scene, quipped that this was far beyond a lover's quarrel. Gislin, unfazed, replied that it was merely a difference of opinion. He then approached Amelia, resting his sword casually on his shoulder, and informed her of unfortunate news. With a calm but firm tone, Gislin declared that the price had now doubled to 20,000 gold. In the next moment, Amelia's rage boiled over. She smashed a vase to the floor, the sound echoing through the room. Bernarf bowed slightly beside her, apologizing for his failure. He admitted that Gislin was far stronger than rumors had suggested, confessing that he had gravely underestimated him. Bernarf explained that Gislin had unleashed mana surpassing even that of an advanced knight. Amelia's expression darkened. She muttered grimly that Gislin had changed. When Bernarf cautiously suggested reporting the matter to the Delphine Duchy, her reaction was immediate and brutal. She struck him across the face, seized his shirt, and glared at him with venom. She demanded if he truly understood the terror Duke Deline inspired. Exposing the incident, she warned, would mean certain death. The alliance with the Duke was formed in secret, without her father's knowledge, and depended entirely on their covert agreement. The Duke had promised to back her rebellion in exchange for her help in overthrowing Perdium. If her siblings discovered the arrangement, they would kill her without hesitation. Her fury deepened further as she considered that Gislin, with his knowledge of the Merchant Guild's secrets, might already be aware of the deal. Turning back to Bernarf, she declared coldly that Gislin had to be eliminated, no matter the cost. Bernarf accepted the order without hesitation. Amelia then asked about the state of Gislin's wounds. Bernarf explained that while he had managed to inflict several light injuries and a heavier strike on his shoulder, the explosive use of mana would likely leave Gislin weakened for a time. However, he cautioned that they could not deploy knights from their own territory, as that would leave behind a clear trail. Amelia acknowledged the problem, reminding him that this was why she had trained a special group of operatives. Bernarf immediately understood her intent and asked if she meant to call upon the Wildcats. Amelia confirmed it. The Wildcats, she explained, were composed of war orphans, outcasts, and those with no place in society. Only the most gifted individuals with natural talent for mana had been chosen for this elite force. Amelia set a flag on the map before her, marking a location, and ordered Bernarf to send a dozen of the Wildcats there. She stressed that only those with refined skill in mana manipulation should be selected. Bernarf understood her reasoning. The ravine she had marked was the only narrow passage between Raffold territory and Perdium County. Its isolated location and difficult terrain made it an ideal spot for covert operations. He assured his mistress that he would ready the Wildcats as ordered. Amelia, her expression firm, swore to repay Gislin for the humiliation he had caused her. The scene shifted to Gislin, seated inside a carriage. He wrapped a cloth around his injured arm, lost in deep thought. His senses stirred uneasily. Was Amelia already plotting her next move? Fergus, sitting nearby, asked if he was all right. Ghislaine answered that he was fine, noting that the cuts were not deep. Reflecting on the recent battle, he admitted he had pushed himself to the limit, yet was satisfied with the outcome. The 20,000 gold he had taken from Amelia was more than enough to serve as the foundation to rebuild Perdium. For his struggling territory, it was equivalent to years of careful savings. Though furious earlier, Ghislaine had ultimately decided against killing Amelia. Her death would have sparked a war that Perdium could not afford. He knew he couldn't risk the safety of his county for personal satisfaction. With the constant threat of barbarian attacks, retreat was the wiser choice. Moreover, the knowledge he carried about the Artium Merchant Guild was already a heavy burden for Amelia to bear. Pulling on his jacket, Ghislaine resolved to turn Amelia's misfortune to his advantage. Belinda, observing his composed demeanor, asked if things were unfolding as he had planned. She recalled his earlier orders to subdue the guards when the fighting began and to take Amelia hostage if she left the room. Ghislaine explained that he had entrusted those tasks to Fergus. As he spoke, a sharp wave of pain shot through his body, and he coughed up blood. Alarmed, Belinda and Fergus rushed to his side. Ghislaine realized it was the recoil from using and unlocking his third mana core. Though the pain was less severe than before, it remained a heavy burden. He knew he couldn't endure such strain every time he tapped into his power, and concluded that he needed to expand his mana capacity. While he wrestled with the thought, Belinda grasped his hand and pulled out a large needle coated with mana. She observed that his mana flow was chaotic and unstable. Without hesitation, she began applying the needle to pressure points along his hand. Ghislaine was startled by the sensation, feeling something release inside him. As he exhaled sharply, his tangled mana pathways began to loosen. He quickly realized the technique required advanced mastery of mana manipulation. Ghislaine reflected on Belinda's unusual abilities. He had long known she was not an ordinary maid after all. She had been brought into the household by his mother. Yet her true identity remained uncertain. Why would someone so skilled choose to serve as head maid in a rural county? He dismissed the thought. Whatever her reasons, having such talent close by was an undeniable advantage, especially since the challenges before him were only beginning. Belinda, kneeling beside him, assured him of her absolute loyalty and promised to assist him in anything he required. She then asked why he had taken such a large sum of money from Amelia. Ghislaine replied simply that he needed wealth, and Amelia happened to be the richest person he knew. Both Fergus and Belinda were taken aback. Belinda voiced her disbelief, warning that Count Raffold would retaliate once he learned the truth. Ghislaine, unbothered, assured her that Amelia would never reveal it to her father. With a faint smile, he reminded Belinda of her earlier words of trust. Irritated, Belinda pressed him further, demanding to know his true intentions for the money, insisting that she had risked much by standing at his side. At last, Ghislaine revealed his plan to use the funds to conquer the Forest of Beasts. Belinda was shocked, while Fergus expressed doubt, reminding him that every attempt to claim the forest had failed since the time of his great-grandfather. Ghislaine then reminded Fergus of the request he had made before entering the castle. Reluctantly, Fergus revealed that the individual Ghislaine had asked him to locate was already at the designated place. Nervously, he warned that the man was unstable and not in his right mind. Ghislaine dismissed the concern, stating that as long as the man was alive, he was useful, and insisted they leave immediately. Belinda objected, urging her master to return home because of his weakened condition. She reminded him that in his current state, he could not afford to wander aimlessly. Gel countered, explaining that Amelia was unlikely to let them leave without attempting to silence them. Belinda acknowledged this, tapping her muscle with confidence as she reminded him that she was skilled in combat. She also noted that Fergus, as a knight, would be a valuable asset against any threats. Ghislaine reassured her of her reliability, but clarified that the role he required went beyond her expertise. With a smile, he revealed that they were on their way to meet the vanguard he had in mind. The group arrived at a wooden house hidden deep within the forest. Belinda remarked that it looked abandoned, but Fergus confirmed this was indeed the correct address. When Ricardo knocked on the door, it opened to reveal a massive, disheveled man with long, unkempt hair. He glared at them suspiciously and demanded to know who they were. Everyone except Ghislain was taken aback by his appearance. Belinda leaned toward her master, whispering doubts about the man's suitability. She pointed out that he looked frail, unlikely to survive another day, let alone fight. Ghislain, unfazed, assured her that they were in the right place. The man, noticing Ghislain's noble bearing, dismissed him as a bored aristocrat and turned to leave, telling them to go away. But Ghislain called out, addressing him as the former captain of the Regressed Mercenaries, Gillian. The name froze the man in his tracks. He turned sharply, his expression a mix of surprise and caution. Ghislain smiled calmly, telling him he had long wished to meet him. Previously in our series, Cain thought he could crush Ghislain with sheer brute force, but instead, he was humiliated in front of the entire crowd. For the first time, everyone witnessed the so-called weak heir stand tall, defeating his arrogant cousin and walking away with a fortune that could rebuild his shattered county. But that victory didn't end the danger. Amelia, the noblewoman with crimson eyes and a hidden spider's mark, has already set her deadly wildcats in motion to erase Ghislain for good. And when Ghislain demands an outrageous sum of gold from her, the tension explodes into betrayal, blood, and an unforgettable duel against her knight, Bernarf, the man feared across the north. If you missed the shocking fights and brutal twists from earlier parts, don't worry, the links to the full videos are in the description. Trust me, you'll want to see how it all built up. The group was stunned to learn that the destitute figure before them had once led the legendary Regressed Mercenaries, renowned for demanding mastery of nearly every weapon from its members. Though disbanded, their reputation lived on, respected even by foreign knights. Without warning, Gillian hurled an axe at Ghislain, the blade narrowly missing and tearing through his jacket. Alarmed, the group drew their weapons to protect their master. With a cold glare, Gillian demanded to know Ghislain's purpose. Belinda urged her master to retreat, warning that Gillian was unstable. Ignoring her, Ghislain mentioned the disease known as eternal punishment, instantly freezing Gillian in shock. Ghislain revealed that he knew the cure for the supposedly incurable illness afflicting Gillian's daughter. He described the symptoms: high fever, bloody coughing, and red spots shaped like flower petals spreading across the skin. The sheer agony of the disease had earned it the name eternal punishment. He then asked if this information had captured Gillian's interest. Reluctantly, Gillian stepped aside and allowed the group inside. The sound of a girl's screams echoed through the house. Gillian rushed to his daughter, Rachel, who writhed in agony on her bed. Observing her, Ghislain concluded it was not too late to act. In his past life, he had sought out Gillian to recruit him, but by the time he found him, the man had already lost his daughter, sold all his possessions, and taken his own life. The bare state of the home, filled only with weapons, proved Gillian had already sacrificed everything in a desperate attempt to save Rachel. Through her sobs, Rachel begged her father to end her suffering. Realizing the urgency, Ghislain removed his jacket and declared that he would begin treatment at once. Before he could act, Belinda placed a hand on his shoulder, urging him to stop. She admitted she did not understand what he intended, but insisted the disease was beyond his power. Even priests had failed to cure it, calling it divine punishment from the gods. She demanded that he explain how he planned to face such an illness. Brushing her hand aside, Ghislain declared with certainty that he could save Rachel. Belinda, unconvinced, called out again. Ghislain reminded her of her earlier promise to trust him, leaving her momentarily speechless. He handed her a list of medicinal herbs and ordered her to gather them immediately. Surprised by the unusual ingredients, Belinda nevertheless obeyed and returned swiftly with the supplies. For wandering mercenaries like Gillian, survival often depended on knowledge. Though eternal punishment was considered incurable in the present, Ghislaine knew that in the future, a treatment would be discovered. Drawing on this knowledge, he prepared to apply his foresight to save Rachel's life. The cure itself was surprisingly simple, which made it all the more fascinating. Ghislaine remembered the method clearly because of its straightforward process. The true obstacle lay in the staggering cost of the ingredients, especially the most vital component, the fairy's blessing. He began by finely chopping the fairy's blessing and the herbs, then tightly packing them into a bottle before covering the mixture with distilled alcohol. He shook it thoroughly, letting it settle, then added the remaining ingredients and stirred until complete. Finally, Ghislaine handed the purple, glowing liquid to Gillian, instructing him to give it to his suffering daughter. Desperation left Gillian with no choice. He quickly poured the liquid into his daughter Rachel's mouth. Almost at once, the red spots covering her face began to fade, leaving everyone in the room stunned. They could barely process what they were seeing. Gillian, more astonished than anyone, stared in disbelief at the transformation unfolding before his eyes. Ghislaine, calm and composed, remarked that the outcome was only natural. With a trembling voice, Gillian demanded to know how he had achieved this, insisting that even holy power had failed to heal her. Ghislaine explained that divine power was not absolute. It could strengthen the body's vitality and enhance its ability to recover, but it was not a true cure. Shaking, Gillian seized Ghislaine's arm and begged to know if Rachel could truly be healed. Ghislaine reassured him that she would make a full recovery within a few months. Overcome, Gillian stepped back and bowed his head in gratitude, acknowledging that Ghislaine must have come to this remote place with a purpose. He confessed that he had nothing left but his body and offered to become Ghislaine's servant or even his dog if that was what he desired. But Ghislaine rejected the offer firmly. He wanted neither a slave nor a servant. Instead, he declared that he sought the captain of the Regressed Mercenaries. When Gillian raised his head, he caught sight of something extraordinary. Ghislaine's eyes glimmered with the boundless ambition of a dreamer. Inspired, Gillian stood and drew an axe. With one swift motion, he severed his long ponytail. The group looked on in awe and apprehension as his entire demeanor shifted. Without the ponytail, Gillian appeared reborn alive, determined, and ready to fight. Moving toward his weapons, he asked if Ghislaine had others with him or if anyone else would come looking. Jishan replied that their group was the only one present. Gillian then asked if Ghislaine had enemies. Ghislaine admitted that he did and that he would likely gain more in time. Taking up a spear, Gillian wrapped a rope around its shaft. With flawless precision, he hurled it through the wooden wall of the house, deep into the forest beyond. The sheer force tore through the wall, and the group watched in silent astonishment as the weapon struck something unseen. Reeling the spear back, Gillian revealed the truth. He had impaled an assassin hiding in the forest. The weapon had pierced the man's chest, leaving him writhing and pinned. Without hesitation, Gillian dragged him inside, seized him by the throat, and demanded to know who had sent him. The assassin, a member of the Wildcats, was stunned that Gillian had discovered him at all. Turning to Ghislaine, Gillian asked what should be done with the captive. Ghislaine, already suspecting who was behind the attack, placed his hand on his sword but admitted he had no wish to draw it again that day. Gillian stopped him, pressing a hand to the hilt. With a faint smile, he assured Ghislaine that he would take care of it. Then, with brutal efficiency, he snapped the assassin's neck. Bowing respectfully, Gillian turned back to Ghislaine. Belinda, who had watched everything unfold, was shaken by Gillian's ruthlessness. She struggled to understand why her master would seek to recruit someone so dangerous. But Gillian knelt before Ghislaine and pledged his life to him, swearing unshakable loyalty. Recognizing the value of such a powerful ally in his plans of reconstruction, Ghislaine accepted with a smile, expressing his eagerness to work alongside him. Meanwhile, deep within a cabin hidden in the woods, a gathering of wildcats received grim news. A trafficker reported that one of their members had been killed. The revelation stirred unrest among them until their leader, VGO, ordered silence. The traffickers explained nervously that Bernard had assured them Ghislain would neither locate their reconnaissance unit nor have the strength to defeat them. Vigio questioned whether the scouts had blundered or if their intelligence had been wrong. Trembling, one subordinate finally admitted the truth: Ghislain had joined Ghislain's group. Startled, Vigio seized his subordinate by the neck and demanded confirmation. The man, trembling, swore he was certain, insisting he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Hearing this, Vigo's lips curled into a satisfied smile. His former captain was finally making a move. The scene shifted back to Ghislain, traveling through the forest with Ghislain and the others in a carriage. Belinda, clearly uncomfortable, complained about the overwhelming number of weapons Ghislain had brought along. She questioned Ghislain, asking if it was truly necessary to haul such an arsenal, remarking that a single sword or two would have been enough. Frustrated, she pointed out that they had been forced to purchase an additional carriage just to carry everything. Ghislain remained calm, reminding her that they already needed the second carriage to ensure Rachel's comfort. He assured Belinda it wasn't an issue and urged her to endure it for the time being, emphasizing that their priority was to escape the ravine. Belinda then asked whether the assassin they captured had been sent by Amelia. Ghislain confirmed her suspicion. Upon hearing this, Belinda explained that the assassin's mask was the mark of the Wildcats traffickers, a powerful and infamous guild in Rayfold. Ghislain, surprised, pressed her for more details. She told him the Wildcats specialized in smuggling, assassination, narcotics, human trafficking, and other criminal enterprises. Comprised of seasoned former mercenaries, the guild possessed tremendous combat power and operated as a ruthless, shadowy force. Curious, Ghislain asked how she knew so much despite spending most of her time inside the castle. Belinda revealed that she had acquired such knowledge before becoming head maid. She warned her master to be cautious, stressing the Wildcats' persistence and merciless nature. Ghislain smiled confidently, assuring her that everything would be fine since Ghislain was with them. Almost as if to challenge his words, figures suddenly emerged from beneath the ground just after the carriage passed. They gave chase, and Ghislain instantly sensed their presence. As the pursuers drew closer, they leapt out, revealing themselves as Wildcats. With no warning, they launched a coordinated ambush. Reacting swiftly, Ghislain drew both an axe and a sword, intercepting their attacks. With a sharp swing of his axe, he severed one enemy's hand before burying the blade into another's chest. Before the wounded Wildcat could counterattack, Ghislain crushed his skull, leaving two lifeless bodies on the ground. In retaliation, the remaining Wildcats released ropes that triggered massive trees to fall toward the carriage. Startled, Ghislain heard Belinda's cry of warning: if the trees struck, the carriage would be crushed. Moving quickly, he seized the ropes, slowed the horses, and narrowly prevented disaster. Still, their path was now blocked. Ghislain calmly remarked that he had expected such an ambush. Surrounding them, more Wildcats appeared, and among them stood Vigio. He called out to Ghislain, addressing him as the former captain of the Regressed Mercenaries. The name froze Ghislain in place. Vigio accused him of cowardice, claiming he had disbanded the group for the sake of his daughter. Ghislain stepped down from the carriage, firmly denying the accusation. Irritated, Vigio blamed him for the life he had been forced to live, questioning whether Ghislain had grown so senile that he could not even remember his own comrades. Ghislain offered no reply, which only convinced Vigio further that he was pretending. Smirking, Vigio swore he would make Ghislain remember and ordered his men to attack. As the Wildcats charged, Ghislain offered to assist, but Ghislain refused. He said it was clear that Vigo's grudge was personal and reassured him that he could handle it alone. Before the attackers could close in, Ghislain channeled mana into his axe and, with a single devastating swing, cut down 4 enemies at once. The display stunned the remaining assailants, but they quickly rallied for another assault. Drawing his short sword in his other hand, Ghislain met their renewed charge. He struck the first enemy down with his axe, stabbed the second through the throat, and cleaved the third in 2. After deflecting a strike, he stood firm. Watching without surprise, VGO acknowledged that Jillian's strength was unchanged. Calmly, he commanded his men to split into 2 groups and encircle him. As the order was given, Jillian mounted his horse, gripping a massive axe that gleamed in the light. He spun it menacingly before charging headlong into the wildcats. With a crushing strike, he cleaved through several attackers in one motion. The remaining beasts, wary of approaching him, turned their attention to his horse. Before they could make a move, Jillian fastened a rope to his axe and swung it in a deadly arc, shredding their ranks apart. Belinda watched in shock, unable to believe the ease with which Jillian dispatched them. With his men destroyed, VGO stepped forward and launched a direct assault. Anticipating the attack, Jillian raised his shield and braced himself. VGO shouted that Jillian had ruined his life, vowing that nothing would stop him from taking revenge. Wielding 3 blades, VGO hurled them at Jillian's horse, bringing the beast down. Jillian leapt free just before it collapsed, landing on the ground only to be met with another incoming blade. Quickly drawing a smaller axe, he intercepted the strike and firmly denied being the captain of the Regressed Mercenaries. He slammed his shield into Vigo's ribs, forcing him back. Demanding answers, VGO growled for Jillian to reveal his true identity if he was not the captain. Calmly, Jillian declared that he had abandoned his past and now served as Ghislaine's subordinate. The words enraged VGO. With fury burning in his eyes, he rushed forward, swearing he would kill Jillian at any cost. Their blades clashed, sparks flying as VGO pressed his sword against Jillian's shield. Snarling, VGO revealed that after Jillian's departure, the mercenary company had fallen apart. He confessed that without his captain, he had lost his purpose, sinking into disgrace just to survive. Jillian deflected the strike and countered with a heavy swing of his axe. VGO narrowly avoided the blow, dropping low and retaliating with a vicious kick. Jillian blocked with his wooden shield, but the force shattered it to splinters. VGO shouted his bitterness, declaring that he had dedicated his entire life to making the Regressed Mercenaries the greatest force in history. He couldn't comprehend why his captain had abandoned everything, only to become a pawn to a spoiled noble. Summoning more blades, he imbued them with mana and hurled them forward. Jillian cut them down with his axe, but VGO used the distraction to close the distance, lunging with his sword. Jillian dodged by a hair's breadth and retaliated with an overhead strike. VGO blocked, grinning with exhilaration. Their battle grew fiercer, blow after blow echoing through the field. VGO admitted he still saw traces of the captain he once respected, though weakened by wasted years chasing a cure for his daughter. In contrast, he claimed his own strength had been forged in endless battles, boasting that Jillian could no longer match him. With a roar, Jillian unleashed a massive swing, which VGO evaded by leaping high. Using his sword as leverage, VGO flipped through the air and landed behind him. With lightning speed, he kicked the blades Jillian had deflected earlier, sending them flying back toward him. Jillian raised his armor to absorb the hits, but the moment he did, VGO charged again. Expecting this, Jillian swung his axe, but VGO dodged with ease, taunting that the fight was already decided. Then, in a sudden display of strength, Jillian channeled mana into his hand and caught Vigo's blade mid-strike. Shock froze VGO in place as he realized Jillian had been holding back all along. Jillian asked whether vengeance truly drove him, but VGO remained silent, his disbelief plain as he stared at the glowing hand gripping his sword. Without hesitation, Jillian slammed the head of his axe into Vigo's face, launching him into a nearby tree. Standing over his battered opponent, Jillian demanded to know his true motives. If revenge had been his goal, why wait so long? VGO laughed bitterly, admitting that he had once gone to Jillian's old home, only to find a frail old man he deemed unworthy of death. Rage flashing in his eyes, he shouted, demanding to know what had become of the captain he once revered. Jillian tossed one of Vigo's daggers at his feet, commanding him to pick it up. He declared that he was no longer the man he once was, just a body bound by another's will. Yet, unsheathing his sword, Jalayan promised to face VGO with the dignity of a captain once more. His words brought a flicker of satisfaction to Vigo's eyes. Gripping his dagger, VGO charged again. Their blades clashed in a storm of sparks as VGO shouted with joy, thrilled that at last, he was fighting the battle he had long yearned for. The intensity of the battle grew as VGO launched fiercer attacks, yet Jalayan stood his ground. With a powerful swing, Jalayan attempted to finish the fight, but VGO dropped low, narrowly dodging, and countered swiftly. Jalayan met the strike with his axe, forcing Vigo's dagger downward before driving his sword into Vigo's ribs. Despite the wound, VGO clenched his teeth and retaliated. Jalayan evaded and raised his axe high. He paused briefly, acknowledging VGO by his full name Vigonos, the 5th unit commander of the Regressed Mercenaries. At the mention of his name, VGO managed a faint smile, but it vanished instantly as Jalayan plunged his blade deep, ending his life. With Vigo's lifeless body at his feet, Jalayan retrieved the dagger and stood silently, gazing at his fallen comrade. Ghislain praised Jalayan's strength, while Belinda remarked on the profit they could earn by looting the wild cats. Jalayan apologized to Ghislain for delaying them, but Ghislain reassured him, expressing admiration for his unmatched skill. Reflecting on his early days as a mercenary, Ghislain admitted that stories of Jalayan from his seniors had once inspired him and laid the foundation for his rise as mercenary king. This battle confirmed to Ghislain that recruiting Jalayan had been the right choice. He had gained a loyal and powerful ally. Ghislain then asked if Jalayan remembered who VGO had been. Lifting Vigo's sword, Jalayan replied that he had once been an old comrade. The words struck Ghislain deeply, stirring thoughts of his own former companions. He wondered where they were now, what lives they lived, and resolved that one day he would find them again. Turning back to the present, Ghislain instructed the group to follow Belinda's suggestion and gather valuables from the wild cats. When Belinda ordered Jalayan to lead the effort, he curtly reminded her that he was not her subordinate. 2 days later, the group entered Perdium territory. Belinda, visibly relieved, remarked on their safe arrival. Staring at the city ahead, Jalayan asked Ghislain if this was Perdium. Ghislain confirmed, his heart heavy with reflection. He recalled how, when he had first run away, he believed he could return whenever he wished. Now, looking upon his homeland, he felt both contentment and sorrow. As Jalayan studied the county, Jishin asked his opinion. Startled, Jalayan nervously admitted that it looked impressive. Ghislain, however, disagreed. He pointed out the crumbling houses and explained that repairs were impossible. The fields lay barren, their farmers conscripted into the military. Jalayan remarked that he had heard of Perdium's endless conflict with the northern barbarians, but the reality was far worse than he imagined. Ghislain confirmed this grim truth, but declared his determination to restore the land. Turning to Jalayan, he stated plainly that he needed his strength to accomplish it. Both Belinda and Jalayan were surprised by the sudden appeal. Ghislain knew the coming fight would be long and merciless. To eradicate everything tied to Duke Deline and to protect what had once been taken for granted, he vowed to fight with all he had. Nothing would stop him from reclaiming the land. As they entered the county, Belinda noticed something unusual and called for her master's attention. When Ghislain lifted his gaze, he froze. Ahead stood a familiar silhouette, a man clad in armor, a coat draped across his shoulder. It was his father. At Perdium Castle, several men gathered around the Count in heated discussion. The Count suggested reducing their forces, shocking the room. One man protested, warning that maintaining the front lines would be impossible with fewer troops. Another proposed requesting aid from the Rayfold family, but the general administrator revealed that the Rayfolds had already cut their support, hoarding soldiers and stockpiling food instead. The revelation left the knights visibly unsettled. Another man stressed the urgent need for funds to rebuild the Forest of Beasts garrison, partially destroyed in the recent battle with the orcs. He argued that reducing the Knight Order's strength would offer little financial relief while exposing them to greater danger. Gislin quietly observed the debate, unsurprised by the chaos. Among the men stood Randolph, the knight captain, known for his commanding presence. Albert, the bearded treasurer, carried an air of stern gravity, while Homer, the general administrator, remained calm and measured. As the arguments raged, Gislin's thoughts drifted to his father. Though only months had passed since their last meeting, for Gislin, who had lived decades as the mercenary king, the time felt far longer. Looking at him now, he addressed him directly. "Welcome back, father." Count Zwolorium, his father, found the words unusual. Their conversations had always been formal, never so personal. As a child, Gislin had resented his father's stern and unyielding nature. But now, with clearer eyes, he could see the weight of countless burdens carved into the Count's shoulders: the exhaustion, the responsibility of ruling, and the ceaseless strain of leadership. While sipping his tea, Zwalter remarked that he had heard of Gislin's absence from the castle for a week. Gislin calmly explained that he had been visiting the Rayfolds. The Count asked if he had caused any trouble during his time there, to which Gislin reassured him that he had not. Albert, the treasurer, then interjected, noting the rumors of a duel Gislin had fought against Kane, one he had supposedly won along with a large sum of money. Skeptical, Albert pressed further, asking if the young lord's true purpose in Rayfold had been gambling. Irritated by the insinuation, Gislin clarified that his visit had been for business, not games of chance. He explained that he had been conducting investments with Amelia. At this, Homer, the general administrator, advised Gislin to act more cautiously, reminding him of his future responsibilities as the next ruler of Perdium. Maintaining his composure, Gislin acknowledged the warning but insisted there was no need for concern. Homer's frustration grew, realizing his words were being brushed aside, deepening his unease. Zwalter set down his teacup, cutting through the rising tension. He instructed his subordinates to stop, then turned to his son. With a faint smile, he said he had heard of some good trouble Gislin had caused during his absence. Gislin, puzzled, waited for clarification. The Count then asked if it was true that Gislin had executed Jamal and Philip for attempting to sell Elena. The mention of those disloyal knights left Gislin stunned. Randolph, the knight captain, quickly voiced his skepticism, insisting there was no way Gislin could have defeated both knights on his own. He speculated that they must have turned on each other, with Gislin simply delivering the final blow. Though Gislin recognized the captain's disapproval, he chose not to challenge him. Randolph clearly considered the deaths of knights, regardless of their betrayal, unacceptable when caused by Gislin. To avoid further conflict, Gislin quietly went along with Randolph's version of events. Smugly, Randolph declared that his assumption had been correct. Zwalter, however, dismissed the details, praising his son instead. What mattered most to him was Elena's safety. For the first time, Gislin received genuine praise from his father, an unfamiliar yet encouraging moment. Buoyed by this, Gislin declared that he had a request. Zwalter, surprised, waited to hear it. Before Gislin could explain, Homer interjected, warning him to stop if he intended to ask for money. Randolph quickly agreed, bitterly listing the reckless trouble Gislin had caused in the past, selling military provisions to fund gambling, setting the castle gate on fire just to roast an army horse, and even melting down armor in a foolish attempt to forge a so-called legendary sword. Gislin could not deny the accusations. Though his memories of those incidents were hazy, he knew well enough that he was likely responsible. Still, he clarified that he wasn't asking for money, only his father's permission. When Zwalter inquired further, Gislin revealed his intention. He wanted to pioneer the forest of beasts. The revelation left everyone in shock, but Gislin remained unfazed, smiling with confidence. Later, in his chambers, Gislin recounted the exchange with amusement. He admitted that his father had denied the request, reacting with alarm and even yelling at him. Belinda, however, was not surprised. To her, the response had been entirely predictable. She reminded him that the forest was swarming with deadly monsters and that no possible gain could justify such a reckless endeavor. Ghislain then turned to Gillian, asking if he had also heard of the plan from Belinda. Gillian confirmed it, explaining that Ghislain intended to fund the expedition with the money received from Amelia. But he also warned of the forest's grim reputation. Known as the Forest of Death, no one who had entered had ever returned alive. Its fearsome notoriety spread far beyond their own lands, and across regions, people universally avoided it. With a calm smile, Ghislain assured his guard that he was well aware of the forest's dangers. He explained that there was nothing to gain by delaying their departure any further. Rising from his seat, he walked toward the door and informed Gillian that it was time to begin. Belinda reminded him that he had not received permission from the Count and asked if he intended to proceed regardless. Turning to her, Ghislain clarified that he had only asked for permission out of courtesy, emphasizing that he did not actually require his father's approval. He stated firmly that this was something he had to do. Belinda, confused by her master's determination, questioned what he hoped to find in the forest that made him so resolute. Ghislain deflected, promising to explain later. He knew revealing the truth now could be disastrous if word spread. The forest held the key to massive wealth, a vein of runestone buried near its entrance. When infused with mana, this vein would produce runestones, a rare mineral highly coveted by mages. These stones were essential for crafting magical tools, including barriers, magic circles, scrolls, alchemy devices, and for conducting magical research. Their value was immense. In his previous life, Duke Deline had discovered this vein, but in the present, only Ghislain held this critical information. Belinda, unable to discern her master's motives, ultimately chose to trust him, conceding that he must have a plan. Gillian assured Ghislain that he would follow his orders. Ghislain then instructed Belinda to visit the nearest guild and hire 200 mercenaries for the mission. Belinda, taken aback by the number, remarked on his willingness to spend the hard-earned money he had risked his life to obtain. Gillian voiced concerns, pointing out that mercenaries were often unruly and difficult to control, especially in large numbers. He warned that they might even betray their employer if the opportunity arose. Acknowledging the risks, Ghislain agreed but explained that he and Gillian would personally select the most reliable individuals. When Gillian asked for clarification, Ghislain revealed that they were headed to the most skilled small-scale mercenary group in the north. Gillian, visibly uneasy, inquired if his master was referring to the Mad Dogs, also known as the Cerberus Mercenaries. He explained that while the Mad Dogs were indeed skilled, they were infamous for turning on their employers if situations deteriorated. Ghislain confidently responded that they were going to put a leash on the Mad Dogs. The scene shifted as Gillian led his master's horse up a hill toward the outskirts of the Zimbar territory, where the Cerberus mercenaries were based. One of the mercenaries spotted the pair approaching from a distance and alerted his colleague. The second man laughed, referring to Ghislain as a poor soul and remarking that the visitors had no idea what they were walking into. Taking another look through his spyglass, the mercenary realized Ghislain was a noble. Convinced this would be a profitable target, he continued observing until someone suddenly grabbed him. The mercenary screamed in pain, startling the rest of the camp. It was Gillian who had seized the man and lifted him effortlessly with one hand. The mercenary cursed him, demanding to know what he was doing. Without a word, Gillian hurled the man with such force that the upper half of his body became lodged in the sand. Outraged, the remaining mercenaries began shouting. One stepped forward, accusing Gillian of acting recklessly because of his connection to a noble family. Holding a chain with a spiked ball attached, the mercenary smiled and warned Gillian not to expect to leave the camp alive. Unaware of who he was dealing with, the man paused as someone else entered the camp. Ghislain, seated on his horse, addressed him directly, instructing him to be quiet and fetch his captain. The mercenary laughed mockingly at the demand, spinning his chain as he taunted Ghislain, calling him a noble brat and declaring it was time for him to learn responsibility. As he hurled the spiked chain toward Ghislain, something intercepted it midair. It was Gillian, who had stopped the attack with a dagger. The blade lodged into the chain, halting its movement and causing the spiked ball to drop to the ground. The mercenary, shocked by the display, watched as Jillian twisted the dagger further, disabling the weapon completely. Ghislain smiled at the scene, remarking that words alone would not suffice, and instructed Jillian to handle the situation, but warned him to ensure there were no fatalities. Acknowledging the order, Jillian took hold of the chain and yanked the mercenary toward him with ease. The man flew helplessly forward, and as he came close, Jillian struck him in the stomach with the spiked ball. The mercenary cried out in pain, drawing enraged shouts from his comrades, who declared that Jillian's status as a noble servant meant nothing to them. They charged at him, but Jillian twisted his dagger deeper into the chain, using it to hoist the injured mercenary into the air. He threw the man into the group of attackers, scattering them as they collided with their fallen comrade. The remaining mercenaries, stunned by Jillian's strength and precision, hesitated as Jillian turned to glare at them. His piercing gaze sent fear through their ranks. Ghislain dismounted his horse and addressed the group, demanding to know how much longer they intended to keep him waiting. He ordered them to fetch their captain immediately. Before they could respond, a voice interrupted, asking about the cause of the commotion. The mercenaries quickly parted, clearing a path for the newcomer. The man with fiery red hair and an imposing presence introduced himself as Kay, captain of the Regressed Mercenaries. Curious about their purpose, Kay asked Ghislain why they were seeking him. Ghislain found the question absurd, believing there was only one reason to approach a mercenary group. Without hesitation, he stated that he was there to entrust them with a request. Kay, taken aback, questioned why a client would harm one of his subordinates. He remarked that a noble should have better manners. Ghislain, smiling, responded that this was his unique way of greeting, adding that it was the most effective method to tame someone. Amused, Kay chuckled and wondered aloud what might have happened if Ghislain had greeted them twice. The scene shifted to Kay's tent, where he and several mercenaries sat with Ghislain and Jillian. Kay asked Ghislain to explain the nature of his request. Ghislain revealed his intent to hire the mercenary group to pioneer the Forest of Beasts. The announcement stunned Kay's men, who were incredulous at the idea of entering a forest notorious for its deadly creatures. Knowing the forest bordered Pertium territory, the mercenaries exchanged uneasy glances. Maintaining his composure, Kay asked Ghislain what kind of person he must be to consider disturbing such a perilous place. Ghislain introduced himself as the young lord of Pertium. Kay and his men, surprised by the revelation, erupted into laughter. They could hardly believe they were speaking to the infamous young lord described in local rumors. Their laughter grew louder as they became convinced Ghislain had lost his mind. Kay, dismissive, told Ghislain that he likely had no idea what the Forest of Beasts was truly like, having grown up sheltered in a greenhouse. He asserted that the forest was no place for rookies like him. Declaring the discussion over, Kay signaled his men, who raised their weapons. Jillian, seeing this, lifted his axe in preparation for a fight. Ghislain, unfazed, asked Kay if he was afraid. The question startled Kay, who responded with a smile that he was disappointed. He remarked that he had heard of the Regressed Mercenaries' reputation for skill, but now believed it to be a hoax. Placing his foot on the table, Kay warned Ghislain not to provoke him, reminding him that mercenaries do not take jobs that offer no worthwhile reward. Ghislain replied that weaklings often rely on excuses, a comment that visibly annoyed Kay. Kay declared that Ghislain was ruining the mood with his pathetic provocations, dismissing him as a clueless brat unworthy of his time. He assured Ghislain that he would allow him to leave unharmed, but demanded compensation for the trouble caused. Ghislain, his demeanor now serious, refused. He then made a bold request Amarana's recognition with Kay, captain of the Regressed Mercenaries. Both Jillian and the other mercenaries were shocked by the challenge. Kay, narrowing his eyes, asked Ghislain if he even understood what he was asking for. Ghislain, wearing a confident smile, confirmed that he did. He explained that Amarana's recognition was a traditional mercenary duel bound by strict rules. Each participant used only a single dagger, with one arm tied to their opponent. The use of mana was strictly forbidden, and stepping outside the designated circle counted as a loss. The match forced both participants into a brutal life or death struggle within a confined space that limited their movements. Often, the duel resulted not only in the death of the loser, but sometimes even the victor. Ghislain explained that the terms of the match required the loser to admit defeat without reservation and submit completely to the winner, effectively becoming the winner's subordinate or dog. He then asked Kay how he felt about the bet. Gillian, observing his master, was puzzled at how a noble could be so familiar with such a crude mercenary tradition. Rejecting Amarana's recognition was seen as an admission of weakness, making refusal virtually impossible. Kay began laughing maniacally, his expression turning unsettling. Addressing his subordinates, he mockingly announced that they had a bold young noble who wanted to prove himself by mercenary standards. Encouraged by their captain, the mercenaries laughed along, amused by the absurdity of the situation. The scene shifted outside, where Ghislain and Kay stood ready for the duel. Their arms were tied together and each was handed a dagger. Kay removed his jacket, revealing his imposing physique. The mercenaries cheered for their captain, shouting for him to kill the insolent noble. Carr, believing Ghislain had only heard of the tradition and was bluffing, told him there was no turning back now. Pulling Jishan closer with a binding, Carrick confidently declared that he had already participated in this type of duel 5 times before. Returning to his starting position, Ghislain pulled Kerr toward him and, with a cold, condescending gaze, revealed that he had completed this type of duel over 100 times. The captain was visibly shocked by the claim. At the signal to begin, both men charged at each other with daggers, narrowly dodging each other's opening strikes. They swung again, movement sharp and precise, but neither landed a blow. Ghislain pressed forward with greater strength, forcing Kair to block. Seizing an opening, Kair yanked Ghislain toward him and attempted a stab from behind. Ghislain, though unable to see the blade clearly, blocked each strike with skill. When Kair missed, Ghislain bent his head to avoid the attack and countered swiftly. Kair evaded and retaliated, pulling Ghislain close and delivering a heavy kick to his leg. The impact was jarring, but Ghislain endured. Surprised by Ghislain's resilience, Kair admitted he was performing better than expected. He expressed disbelief at the claim of over 100 Marana's recognitions, noting most mercenaries never experienced even one. Charging again, Kair mocked Ghislain, telling him he should at least make his bluffs convincing. This time, he gave no chance to counter. The Cerberus mercenaries, thrilled by the fight, cheered for their captain to finish Ghislain. But their voices died under Gillian's intense glare, silencing them instantly. Observing closely, Gillian recognized the danger of the situation. The dueling circle was so small it could barely fit one person lying down. With no mana or external force allowed, victory depended entirely on physical skill and strength. The tied hands created another disadvantage for Ghislain, restricting his movement while Kair could fully dominate the fight. Ghislain barely managed to block or evade while Kair pressed relentlessly. Watching carefully, Gillian rested his hand on his axe, ready to intervene if things turned dire. Kair seized Ghislain's arm and pinned him, swinging his dagger downward. Ghislain barely evaded, jumping to the other side and landing unsteadily. A sharp pain surged through his leg, the same one injured by Kair's earlier attack. Without mana, the damage was taking its toll. Seeing his expression, Kair smirked, mocking him for looking pale and asking if he had already reached his limit. Intensifying his assault, Kair drove Ghislain onto the defensive. Despite his contempt for nobles, he admitted Ghislain showed more determination than most. Still, he dismissed Ghislain as lacking skill, believing he had already seen through his strategy of deflecting dagger strikes while taking lesser blows on his body. Yet Kair also knew the harsh truth of Marana's recognition. Without mana, every hit accumulated damage. The strain showed in Ghislain's movements and face. Relishing the fight, Kair spun his dagger and charged. Ghislain blocked, but immediately had to dodge as the blade came for his head. He bent low to avoid it and countered from below, but Kair blocked easily. Dragging Gislin's arm aside, Kair pinned him again and delivered a brutal kick to his injured leg. Gislin winced in pain, and Kair, convinced victory was certain, raised his dagger and commanded him to prepare to die. His subordinates erupted in cheers. From the sidelines, Jillian tightened his grip on his axe, ready to intervene. But before Kair could strike, Gislin smiled. With sudden agility, he lowered himself even further, dodging the dagger in a move that stunned Kair. Seizing the opening, Gislin shifted to the side and slashed precisely near Kair's ribs. The strike left Kair momentarily stunned, and gasps erupted among the mercenaries. Even Jillian was shocked. Enraged, Kair charged again, but Gislin evaded low and countered with a slash across his chest as he passed. The mercenaries stood in disbelief. Their captain, who had dominated moments before, was now wounded twice. They shouted for him to show the strength of a true mercenary. Meanwhile, Jillian watched in astonishment at his master's movements. Realizing Gislin possessed far greater skill than he had imagined, Kair swung at Gislin's head. Gislin ducked low once more and, rising quickly, slammed his shoulder into Kair's face. With the dagger tightly clenched in his fist, Gislin delivered several blows to the captain's face in rapid succession. Before Kair could recover, Gislin rotated his dagger and stabbed it into Kair's hand. Despite the injury, Kair did not cry out. Instead, he charged at Gislin with renewed ferocity. Gislin, however, easily dodged each attack. Kair began to falter, confused by the sudden change. Just moments earlier, Gislin had seemed barely capable of withstanding his strength. Watching intently, Jillian finally understood Kair's reliance on brute force was his downfall. His powerful swings had stiffened his muscles, making his body rigid and slow. By contrast, Gislin avoided resisting directly. He relaxed his movements, using the captain's momentum to turn the fight in his favor. Impressed by this unexpected display of strategy, Jillian quietly placed his axe back in its sheath. As Kair gasped for breath, his men taunted him, urging him to stop playing around and finish the fight. Gislin commended Kair for his resolve, noting that many others in his position would have resorted to breaking the rules by using mana. Kair, smirking despite his exhaustion, replied that Gislin spoke like someone who had truly fought in 100 Marana recognitions. He revealed that he had earned his position as captain through this very method, adding that mercenaries who broke the rules never survived long. Gislin smiled at his words, admiring his spirit. Kair admitted that he was at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation, but reminded Gislin that victory in Marana's recognition was not limited to overpowering an opponent. Stepping outside the circle, he said, was an automatic loss. With that, Kair grabbed Gislin's arm, hoisted him into the air, and tried to throw him out of the circle. Confident in his plan, he believed victory was his. But before Gislin's foot could touch the ground, he tightened his grip on Kair's hand, pushed his legs upward, and braced against the captain's knees to halt his descent. Using Kair's body for support, Gislin reversed the momentum, pulling him forward. In one swift motion, Gislin climbed up Kair's leg, maneuvered behind him, and locked his arm around the captain's neck. With a powerful slam, he drove Kair's head into the ground, pushing it outside the circle. The mercenaries stared in stunned silence, unable to believe what had just happened. Realizing his loss, Kair glared at Gislin in frustration. Gislin smiled gently, declaring his victory. Still in disbelief, Kair demanded to know Gislin's true identity, unable to reconcile such skill with the idea of him being a noble. Fixing him with a cold, piercing gaze, Gislin stated that he disliked the captain's attitude and reminded him that he was now speaking to his new master. Pulling Kair to his feet, Gislin asked what he planned to do next. Thinking the fight over, Kair was shocked when Gislin calmly corrected him, pointing out that he had not yet stepped outside the circle. Gislin clenched his fist and announced it was time to discipline his subordinate. He struck Kair in the face, sending him to the ground. Kair quickly raised a hand, insisting the fight was over the moment a combatant left the circle. In response, Ghislain struck him again, asking if he intended to follow such rules on the battlefield. Enraged, Kair called him a bastard and shouted that nobles were not supposed to act this way. Ghislain's expression hardened as he ordered him not to speak back to his master. When Kair spat back, calling him a lunatic, Ghislain hit him again. The punches came one after another until Ghislain's hand was smeared with blood. The mercenaries watching grew uneasy. They had expected Ghislain to release their captain after winning the duel, but instead the beating continued. Kair, his face swollen and bloodied, begged Ghislain to stop. Ghislain pulled him up once more and, with a cold gaze, reminded him that he still had not stepped out of the circle. Horrified, Kair turned to his men and ordered them to intervene and kill Ghislain. The mercenaries drew their swords, but before they could move, Ghislain unsheathed his axe. His commanding tone froze them in place as he warned that anyone interfering with his master's discipline would be killed. Seeing the deadly intent in his eyes, none dared to step forward. Kair, trembling like a beaten dog, turned back to Ghislain. Asked if he was finished, his only reply was nervous, fearful laughter. He knew he had miscalculated. Another punch landed, forcing him back. For the first time, his overconfidence had failed him. Kair had always seen nobles as pompous, arrogant, and selfish fools easily manipulated with the right scare tactics. This disdain had earned him the nickname Mad Dog, a title he proudly embraced. Yet now, the so-called Mad Dog was being thoroughly beaten by the noble he had underestimated. The mercenaries, visibly worried by their captain's condition, glanced at one another, unsure of what to do. Kar's face was swollen, his body bruised, and his strength depleted. Ghislain paused to assess Kar's injuries and then turned to the mercenaries. Breaking the silence, he ordered them to fetch water, bandages, and a towel. The men were taken aback by the command, but Ghislain calmly warned that their captain would die if they didn't act quickly. Shocked into action, they complied with his orders. Ghislain observed the scene closely. He noticed how the previously unruly mercenaries were now following Ghislain's commands without question. In a world where strength often carried more weight than laws, Ghislain had established his authority in the most direct and irrefutable way. He had demonstrated who was in charge. In the next scene, Kar sat slumped in a chair, his body wrapped in bandages. Ghislain placed a sheet of paper on the table in front of him and instructed him to sign it. Kar, staring at Ghislain with a mixture of defeat and resignation, realized that he had no choice but to comply. He hesitantly took out a pen and signed the document. As he handed it over, he nervously asked Ghislain to take it. Fixing him with a cold stare, Ghislain demanded he repeat what he had just said. Now visibly shaken, Kar stammered that he looked forward to working with him. Ghislain grabbed Kar's hand, causing him to flinch. With a calm but firm tone, Ghislain told him they were now family and that he too looked forward to their collaboration. A few days later, at the outskirts of Perdium territory, a group of mercenaries had gathered in the early morning. One of them, yawning, asked if anyone knew why they had been summoned so early. A bald man carrying a shield chimed in, mentioning a rumor that their employer was the young lord of Perdium. The mercenaries were shocked to hear this. One of them scoffed, calling Ghislain just a brat and doubting his ability to manage mercenaries effectively. He speculated that the job would be easy. A shirtless, heavily built man clapped his hands to grab the attention of the group. Known as Gordon the Muscle, he smiled and addressed his fellow mercenaries, suggesting they needed a representative to handle their young employer. His imposing presence caught everyone's attention, and they nodded in agreement. Gordon commended their cunning in devising ways to gain rewards without effort, but he warned them that their plan would fail without unified voices. The mercenaries agreed, recalling past incidents where poor coordination had led to failure. The bald man asked Gordon about his plan, and he explained that knowing one's boundaries was crucial. Opening a bag of coins, he announced that he would act as their representative to pressure their employer, requesting contributions from the group for his efforts. impressed by Gordon's confidence and size, they believed him to be the perfect choice for the task. Praising his reliability and wit, they added coins to the bag. Their plotting was interrupted when one of them noticed someone approaching. Looking up, they saw Ghislain riding toward them alone on his horse. The sight surprised them, and one remarked that Ghislain might flee once he saw Gordon's intimidating build. Gordon instructed the group to approach together, creating an imposing presence. Smiling confidently, he declared it was time to teach the young lord a lesson about the real world. However, before Gordon could confront Ghislain, he noticed a group trailing behind him. As they drew closer, the mercenaries identified them as the Regressed Mercenaries, recognizable by their distinct dog snout-shaped helmets. Shocked, Gordon questioned how Ghislain had managed to recruit the infamous Mad Dogs. When Ghislain finally reached the group, the mercenaries instinctively stepped back. Turning to Gordon, Ghislain asked if he was the representative. Now visibly nervous, Gordon admitted that he was. Ghislain inquired about his name, and Gordon introduced himself as Gordon the Muscle. Ghislain smiled, commenting on the uniqueness of the name before tapping Gordon's chest and calling it pretty cool. He then introduced himself as the young lord of Perdium and commanded Gordon to gather the mercenaries. Once assembled, Ghislain addressed them with a serious demeanor. He announced that the time had come to begin the pioneering of the Forest of Beasts. In the next scene, Belinda was assisting Ghislain in donning his armor. All preparations for the expedition had been completed. The temporary base had been constructed, resources had been procured, and the most critical asset, the troops, had been secured. Ghislain requested Belinda to perform a final head count, and she obliged. She informed him that 148 mercenaries had been contracted through the office, along with 41 Regressed mercenaries he had brought himself. The total number of personnel reached 192. Ghislain acknowledged Belinda's effort, commending her for the work, and asked whether Scoven had been properly informed. Belinda assured him that Scoven had been notified. Contrary to her expectations of resistance, the knight had stepped in to ensure their passage through the Forest of Beasts remained undetected. As the commander of the forest post, Scoven's involvement gave Belinda confidence that no immediate issues would arise. She urged Ghislain not to worry, and her reassurance brought a smile to his face. Ghislain then called for the mercenaries to assemble. He addressed them, stating that the land they were about to pioneer lay ahead. Acknowledging the rumors surrounding the forest, he explained that it was a place filled with unknown dangers, inhabited by monsters and unseen threats beyond imagination. Yet, he declared his determination to conquer it despite its perils. The mercenaries, visibly unsettled by the mention of the Forest of Beasts, murmured among themselves, claiming they had not been informed of such dangers and feared for their lives. Belinda stepped forward, silencing them, and reminded them not to interrupt while their leader was speaking. Ghislain gave the mercenaries an opportunity to withdraw if they wished, but promised to pay them 3 times their current wages should the mission succeed. The unexpected offer shocked the group, as it was an exceedingly tempting reward. Belinda moved closer to her master and whispered her concerns, pointing out that all their funds had already been spent on preparations. Ghislain calmly explained that such promises were necessary to boost morale. Confident in the mission's success, he assured her there would be sufficient funds to fulfill his word. When he asked if she trusted him, Belinda admitted she had no choice but to place her faith in him. Carr then remarked to Julian that their master must be out of his mind to offer such an extravagant reward and questioned how Ghislain intended to honor his promise. Julian, however, simply replied that their master always had a plan. Ghislain officially named the group the Forest of Beasts Expedition Team and declared it was time to move out. As the group progressed, they began cutting down the trees obstructing their path. Everyone, including Ghislain, actively participated in clearing the way. After felling a tree, Ghislain looked up relieved to see sunlight piercing through the thinned canopy. Raising his hand, he directed the men to continue clearing the path toward the indicated direction. He instructed them to chop the felled trees into logs, load them onto carriages, and dig around the stumps to facilitate their removal. According to the Forest of Beasts developmental journal, a resource Ghislain had obtained in his previous life, the forest was vast and rich in untapped potential. He firmly believed that one day the monsters would be driven out and the forest's resources fully utilized. At that moment, what Ghislain needed most was money. He chose to disregard all other concerns, focusing solely on securing the quickest route to the runestone vein. The wealth from this expedition would play a pivotal role in halting the conspiracy surrounding Perdium. Kerr found it peculiar that their employer was taking such an active role. While one mercenary suggested Ghislain was simply trying to uphold the dignity of a noble, another mercenary scoffed, claiming he was merely pretending and would soon give up. Belinda, overhearing their remarks, firmly told the men to stop gossiping and return to their work. Though they obeyed, she was visibly irritated by their dismissive attitude toward her master. She approached Ghislain, reminding him of the considerable effort he had put into hiring the mercenaries. She questioned why he was personally involved in the labor, pointing out that his actions made the men take him lightly. Ghislain reassured her that it was fine, explaining that having more hands on the job would allow them to finish faster. He emphasized that lingering in the area for too long would bring no benefit. Accepting his reasoning, Belinda remarked that he spoke as though he already knew what lay ahead. Keir observed their exchange with a bemused smile. He found it hard to believe that his employer had someone worrying about him while he himself had become the dog of his master, willingly heading into danger. Ghislain, overhearing this, struck Sir with a log, prompting Carr to accuse him of trying to pick a fight. Despite their banter, the operation proceeded smoothly. The Duchy of Deline, which had conquered the kingdom and established a new dynasty, had launched a large-scale development initiative in the Forest of Beasts. Ghislain had been unable to uncover the Duke's specific motivations for focusing on the forest. However, he had obtained a developmental journal that detailed major resource locations and the ecosystem of monsters. Armed with this knowledge, Ghislain had come better prepared. One of the mercenaries, noticing the abundance of oil lamps among their supplies, wondered aloud why they had been brought instead of cheaper torches. The lack of incidents along the way unsettled Ghislain. He had only read about the dangers of the forest and had no first-hand experience. Sensing the deepening of the forest, he cautioned the men to remain vigilant. While some mercenaries continued cutting trees, one remarked on the increasing darkness, asking if night had already fallen. Another mercenary, smiling, noted that no monsters had been encountered despite the forest's fearsome reputation. Agreeing, his companion speculated that the dangers had been exaggerated. He joked that even without any effort from their leader, Gordon, the job would have remained simple. They lamented that tripled pay seemed excessive for such an easy task. As they spoke, a bald mercenary struck Gordon on the back while he carried a log, jokingly demanding his money back. Gordon, however, noticed something strange. Turning to the others, he pointed out that they had cut countless trees along the way. When asked, the men confirmed that they had. Gordon's expression darkened as he directed their attention to the path behind. It was inexplicably blocked. The mercenaries froze in shock at the sight. Ghislain's voice rang out, commanding everyone's attention. Sensing the shift in the forest's atmosphere, the troops instinctively reached for their swords. The mercenaries who had earlier dismissed the rumors now began to panic as an oppressive tension descended upon the group. Something was amiss. Ghislain called out to Gordon, warning him that staying there would result in his death. He instructed him to walk toward the group slowly. Gordon obeyed but stumbled into a tree and fell to the ground. The group immediately assumed defensive positions, calling Gordon an idiot. Turning back to face the others, Gordon was surprised that nothing happened. The mercenaries, equally perplexed, exchanged confused glances. A bald man among them chuckled, mocking their employer for being overly cautious. He claimed that the path only appeared blocked because the scenery was so similar, dismissing Gordon's concerns as a mistake. He further belittled the Forest of Beasts, calling it nothing more than a slightly dense forest with an exaggerated name. Ghislain, maintaining a serious demeanor, ordered the man to step closer if he wished to stay alive. Irritated, the mercenary accused him of trying to create unnecessary fear. As he finished speaking, vines suddenly wrapped around his waist. Before he could react, the vines lifted him into the air and toward the top of a tree where a monstrous mouth filled with sharp teeth awaited. The massive tree-like creature devoured him in an instant. The creature, which had no detectable presence, was impossible to anticipate. It was a predator that thrived on catching its victims unaware. The monster's eye opened, revealing its identity as a dirus ant. Ghislain quickly noticed that numerous dirus ants were encircling the group. Panic spread among the mercenaries as they attempted to flee. Convinced they were about to be eaten, the dirus ants extended their vines, capturing several mercenaries and dragging them into their gaping mouths. Gordon, clinging desperately to a nearby tree, screamed for help. One of the men approached him with an axe, urging him to hold on. Swinging the axe at the vine, the man was stunned to see it remain unharmed while his weapon began to crack. As he stared in disbelief, the monster pulled Gordon further upward. Before Gordon could be consumed, Ghislain leapt into action. Infusing his sword with mana, he sliced through the vine and simultaneously landed a blow on the creature's eye as he descended. Blood gushed from the monster's wounded eye, and the mercenaries, astonished by their employer's feat, began to assume that the dirus ant's eyes were their weak points. Ghislain took a deep breath and shouted for the men to regroup. His commanding voice cut through their panic as he warned them that spreading out would only make them easier targets. He ordered them to form a tight shield formation and focus solely on defense until further instructions were given. The mercenaries, galvanized by his leadership, complied quickly, one of them vowing not to die in such a place. Ghislain rushed to the carriage and asked Kerr about the oil lamps. Kerr affirmed their presence, and Ghislain instructed him to light them and hurl them at the monsters to burn them down. Realization dawned on Kerr. This was why so many lamps had been brought. Just as he began the task, a teammate warned that the monsters were watching them. Ghislain ordered the lamps to be thrown immediately. Kerr and his team began tossing the lamps, but the dirus ants swatted them away with their vines before they could connect. Shocked by their inability to harm the monsters, Kerr's subordinate noted that their strategy wasn't working. A dirus ant fired its vines at the group, but Ghislain intercepted them, cleaving the vines with his axe. Belinda, armed with knives, aimed for the creature's eyes, successfully hitting her targets. Ghislain instructed Ghislain and Belinda to prepare for a coordinated assault while protecting the Cerberus mercenaries. Raising his sword, he declared that he would draw the monster's attention. Almost immediately, a dirus ant launched its vines at him. Belinda called out, urging him to be careful. Ghislain swung his sword, cutting through the vines, only to be targeted by additional attacks. Displaying remarkable agility, he dodged their strikes. One of the dirus ants raised a massive leg, preparing to crush him. The mercenaries were stunned to see that the monsters, despite resembling trees, had legs. Many believed their employer was about to be crushed. Ghislain, undeterred, infused his sword with mana and struck the leg of a dirus ant, severing it. Using the momentum of his leap, he drove his sword directly into the creature's eye. The remaining dirus ants immediately shifted their attention to him, their movements drawing gasps of shock from the onlookers. Belinda, maintaining her composure, ordered the Cerberus mercenaries to throw the oil lamps. Certain that this tactic would succeed, the mercenaries acted swiftly. The lamps shattered against the dirus ants, setting them ablaze and eliciting ear-piercing shrieks of pain. The Cerberus mercenaries cheered at the sight of their effectiveness, but Ghislain quickly urged them to continue throwing the lamps until every dirus ant was consumed by fire. Flames engulfed the monstrous creatures, spreading rapidly across their bodies. The mercenaries, still processing the scene, expressed both relief and disbelief that they were holding their own against such formidable foes. One remarked nervously that the entire forest might catch fire at this rate. Gordon, trying to mask his unease, dismissed the dirus ants as naturally weak to fire due to their tree-like nature. However, Gislin's sharp command brought their focus back. He warned them not to let their guard down, emphasizing that the fight was far from over. The mercenaries were startled by his tone. Realizing there was more to the battle, Gislin gravely informed them that the direst ants were about to reveal their true forms. As if on cue, the creatures released a dense cloud of steam, enveloping the battlefield. The mercenaries exchanged confused glances, speculating whether the fire had already been extinguished. Belinda and Jillian rushed to Gislin, seeking an explanation. He calmly clarified that while the monster's outer shells were vulnerable to fire, their inner structures were drastically different. The flames burning their shells had reached their moist, fleshy cores, causing the steam to form. When the steam dissipated, the mercenaries were horrified to witness the direst ants' true forms. The creatures emitted guttural screams, their grotesque appearances more fearsome than before. Disbelief rippled through the group as they struggled to accept that the monsters were still alive. Raising his sword high, Gislin called for the troops' attention. He ordered them to ready their weapons, declaring that the fight would now transition to close-quarters combat. With a determined battle cry, he led the charge, launching himself toward the direst ants and setting the example for the others to follow. Gislin advanced alone with commanding confidence. The mercenaries hesitated, the enormity of the task weighing heavily on them. One expressed disbelief at the idea of a close-range attack against such colossal monsters, remarking that it was beyond reason. Another murmured that even one wrong move would mean their end, while a third admitted outright that standing against such creatures seemed impossible. Kerr, however, dashed forward without hesitation. He called out to Cerberus, urging them to advance, and his mercenary group followed in close formation, as though he had been waiting for this moment to unleash his pent-up energy from enduring his master's previous discipline. Belinda, worried for her young master, hurriedly followed after him. Jillian turned to the paralyzed mercenaries, his voice cutting through their fear as he demanded what they were waiting for. He reminded them that the order came directly from their young master, Gislin, urging them to trust and obey. His words carried reassurance, promising safety if they followed Gislin's lead. The sight of Gislin standing alone against the herd of direst ants reignited their spirits. A mercenary raised his weapon, rallying the others by shouting that whatever was destined to happen would happen. Another added that if the worst occurred, the young master would surely find a way to save them. Gordon's war cry echoed, and the group charged in unison, forming smaller teams to take on each direst ant. Gislin issued clear instructions, explaining that the creature's burned shells were now vulnerable and could be cut without using mana. He urged them not to be afraid, dismissing the direst ants as nothing more than overgrown scarecrows. At the forefront, Sir, Jillian, and Belinda took their positions, weapons ready, prepared to face the onslaught. A chaotic but systematic battle unfolded. The mercenaries struck at any part of the creatures they could reach. Gislin leaped high into the air, using his superhuman strength to strike at the monster's weak points while Belinda stayed close to guard his back. Jillian confronted the herd head-on as Carr darted around, targeting one creature after another. Determined, Gislin steeled his mind, knowing that even a moment of doubt could lead to their demise. His mission was to erase uncertainty from those who followed him. With unwavering resolve, he dashed toward the gaping mouth of one of the direst ants and delivered a powerful upward swing, splitting its maw apart. His final blow marked the end of the last direst ant in their path. The mercenaries remained on edge, scanning for more monsters. When it became clear they had succeeded in defeating them all, heavy breathing accompanied the realization of their victory. Standing at the front, Gislin addressed the group. He acknowledged the dangers of the forest of beasts, noting that they had only just entered its boundaries and already faced formidable creatures. The atmosphere grew tense as his words settled over them, but he assured them that he would always lead from the front. He urged them to trust him and follow his command. Their unified response carried newfound confidence. Venturing deeper into the forest, they came across a massive boulder containing a runestone. Gislin ignored it for now, focusing on clearing a path forward. Along the way, they encountered herds of orcs and swarms of flying monsters, which Ko eagerly engaged. Despite the chaos, Kar couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at the way Belinda fussed over her young master. Their journey soon led them to a towering 3-meter-tall rat-like monster with razor-sharp teeth, screeching as though they were its next meal. Gordon stepped forward as the vanguard. The mercenaries cursed the appearance of yet another monster, questioning how many more would come. Before hesitation could set in, Kayer and Jillian stepped forward with weapons drawn. Kay lunged at the beast, severing one of its legs in a single swing, but the rat continued its charge. Jillian intercepted its advance, standing firm like an immovable wall. Seizing the opening, Ghislain struck with precision, driving his blade deep into the creature's gaping mouth and ending its threat. A quick head count confirmed that no one had fallen during the skirmish. As the day progressed, the group shared a single thought: survival depended on obeying their master's command. Together, they could overcome anything. Jillian noted that the mercenaries were beginning to act as a true unit. Kerr remarked that real experience was the best teacher, and Ghislain affirmed their words before ordering them to clear the path ahead. The mercenaries immediately set to chopping down trees, though not all shared the same resolve. One mercenary privately believed the forest of beasts had driven the group to madness. Nightfall brought them to a pristine lake. The mercenaries rushed to wash their faces and fill their pouches. Belinda, ever cautious, remained close to Ghislain, worry evident as she watched the others approach the water. Ghislain assessed the situation and deemed the lake an important waypoint on their journey to the runestone vein. He ordered camp to be set with the lake at their backs, deciding they would rest there for the night. As the mercenaries gathered around campfires for their meal, unease lingered. Some muttered doubts about the expedition, fearing what deeper dangers awaited. At one fire, Maius suggested abandoning the mission, arguing that their lives mattered more than money. Gordon dismissed the idea, but Maius pressed on, accusing their leader of chasing glory through brute force. Others, including Gordon and a calm mercenary with a patch over his eye, defended Ghislain, pointing out his repeated efforts to save them and reminding everyone they had already been paid. Still, Maius remained adamant, warning that nobles often treated mercenaries as expendable. His words sowed seeds of doubt, though inwardly he plotted to use the others as cannon fodder for his own escape. The calm mercenary with the eye patch broke the tension by pointing toward Ghislain. To Maius's surprise, Ghislain was carefully tending to an injured mercenary, applying medicine with care. He reminded the man to avoid water on the wound, warning it would take longer to heal otherwise. The wounded mercenary quietly thanked him, gratitude evident in his voice. Belinda approached Ghislain, her concern laced with frustration as she scolded him for using such expensive medicine. She insisted it should have been reserved for his own injuries. Ghislain dismissed her worries, explaining that medicine locked away served no purpose. This was the right time to use it. With that, he called over the next injured mercenary for treatment. The man with the patch spoke again, questioning whether Ghislain would use such valuable medicine on them if he truly saw them as mere fodder. His words struck a chord. Another mercenary agreed, declaring that their current master was nothing like the last. Ghislain was not the kind of leader to throw them away. Maius turned aside, anger simmering. His attempt to sow dissent had failed, and he realized it was now impossible to sway the others. As he left in frustration, Ghislain ordered the group to finish their meals and rest. He then called Sir and Jillian aside for a private discussion. Kayer asked bluntly if Ghislain truly intended to ignore Maius's behavior. Ghislain replied calmly, saying the monsters of the forest would keep Maius too busy to cause trouble. There were more urgent matters to address. Belinda, her curiosity piqued, wondered aloud why Ghislain had suddenly asked for a count of the remaining lamps. Kerr reported that only 24 were left. Ghislain's expression darkened. Supplies were dwindling. Since entering the forest of beasts, attacks had come relentlessly, both day and night. But for the past 2 nights, the monsters had mysteriously ceased their assault. The group quickly grasped the implication. Jillian suggested they had entered a nocturnal territory where dominant monsters kept others at bay. Ghislain confirmed the theory. His tone was steady but grim as he warned them that the path ahead would be more perilous than anything before. That night, Ghislain placed several lanterns around the camp as bait. The mercenaries, unaware of his plan, slept soundly. Even Gordon, bare-chested and leaning against a tree, drifted off until a sudden noise jolted him awake. His eyes widened in shock as he saw a lantern floating through the darkness, as though carried by an unseen hand. When he cried out, the lantern vanished. Then he saw them 4 pairs of glowing red eyes cutting through the shadows. Terrified, Gordon shouted and swung his weapon wildly, urging the creatures back. His alarm woke the other mercenaries, who rushed to him. When asked what had happened, Gordon insisted a monster had been right beside him. The others exchanged confused looks. None of them had seen anything. Some assumed Gordon had been dreaming, though he swore it was real. One mercenary cursed at the disturbance, while another urged patience, reminding the group of their recent encounters. Still, Gordon refused to back down. A third mercenary hesitated, admitting they too had sensed something strange and saw a lantern disappear. Others added their own accounts an eerie laugh, unsettling sensations. The camp grew tense as doubt spread. "Are we all losing our minds?" one mercenary muttered. But a one-eyed veteran cut through the rising panic. His calm, steady tone declared that the presence of something unseen was undeniable. At that moment, Ghislain arrived, his commanding presence silencing the group. The mercenaries parted instinctively to face him with respect. At his side stood Jillian and Carr. Ghislain ordered everyone to regroup and prepare for the threat. The mercenaries formed a tight defensive circle, while the high-ranking members gathered in the tent to hear his explanation. Gordon, still shaken, voiced the fear lingering in everyone's mind. Were monsters truly surrounding them? The one-eyed mercenary voiced concern over their inability to see the creatures. Ghislain confirmed the suspicion, explaining that the creatures were likely drawn to the group near the lake. He identified them as shadow hunters, known as pallor, beings capable of blending seamlessly into the darkness. He elaborated that physical attacks were futile against them, as they thrived by stealing surrounding light. The creatures used this ability to create an ideal hunting ground where they could toy with their prey before striking. The mention of hundreds of such creatures left Gordon and the one-eyed mercenary shocked. Belinda realized the lantern's light had begun to dim. Chaos, angered, speculated that the creatures were toying with the group, his frustration driving him to suggest an immediate attack. Ghislain dismissed the idea, insisting that waiting for the creatures to make their move would provide the best opportunity for a counterattack. Belinda questioned whether it was wise to wait given the rapidly diminishing light. Ghislain explained that a reckless attack would only provoke the monsters further, forcing them to alter their tactics and escalate their harassment. Such a response, he warned, would leave the group unable to eliminate the creatures in one decisive action. Jillian, skeptical, questioned whether it was even possible to deal with hundreds of invisible and seemingly invulnerable monsters. Ghislain reassured him, referring to the magic scrolls he had previously instructed Belinda to prepare. These scrolls were handed out to each mercenary along with a detailed plan. As Ghislain knelt to sketch the plan in the dirt, the gathered people paid close attention. He revealed that the pallors were encircling the camp from 3 directions, using stolen light to tighten their hold. With their smaller numbers, the mercenaries could not hope to defend the entire area, particularly against such foes. A direct confrontation would leave them vulnerable to flanking attacks. Jillian noted that the lake at their backs prevented a complete encirclement, a fact Ghislain confirmed. Despite the unfavorable situation, Ghislain remained confident, declaring that the group held the initiative in the battle. His confident tone instilled a glimmer of hope among the mercenaries. Belinda, however, voiced her confusion, uncertain what he meant by holding the initiative. Ghislain laid out the plan. The group would divide into 3 units, a shield unit to withstand attacks, a crossbow unit to hold off the enemy, and an elite assault unit, which he himself would lead. The shield and crossbow units would form a tight formation in the center, their role to block incoming attacks. Meanwhile, the assault unit would focus all their firepower to quickly break through the enemy's left flank. Once they regrouped with the central forces and encircled the palace, victory would be within reach. Jillian quietly acknowledged the plan, expressing his understanding. Gordon, however, questioned whether it would truly work. His uncertainty was evident, but Kerr, ever confident, assured them that if the center held, the strategy was achievable. Belinda, raising her voice, pointed out a critical concern. The Pallars could not be attacked directly as they merged seamlessly with the darkness. Her question, directed at Ghislain, left the others momentarily silent. All eyes turned toward their leader. Carr, the brawny yet occasionally insightful mercenary captain, suggested the use of mana. His rare suggestion appeared reasonable for once. Ghislain, undeterred by the group's hesitation, reminded Belinda of the magic scrolls that had been distributed. As night deepened, the mercenaries raised their voices in war cries, rallying their spirits for the impending battle. The formation was set, shields raised high, and the crossbowmen prepared to strike. One mercenary shouted instructions to maintain formation, emphasizing the importance of cohesion. Another reported the loss of the last lantern. The Pallars were closing in. Ghislain, speaking to himself, recalled an entry from the pioneering journal of the Delaney ducal house, which described the Pallars' extreme aversion to light. He retrieved a magic scroll and prepared to use it. With a clear command, he tore the scroll, releasing the stored magic. Another note from the journal stated that illuminating the area would reveal the true forms of the Pallars. The assault team followed Ghislain's lead, tearing their scrolls to unleash the magic within. Beams of light shot into the night sky. In an instant, the darkness vanished as though it were day. The oppressive shadows were banished, and the Pallars' eel-like forms were revealed as they surrounded the camp. One mercenary, stunned by the transformation, murmured about the darkness lifting. Another, more alarmed, exclaimed at the revelation of the creature's forms. Gordon, now able to see the monsters clearly, shouted his observation, his voice filled with both fear and determination. The creatures, recognizing the threat, began their charge. Chaos erupted as another mercenary called for preparation against the attack. The crossbow unit fired in unison, their bolts aimed to halt the Pallars' advance. Amidst the chaos, Gordon rallied the shield unit, urging them to hold the line as he stood at the forefront, becoming the vanguard for the central formation. Ghislain, raising his sword high, called for the assault unit's attention. The true forms of the palace had been revealed, and the time to act was now. With a decisive swing of his sword, he signaled the charge. Jillian, driven by loyalty, moved without hesitation to follow his leader's command. Kerr, energized by the prospect of combat, grinned at the chaos to come. Belinda, ever watchful, stayed close behind Ghislain, ready to guard his back. With unwavering confidence, Ghislain raised his sword once more, leading the assault unit into the fray. Determined to slay the Pallars in a single sweep, Carr's passion for battle ignited with every strike he delivered. Jillian's tactical mastery with various weapons became evident as he engaged the flank. Ghislain thrust his sword forward, skewering several monsters in one motion, then swung it horizontally, slicing through more foes in a broad arc. The Pallars, monsters capable of blending into the darkness but weak in durability, filled the battlefield. Ghislain assessed that with this team, they could break through the enemy's ranks in an instant. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his forces to reduce the monsters' numbers as much as possible. Jillian blocked incoming attacks, drawing the monsters' attention with both axe and sword. Meanwhile, Carr disrupted their formation with swift movements and precise strikes, breaking through their ranks. Though he was not invincible, the sheer number of monsters soon swarmed him. At that moment, Belinda intervened, creating an opening by throwing 8 daggers at the creatures surrounding Carr. Once she had cleared the way, she called out to Ghislain, signaling him to strike. Ghislain leaped high into the air, his sword moving as though dancing with the wind. He came down hard, striking with the full power of his blade and cutting down monsters in his path. This was the strength of Perdium's elite force in action, as magical light illuminated the battlefield. The fight continued around the shield and crossbow units. Fortunately, the monsters had yet to break through the mercenaries' ranks. From behind their shields, the mercenaries fired arrows without hesitation. One cursed the overwhelming numbers, another reported running out of bolts. Pressure mounted, and many wondered when the assault unit would arrive. The Palers drew closer with their gaping maws, causing the shield unit to cry out in fear. But just as things seemed dire, the assault squad swept in from the flank, their weapons never pausing as they slaughtered hundreds of Palers in front of them. Ghislain paused briefly, silently commending the two units that had managed to hold their ground. Now all three units were united, and he could feel the momentum shift in their favor. One of the mercenaries shouted that the boss had arrived. Others, relieved, declared they were saved. Gordon, visibly pleased, noted that the plan was working. Ghislain, still focused, ordered his forces to spread out and surround the remaining monsters from all sides. The experienced mercenaries charged in an organized formation, but as they moved, one of the Palers, a horned one, issued a loud scream, commanding the others to retreat. The mercenaries were momentarily confused. Palers were not known for intelligence, and it was strange to see them attempt to flee. Ghislain realized the Paler leader must be giving the signal. He immediately ordered Belinda to find the leader, instructing her that the one with horns was the one calling the retreat. Kerr, seeing the monsters scatter, asked if they should pursue. Belinda questioned whether it would be better to let them go. Ghislain explained with certainty that the Palers had a strong obsession with their prey. Even if they retreated now, they would follow the group for days, relentless in their pursuit. The only way to avoid another battle was to take down the leader, disrupting their command structure and causing the enemy to fall apart. Belinda paused for a moment, smiling as she thought about how much the young master had changed. She pulled out a hook attached to a line, infused it with mana, and expertly threw it toward a tree trunk. Using the line, she propelled herself into the air, soaring over the retreating Palers and heading straight for the leader. Spotting the horned creature, she spun the hook and launched it with deadly precision. Once it caught, she shouted to Ghislain, signaling him to give chase. Seeing her signal, Ghislain stretched his arm back and murmured to himself that he had found the target. With a burst of power, he poured mana into his legs and launched himself forward, tearing through the Paler ranks and cutting down several. As he reached the leader, his sword pierced the horned Paler's chest, driving through its heart. He muttered that it was the end, then swung his sword once more, cleaving the leader's body in two. With the leader dead, Ghislain turned to the remaining mercenaries and ordered them to wipe out the rest of the monsters. He stood fearlessly before the mob of Palers, watching as the mercenaries charged forward without hesitation. One mercenary, filled with anger, shouted that they would make the Palers regret ever trying to hunt them. Kerr, eager to prove his strength, shouted for his men to do better than the last remnants of the Rattata's mercenaries. Ghislain, hearing the provocation, sighed but offered no response. As the sun rose over the mountain range, casting light across the battlefield, the mercenaries, aided by light scroll magic, fought through the night with relentless vigor. Ghislain stabbed the last of the Palers, ending the battle at last. He praised his mercenaries for their commitment and their ability to follow his plan. Cheers erupted from the group, their voices filled with relief and triumph. The battle was finally over, and the big three stood together. Ghislain commended Ghislain for his efforts and hard work. Ghislain, acknowledging the compliment, responded that everyone had done well. Belinda, ever concerned, asked if Ghislain was hurt anywhere. Ghislain immediately shifted his focus to the situation at hand, instructing Belinda to check the head count right away. He also directed Kyra to bring the Cerberus mercenaries without pausing for rest. He added that he and Ghislain would scatter the Paler corpses around the camp. Curious, Kay wondered aloud what effect scattering the corpses would have. Ghislain calmly explained that the smell of the corpses would drive other monsters away. Since Palers were among the highest-ranking monsters near the entrance to the Forest of Beasts, their scent would serve as an effective deterrent. Jillian, with a touch of humor, added that this would ensure the camp remained safe. Teasing Sir by calling him Kid, he seemed to provoke him deliberately. Not one to back down, Kay gestured as if ready to settle things with Jillian. With a playful challenge, Kay asked if he wanted to end things right there. Ghislaine, relieved by the light-hearted exchange, let out a sigh. Reflecting on their time in the Forest of Beasts, Ghislaine realized it had been about 10 days since they entered. Now that the Paler threat was gone, he assessed that all the dangerous monsters along their planned route had been dealt with. The only remaining task was to mine the runestone veins. As the sun rose above the horizon, Ghislaine wondered if their struggles were finally over. Belinda approached and reported her findings. She confirmed that the Cerberus mercenary corps consisted of 41 people, and the contracted mercenaries had decreased by 3, leaving a total of 126. Ghislaine noted softly that Cerberus had not suffered any casualties. Kerr, proud of his leadership, smugly proclaimed that it was no surprise given who was leading them. He made sure to remind Jillian that he had outdone the old man in leading his corps. Ghislaine, staying focused, asked about the 3 contracted mercenaries who had died. Belinda explained that their identities could not be confirmed because their bodies were not found. Gordon added that Maius was missing, and others speculated that he might have died in battle. However, this theory was dismissed when a mercenary pointed out that there were no bodies to support it. Another suggested that Maius had likely sneaked away. The others agreed, noting that it was typical of him. It was clear that Maius had somehow convinced 2 other mercenaries to abandon the group and leave. As Ghislaine processed the information, 2 mercenaries who had followed Maius began talking about the intense battle they had just survived. One remarked that they would have died if Maius hadn't run when he did. The other added that now that they had put some distance between themselves and the danger, they could afford to slow down a bit. But Maius, more practical than the others, snapped at them, urging everyone to keep running while the monsters were distracted. He emphasized that they needed to get out while they still could if they wanted to survive. When he glanced back, however, he noticed that the 2 mercenaries had stopped in their tracks. Still unaware of the danger, Maius asked them why they had stopped. Before the 2 could respond, they froze in fear. One of them pointed behind Maius, and when he turned around, he came face to face with the source of their terror. A pair of crimson-red eyes stared back at them. Looming over them was a gigantic snake, large enough to swallow a person whole. The 3 mercenaries stood frozen in terror, realizing too late that they had provoked a creature far beyond their ability to escape. Strangely, the blood python did not consume the 3 deserting mercenaries. Instead, it carried them to its nest, tossing them into a growing mountain of corpses right in the runestone vein that Ghislaine had been searching for. The journal Ghislaine had retrieved from his memory was accurate, confirming that a runestone vein lay just a little deeper into the forest. The mercenaries, who had previously been grumbling incessantly, now displayed an unexpected discipline as they forged a path through the woods. They began by cutting down trees, trimming them to make them manageable, and moving them efficiently. Carr watched in amazement as they worked without needing instruction, noticing how precisely they felled a nearby tree. It was the first time he had ever seen these lazy mercenaries so well disciplined. Jillian muttered under his breath, and sensing this moment had been inevitable, Kerr responded, acknowledging the irony before turning his thoughts back to the mercenaries' newfound focus. He wondered aloud if they would all disband after this expedition, remarking that it would be a waste to use them only once. Ghislaine, focused on cutting through a tree, casually mentioned that he planned to hire them all as his personal soldiers. The mercenaries had surpassed the limits of their usual role through this experience, and Ghislaine believed they could form a solid foundation for expanding his forces. Gazelle approached with a report, stating that the Paler corpses had been scattered near the clearing just as ordered. Sir acknowledged the report and expressed satisfaction with their progress. Noting the impressive results, He observed that no monsters had been spotted between the campsite and their current location, a sign that their tactics had been successful. His gaze briefly shifted to Ghislain, the disdain from their earlier encounters seemingly gone. However, something still felt off to Ghislain, an uneasy sensation he couldn't shake. He tried to dismiss it, but the ominous feeling lingered. Belinda suddenly appeared, swinging from a tree before landing and kneeling. Her excitement was palpable as she announced her return with thrilling news there was something ahead. Ghislain immediately understood the significance and commanded the mercenaries to clear the path at full speed, knowing their destination was now within reach. Hearing this, the mercenaries rallied their remaining strength and pressed forward. Not long after, they saw it the very thing they had been searching for. The runestone vein gleamed just beyond the last line of trees. The sight was mesmerizing, and they paused, awestruck by the shimmering crystals. One mercenary muttered in disbelief that it couldn't be real, while another voiced similar shock. Ghislain calmly explained that this was exactly why they had embarked on the expedition. It was a top-grade runestone vein. The crystals protruded from the earth like a mountain of diamonds. Kair marveled at the sight, realizing that there truly was something valuable hidden in the forest. Gillian, standing nearby, couldn't resist a smug comment, praising Ghislain's foresight. Belinda, in her usual exuberance, jumped to Ghislain's side and embraced him tightly, asking how he had known about the vein. One of the mercenaries wondered aloud if all the scattered crystals were truly runestone, while another shouted enthusiastically that they had just discovered something most people could only dream of seeing once in a lifetime. Others eagerly discussed mining the crystals and becoming rich. But then, a sudden hoarse voice echoed through the mist, abruptly cutting through their excitement. It warned that none of them would be going anywhere. They immediately recognized the voice and turned to see Maius standing as though possessed by some unseen force. Before anyone could react, Maius collapsed, shrouded in a thick mist. The mercenaries rushed toward him, calling out in frustration, but Ghislain raised his sword and commanded them to step back. With practiced ease, he drew his arm back and swung his broadsword. The sheer power behind the strike sent a gust of wind that swept away the mist. As the fog cleared, the mercenaries were confronted with a grim sight: a mountain of bones. It was the blood python's lair. One mercenary shouted in horror at the countless corpses scattered across the ground, while another demanded to know what had happened there. They quickly realized that not only were there monster corpses, but human ones as well. The bodies confirmed that this was no abandoned lair. Belinda and Gillian immediately assumed defensive stances, awaiting instructions from their young lord. Ghislain, scanning the area, acknowledged that peaceful mining of the runestones was no longer possible. He noted that the scale of the carnage suggested it was the nest of high-ranking monsters, and the fact that some bodies weren't fully decayed indicated it hadn't been abandoned for long. The toxic gas from the corpses had mixed with the mist, explaining why they hadn't noticed the danger right away. Ghislain cursed inwardly, recalling that no records of special dangers had ever been noted near the vein. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he commanded everyone to prepare for battle. His voice rang out just as he sensed something approaching. True to his instincts, a massive blood python appeared before him, as if materialized from thin air, moving with eerie stealth. Its gaping mouth opened wide, ready to swallow Ghislain whole. Reacting instantly, he ordered everyone to scatter. Belinda, Kerr, and Gillian moved into position while Ghislain stepped forward as the vanguard. Without hesitation or fear, he leaped into the air, sword raised high, ready to confront the serpent. As the python lunged, Ghislain dodged the initial strike and swung his sword downward in a sweeping motion. Using the momentum from his leap, he moved closer to the serpent's body, safely avoiding its head. Infusing his sword with mana, he thrust it toward the creature's skull. Even after delivering 2 powerful blows, only a shallow cut appeared on the python's head. Gillian, watching from the side, muttered that even after channeling mana, the strike had barely left a mark. Kerr, equally astonished, voiced disbelief at the incredible durability of the python's scales. When Ghislain tried to jump away, The python opened its mouth again, spraying venom from its glands near the fangs. Midair, Ghislain twisted his body and used his cape as a shield against the poisonous attack. But the assault continued. The python's massive tail swung down, aiming to crush him. Anticipating the strike, Ghislain used his momentum to counter, swinging his sword upward. The blade met the tail with a resounding clash, but the sheer strength of the creature sent Ghislain crashing to the ground. Belinda's voice rang out in panic, her cry almost carrying mana as she called out to her young lord. The python thrashed wildly, its massive body creating chaos. One mercenary shouted a warning for everyone to stay clear of the rampaging beast. Another yelled in disbelief, questioning what kind of snake could be so enormous, while a third screamed as the serpent tore through their ranks with crushing force. Amid the chaos, the experienced trio sprang into action. Gillian dashed forward, pulling 2 mercenaries out of harm's way. Belinda threw ropes to secure several others and dragged them to safety. Kerr ordered his core members to scatter immediately. Despite their efforts, the python's rampage was relentless, and the mercenaries were powerless before its monstrous strength, screaming in terror as it tore through the battlefield. Still kneeling, Ghislain began circulating mana through his body, preparing his next move. As the python's menacing gaze locked onto him, he realized this creature was the true master of the runestone vein. He recalled that the blood python was a creature deemed impossible to hunt in the forest of beasts, one that usually resided deep within. Encountering it here was beyond imagination. The odds of victory were slim, and though retreat was an option, there was no time to waste. Clutching the runestone in his hand, he steeled his resolve. If he gave up now, everything he had worked for would be meaningless. Determined, Ghislain reminded himself that he bore many responsibilities. Activating the 3 mana cores in his upper body, he raised his sword defiantly, eyes burning with resolve. As he opened his 3rd mana core, he questioned whether even that would be enough to defeat the serpent. After decimating the mercenaries, the blood python turned its gaze back toward Ghislain, sensing the surge of power within the seemingly fragile human. With a deafening hiss, it charged forward, jaws wide. Ghislain's sword blazed with mana as he sidestepped, deflecting the serpent's attack and driving it to the side with a powerful strike. In a swift motion, Ghislain ran his blade along the serpent's head, but its scales proved too tough. Like a dancer with a broadsword, he swung his blade upward and brought it down with precise force, taking out one of the serpent's eyes. But the battle was far from over. The blood python retaliated, bringing its tail down to crush Ghislain. The young master stood his ground, blocking the devastating blow with his blade as if he were an unyielding tank. Mana coursed through his veins, pushing the limits of his abilities. The serpent opened its massive jaws, attempting to devour him, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Each strike carried the weight of its colossal body, shaking the ground beneath them. Relying on his physical strength and the power of his 3rd mana core, Ghislain matched the serpent's ferocity. He held his ground and screamed, determined not to back down despite the overwhelming odds. There were battles that simply could not be avoided. Just as his father had borne the weight of their territories, Ghislain would carry the burden of his estate's fate and future. Kay, Belinda, Gillian, and the rest of the mercenaries watched in awe. None of them had ever seen their young master fight with such intensity. For the first time, Ghislain had unleashed all his strength. He leapt toward the serpent's head, raising his sword to strike its open mouth. In his mind, this was the moment to fulfill his responsibility. After retreating a short distance to steady his breath, Ghislain observed the blood python. It showed no signs of weakening. He realized that keeping the 3rd mana core open for too long was dangerous. His mana would run dry before the creature fell. Unexpectedly, the mercenaries charged forward. Belinda called out to him, and Ghislain turned toward her. Gillian stood at the front, and to his surprise, Carr stepped up to face the enormous serpent as well. Belinda rushed to check on Ghislain, ensuring he was unharmed. She pleaded for him to retreat while they held the serpent back. But Ghislain's response shocked everyone. He ordered the mercenaries to withdraw immediately, Sir and Jillian turned back in confusion, uncertain if they had heard correctly. Belinda was stunned, wondering what he meant. Gordon questioned aloud if the boss truly gave that command, and Jillian echoed his disbelief. Calmly, Ghislain explained that even he couldn't guarantee everyone's safety against such a monstrous foe. He couldn't afford to lose a single person. Their lives, he said, were more valuable than the battle itself. Belinda, still shaken, asked what would happen to him. Ghislain's resolve was unwavering as he answered he would finish the fight here. She stared at him in disbelief. Reaching this point was already a miracle, and yet he intended to push further. She couldn't understand why he would go to such extremes. Ghislain's aura flared again as mana surged through his veins and into his blade. The blood python responded by spewing a thick cloud of poison, threatening to drown them in a deadly mist. Ghislain shouted for the mercenaries to flee immediately. But instead of retreating, they raised their shields and moved forward to protect him from the toxic onslaught. Ghislain was taken aback by their defiance, unable to comprehend why they chose to fight instead of run. One mercenary shouted that they would stand beside him. Another declared they had never met a leader like him before. Gordon affirmed their loyalty, saying they had survived countless battles thanks to Ghislain, and they would do so again. Kerr, filled with excitement, added that the treasure awaiting them would be theirs if they could slay the serpent. Belinda, her voice resolute, vowed not to leave him behind. Jillian, the first to swear loyalty, volunteered to create an opening. He told Ghislain that just as they believed in him, he should now believe in them. Ghislain steadied his breathing. He knew the risks. One wrong move could mean losing a comrade, but turning back was no longer an option. He warned them that the blood python's size was unnatural, its poison lethal, and its crimson scales capable of deflecting even mana-forged blades. A single hit could kill any of them. Belinda struggled to understand his determination, but Ghislain's gaze had already locked onto the serpent's crushed right eye, the wound he'd inflicted earlier. That was the weak point. Raising his blade high for all to see, he commanded the mercenaries to follow his lead. In unison, their voices rose together, echoing through the battlefield as they prepared to face the blood python one final time. They stood undeterred before the blood python, an enormous serpent towering over them. As its mouth opened wide, the mercenaries raised their shields in preparation. Without hesitation, the Big Four sprang into action. Belinda, dagger in hand, positioned herself behind Sir, who wielded his uniquely shaped blade. Both prepared to strike at the serpent's right eye. Jillian raised his axe, aiming for the wound in the creature's mouth, while Ghislain searched for an opening, moving carefully with his blade. The mercenaries did everything they could to restrict the snake's movements, using every ounce of their strength. Carrick thrust his blade into the serpent's right eye, drawing its furious attention. The beast swung its massive head, jaws snapping toward him in a deadly strike. Fortunately, Belinda reacted swiftly, pulling Kerr out of harm's way with a line, saving him from certain death. Jillian leaped forward, his axe crashing down with tremendous force. Though it couldn't pierce the python's scales, his mana-enhanced strength slammed the serpent's head into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ghislain dashed in from the side toward the serpent's remaining eye. The snake noticed him, but it was too late. With precise aim, he pierced its second eye, causing the creature to shriek in agony. His mind raced. Even though he knew what would happen in the future, he understood that not everything would go as planned. But he could not afford to stand by and watch others die. He had to kill it. With Jillian still pinning the serpent down, the mercenaries attacked in unison. In its final moments of strength, the beast jerked its head upward, sensing a surge of powerful mana above. Ghislain leapt high into the air, blade raised for the finishing strike. He had no choice but to end it now. He alone knew the future of the estate, and failure was not an option. The serpent lunged upward, mouth gaping wide. If Ghislain faltered for even a moment, it would swallow him whole. The others watched in horror as the serpent appeared to consume the young master. Belinda screamed his name, helpless. But then, to everyone's astonishment, Gislin's blade pierced through the top of the serpent's head from within. He sliced outward, splitting the creature's skull in two. Emerging from the wreckage, drenched in poison but victorious, Gislin stood tall. The blood python was dead. Kay and Jillian smiled in relief, overjoyed to see their young master safe. Belinda, overwhelmed with emotion, was equally relieved. As the future of Perdium, Gislin knew he could not allow the expedition to fail. And as the mercenary king, he couldn't let his comrades die in vain. With the blood python defeated, the expedition toward the runestone vein was a success. Back at Perdium Castle, Albert was seething with rage. He fumed over Gislin's blatant defiance of the Lord's orders, declaring that entering the Forest of Beasts was nothing short of treason. In the room sat Zwalter, Count of Perdium, and Homer, who tried to calm Albert's fury. Homer understood the young lord's reckless nature, but wondered if, in the lord's absence, Gislin believed himself to be ruler now. Albert's accusations grew sharper and more bitter. Homer sighed, saying there was no point in getting worked up now. The young lord had been in the Forest of Beasts for over 2 weeks. Had Scoven not falsified his report, they might have intervened earlier. Homer couldn't comprehend why Scoven had chosen to help Gislin, risking his own knighthood for him. Albert's frustration only deepened. He insisted that they could no longer ignore this rebellion. Something had to be done before Gislin caused greater chaos. Homer agreed, stating that upon Gislin's return, he must be imprisoned and punished severely. The Count remained silent, his mind heavy with questions. Why had his son stirred such turmoil? Suddenly, the door burst open. Randall, captain of the Perdium Knights, entered in haste, his tone carrying urgency. The atmosphere shifted instantly as everyone sensed the gravity of his words. He reported that the Lord must come immediately. Zwalter raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued, and asked what had happened. With a grave expression, Randall revealed the startling news: the young Lord Gislin had returned. Outside, Gislin strode confidently toward Perdium Castle, fully aware that facing his father would bring serious consequences. But he was certain that once his father saw the results of his actions, everything would be all right. Once Gislin arrived, he immediately took a seat before his father, the 2 officials, and the knight captain. Albert, though seething with fury, remained silent, waiting for the Archduke to speak. Even Randall and Homer could not guess what this young man had in mind. Meanwhile, though Zwalter was relieved that his son had returned alive from the Forest of Beasts, he couldn't bring himself to express his relief. Gislin had defied his direct orders. Gislin calmly addressed his father, his tone still carrying a childish innocence. His words were simple: he had returned. Zwalter reminded him that he had explicitly forbidden him from entering the Forest of Beasts. Gislin apologized, stating that it was something that had to be done. His response confused Homer, who questioned what Gislin meant by "had to be done." Randolph followed, asking whether Gislin truly believed it was worth disobeying orders for. Entering the Forest of Beasts was a serious offense, Randall added, emphasizing the danger not only to Gislin's life, but also to the estate itself. If monsters had poured out of the forest, the entire territory could have been endangered. Gislin, unfazed by their scolding, calmly replied that he was still alive and that no monsters had invaded the estate. His words only fueled Homer's anger, while Randolph shouted at him, demanding to know how he dared speak back. Albert, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, asking whether Gislin found the situation amusing. Given that there had been no incidents in the Forest of Beasts this time, Albert suggested that they could let it pass, though his tone was laced with frustration as he rummaged through his pocket. He then placed a letter on the table, his expression hardening. There could be no excuses for this matter. Gislin immediately recognized the letter from Count Rayfold and asked if it was indeed from him. Albert confirmed it, explaining that he had suspected something would go wrong when Gislin visited Rayfold without warning. Worse, Gislin had extorted 20,000 gold from Lady Amelia, who had been regularly sending support funds to Perdium. This had enraged Count Rayfold, who was now severing ties with the estate and calling off the engagement. Albert stressed that this was a serious issue that could shake the foundation of the entire estate. Ghislaine paused to think. He wasn't bothered by the contents of the letter. Manipulating a greedy count had never been difficult, but it was clear Amelia had resorted to working with an enemy to bring him down. He realized that the leverage he once had over her was now useless. Revealing her secret dealings or merchant connections would only look like an attempt to cover up his own misdeeds. If he had been even a little late entering the forest of beasts, he would have been trapped in the estate. Time, he thought, was not on his side. He placed the letter back on the table. Albert urged him to speak, demanding a response. Homer interjected, insisting that the 20,000 gold be returned immediately. Randolph remarked that the sum would have covered the night order's expenses for quite some time. Ghislaine simply stated that he had spent it all. The four men were taken aback. Ghislaine explained that he had used the money to develop the Forest of Beasts. To them, it sounded like another one of his reckless schemes, proof that he had no concern for Perdium's future. Albert, still in disbelief, demanded to know if Ghislaine had truly wasted all that money on a monster-filled forest. Ghislaine, without offering excuses for his actions with Rayfold, merely apologized for the situation. Enraged, Randolph grabbed him by the collar, cursing him as a reckless brat who had sold out the estate's future with his own hands. Homer declared that Ghislaine Perdium was no longer fit to be Archduke and demanded that he be restrained and thrown into prison. In a calm, unshaken tone, Ghislaine replied that he would personally provide the necessary support funds from now on, including the 20,000 gold. Zwalter, clearly perplexed, asked his son what he meant. Without hesitation, Ghislaine called out to Belinda, who had been waiting outside. She entered the room holding a box in her hands. Ghislaine explained that if his only goal had been to enter the Forest of Beasts and return, he would never have begun its development. Belinda placed a box on the table, and as she opened it, the older men were initially confused by the glowing crystal inside. However, Zwalter immediately recognized it. Ghislaine revealed that it was a top-grade runestone. Those familiar with it recognized its value instantly, though Albert, seeing it for the first time, expressed his surprise. Homer took the crystal and examined it closely, clearly impressed. He asked where Ghislaine had acquired such a valuable item. Randolph, still processing the discovery, accused Ghislaine of trading it for the 20,000 gold, though his face betrayed his shock. Ghislaine, however, responded casually, explaining that he had mined it from the Forest of Beasts. Belinda, standing nearby, shot an annoyed glance at the older man for doubting Ghislaine's words. Albert, still taken aback, noted that while the runestone was indeed valuable, it wouldn't be enough to sustain the estate on its own. Ghislaine nodded in agreement but assured them that this wasn't all. He then led the group to the outskirts of the estate, where the results of his expedition were displayed in full. Piles of high-grade runestone filled the area, with more being transported in by carriage. The corpses of various monsters, valuable for their materials, were being sorted by the mercenaries Ghislaine had hastily gathered for the mission. Homer, amazed at the scale of it all, asked how much had been collected in just 15 days. Randall, even more astonished, questioned whether he was seeing things. Zwalter, equally surprised, turned to Belinda and asked if everything had truly been obtained during the expedition. Belinda responded with certainty, affirming that Ghislaine had personally led the effort and secured it all. With pride, Ghislaine explained that the haul included the remains of creatures like the dirus int and the blood python, but the runestones displayed were only a small fraction of what had been mined from the vein. He reiterated that the purpose of the development was to benefit the estate and that everything should be used for its prosperity. Albert, reviewing the situation, estimated that with this much material, they would no longer struggle with support funds. The realization struck Randall and Homer, leaving them shocked and impressed. Their demeanor shifted as they approached Ghislaine, offering praise for his remarkable success. Randall, acknowledging Ghislaine's exhaustion from the expedition, spoke first, expressing his admiration. Homer followed, offering his own compliments, and the two even massaged Gislin's shoulders in gratitude. Gislin, however, had a few conditions before offering his full support. He listed them one by one. His first condition was the immediate release of Scoven and Ricardo, as they had only followed his orders. His second condition was that public access to the Forest of Beasts remain restricted, warning that unnecessary rumors could harm the estate. After considering these requests, Homer found them reasonable, but Gislin's third condition was far more contentious. He insisted that he would personally recruit and manage the mercenaries and security forces, arguing that interference with troop movements within the estate would only waste time. Homer, alarmed by this suggestion, voiced strong objection, demanding to know if Gislin was proposing to form a private army. Equally concerned, Randall questioned what Gislin intended to do with such an army. Albert, maintaining a composed tone, stepped in to clarify the situation. He told Gislin that he was mistaken if he thought he could act freely without oversight. He reminded him that his current position was one where he should be seeking forgiveness, not making demands. Gislin, however, calmly explained that he was only setting the necessary conditions to replace Rayfold's financial support. He added that delays in operations like these would negatively impact Perdium's finances. Turning to Albert, he challenged him to consider if he was truly fine with the consequences of such delays. Albert, momentarily speechless, had no immediate response. Seeing the tension rise, he turned to Zwalter, urging him to intervene. He pleaded with his brother to take control of the situation before Gislin's demands jeopardized the estate's future. However, Zwalter remained silent, observing the unfolding events. Suddenly, a voice from behind called out to Gislin, drawing everyone's attention. It was Gillian, who greeted Gislin warmly. Kerr, standing nearby, also welcomed him with a smile, and Gillian praised Gislin for his efforts. Gislin responded affirmatively, acknowledging the praise, while the mercenaries who had joined them on the expedition stood in line behind Gillian, sharing the same sentiment of respect and admiration. Gillian reported that the loading of the runestone was nearly complete and awaited further instruction. With a single command, they would be ready to move at any time. Kair, now speaking with calm respect, reported that the Dirus int bark had been stored without preservatives as instructed. He then asked what should be done with the blood python. Gislin gave precise orders to dismantle the python's body, separating the venom, blood, flesh, and hide to prevent decay. The mercenaries immediately responded, ready to carry out his commands. Zwalter turned to Randall, visibly impressed by the mercenaries' presence, though he couldn't understand how Gislin had managed to command such powerful individuals. Randall agreed, remarking that the mercenaries seemed like an elite unit. Gislin turned to them and acknowledged their comment, explaining that without the mercenaries' help, the expedition would have been extremely difficult. Zwalter observed his son in a new light. He then ordered the officials to return. As he turned to leave, the others hesitated briefly but followed, as his tone left no room for questioning. Before departing, Zwalter addressed Gislin, choosing to overlook his actions this time. However, he warned that if Gislin disobeyed his orders again, there would be consequences. Gislin, grateful yet resolute, thanked his father and declared that one day he would inherit the estate as its rightful successor. As Zwalter walked away, he remarked that Gislin possessed the spirit of the Northern Wolf, a title given to the Count of Percherium, protector of the northern frontier of the Kingdom of Lethania. Zwalter had lived a lonely life, leading with weak military strength and an impoverished estate. For years, he had defended the northernmost frontier without the company of his wife, Elena, or his son. His devotion had been unwavering, yet his reward was a forgotten and solitary death. With the tension easing, Kair sighed in relief, saying they could finally relax a little. Belinda, still worried, asked Gislin if he was heading straight back to the castle. He replied that he wouldn't rest yet and instructed her to prepare everything for immediate departure. Surprised, she asked if he wasn't going to rest. Gillian, noticing Gislin's weariness, also urged him to take time to recover. reminding him that surviving inside the blood python had been a miracle. Belinda sternly reminded him of how much effort it had taken to detoxify the poison from his body and pleaded that he rest before continuing. Though exhausted, Ghislaine gently tapped Belinda's shoulder and assured her that he was counting on her. He knew, however, that he couldn't afford any delay in the mining process. News of Perdium securing the runestone vein would spread quickly and attract those eager to seize the estate for themselves. Determined, Ghislaine decided to leave the rest to his companions and began heading back. With each step, his breathing grew heavier. He knew they needed to strengthen their forces quickly strong enough that no one would dare challenge them. But before he could take another step, his body gave out. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Belinda cried out his name, her voice trembling. Even without a response, the sight of the fallen Archduke struck pain into the hearts of everyone present. In a dimly lit, foreboding hall, a messenger pigeon arrived, a letter tied securely to its neck. It flew toward a shadowed figure who coveted the Perdium estate, Count Harold Desmond. Commanding everything from the darkness, he accepted the pigeon with a steady hand and opened the letter. Inside was a report confirming the partial reclamation of the Forest of Beasts, suggesting an impending territorial war with the Diggle family and the eventual destruction of Perdium. After that, the ducal house would intervene. With sharp, calculating eyes, Count Desmond read the report aloud, his voice cold and certain. The destruction of Perdium. Before him, those gathered under his command sat around a circular table, representatives from across the kingdom awaiting his directive. One of them wondered aloud if they should reduce Perdium to a lordless land. Another agreed that the time had come. A third suggested that the ducal house likely intended to appoint a new ruler for Perdium. Count Desmond then asked how many of his people were still in Perdium. One of his subordinates replied that 2 retainers and 1 knight remained. He immediately ordered the 2 retainers to be sent to Daigle's territory. The discovery of the missing dialed heir found dead in the Perdium estate, he declared, would be justification enough for war. Furthermore, Count Desmond added that Victor would take full command of the operation. This announcement drew attention from everyone present. One person expressed disbelief, remarking that it was surprising to deploy Desmond's strongest card so soon. Another said that if Frank had done his job properly, Perdium would have fallen on its own. A third, questioning the need for Victor's involvement, wondered if the usually discreet ducal house had changed its approach. Count Desmond explained that the Forest of Beasts had changed everything. The others speculated whether it contained some unknown riches. Rising to his feet, Desmond declared that every decision followed Duke Belelfine's will, and ordered them not to question it. He then asked if anyone else knew about the situation in Perdium. The scene shifted to the Rayfold estate, where Amelia screamed in distress, her cries echoing through the room. Leaning against Bernarf's chest, she shouted Ghislaine's name. Bernarf stood still, allowing her to sob, her body trembling in his arms. Amelia muttered that Ghislaine had secured a runestone mine using the 20,000 gold he had taken from her. Even after sending wildcats to kill him, they had failed. She had even humbled herself before her father to cut off Perdium's funding. The thought burned everything had made her look like a fool. With a calm voice, Bernarf suggested that Amelia was not acting like herself. Taking a deep breath, she admitted it, acknowledging that she had let her emotions take control. Quickly regaining her composure, Amelia turned to her table and said that what was done was done. It was clear she was already plotting her next move. She began to strategize, focusing on both Ghislaine and Perdium. Sensing her renewed determination, Bernarf smiled and pledged to follow any order she gave. Amelia explained that now that the runestone mine had been discovered, Perdium's financial troubles would soon end. Bernarf remarked that they might already be celebrating there, but Amelia dismissed the idea, pointing out that the runestones hadn't been sold yet. According to their latest intelligence, the mine had only been secured 2 days ago, far too soon to establish a supply chain. That weakness, she decided, would be their advantage. She concluded that the only place in the north where the runestones could be sold was the Crimson Magic Tower, ruled by the 7th Circle Archmage Delmud, known as the Tower of Advancement. Runestones were vital for magical research, and such towers always took their supply seriously. Amelia ordered Bernarf to set an ambush with wild cats along the main route to the northern tower. Their target wouldn't be Ghislain, but the workers transporting the runestones. They would disrupt the transport, cause chaos, and seize the cargo amidst the confusion. Bernarf raised a concern about the Scarlet Flame Tower in Brian territory, but Amelia reassured him, explaining that the Crimson Tower had been in decline and that Ghislain would never sell to a lower-paying tower when the Crimson Magic Tower would offer far more. Her voice hardened with determination as she vowed that this time, she would take everything from Ghislain and Perdium. Meanwhile, at the Perdium estate, Ghislain rested, exhausted from his battle with the beast. Though he had fought valiantly, his body had reached its limit and needed time to recover. When Ghislain was swallowed whole by the blood python, survival had seemed impossible. The blood python, a predator of its level, used venom to dissolve its prey before digestion. However, the mana released from Ghislain's third core burned the venom upon contact, preventing it from entering his body. The resulting toxic fumes filled the air, making it a deadly environment for anyone who breathed them. Most prey would have lost consciousness or died instantly, but Ghislain, bearing the weight of his estate's future, told himself to endure. If he lost consciousness inside the blood python's body, everything would be over the expedition, his family, his future. In that critical moment, knowing he couldn't escape the poison, Ghislain made a fateful choice. He would make the venom his own. He channeled the poison that had entered his body, attempting to absorb it into his mana core. Using the fierce rotation of mana within his core, he worked to neutralize the poison. This technique, requiring delicate mana control, could only be achieved by those who had reached superhuman levels, and Ghislain attempted it. He could not be certain of his success, but he decided to try. He used the poison as an alternative fuel to withstand mana explosions. This, he believed, was how he would break free from the blood python's grasp. After 2 days of sleep, Ghislain finally woke up. To his surprise, the usual aches in his body were gone. Instead, he felt refreshed. As his memories slowly returned, he sat up, his mind still hazy. He wondered where he was. He remembered receiving forgiveness from his father, but everything after that was unclear. As he gathered his thoughts, he noticed Elena sitting by his bed, as though she had been tending to him the entire time he was unconscious, waiting for her brother to wake up. Without warning, Elena rushed toward him and hugged him tightly, relieved to see him awake. She explained that he had been asleep for 2 days and that after leaving without a word, he had suddenly collapsed upon his return. A flood of emotions overtook her, but once the initial worry faded, her voice softened, greeting him with familiar warmth. Still trying to make sense of everything, Ghislain nervously muttered her name. Before he could process it further, Elena abruptly pushed him back onto the bed and ran out of the room, calling out to Belinda that her brother was awake. Ghislain's thoughts remained focused on the situation at hand. 2 days after emerging from the blood python's body, he had received only minimal first aid from Belinda before continuing to work. He had tried to endure until the runes were sold, but his young body could not handle the strain, causing him to collapse. Reflecting on his recklessness, Ghislain was surprised to find his body in remarkably good condition. Sleeping for only 2 days shouldn't have been enough to recover from such severe damage. Assessing his condition, he noticed something strange. His recovery rate had drastically improved, and his mana capacity had increased. When he gathered his mana, he realized its nature had changed. Ghislain wondered if his mana had fused with the blood python's energy during the process of neutralizing the poison within his core. He murmured to himself that he never knew in his past life he could grow stronger in such a way. The risk he had taken had certainly paid off. He would need to run tests after dealing with more pressing matters. One thing was certain: if this method worked, he could become dozens of times stronger in no time. A content smile crossed his face, but his focus quickly shifted to the matter at hand, selling the runes. 2 days had passed, and by now, everyone who needed to know about the Runest mine was already aware. Ghislain quickly got dressed, intending to gather the mercenaries immediately. Just then, someone knocked on his door. Assuming it was Belinda, he called out, telling her there was no need to knock. To his surprise, his father entered the room, followed by Belinda, who wore a cheerful expression upon seeing him standing, and Elena, who had a sheepish grin on her face. Zwalter, his father, exclaimed in relief that Ghislain was awake. Startled, Ghislain confirmed that he was fine. Visibly relieved, Zwalter expressed his satisfaction at seeing his son recover. Belinda hurried to his side, running her hand along his face and scolding him for collapsing so suddenly, expressing how worried they had been. Ghislain reassured her casually that he was fine. Zwalter then stepped closer and asked if they could talk. Standing before his son, he said he had a request. Ghislain, confused, listened intently. His father had never spoken to him this way before, having always regarded him as the failure of the Perdium estate's heir. Later, the two men made their way to the training ground. The eerie silence was broken only by the sound of their combined footsteps, each carrying a sword in hand. Ghislain couldn't help but observe the Duke closely, realizing it was the first time they had ever been alone together. In his past life, he had always avoided his father, fearful of the scolding he would receive. The tension of the moment stirred old memories, yet Ghislain remained focused on the present. Once they reached the center of the arena, Zwalter apologized for calling his son out so soon after his rest. Ghislain reassured him, mentioning that he had slept well for 2 days and felt great as a result. However, Ghislain quickly shifted the conversation, bringing up the request his father had mentioned earlier. Growing nervous, he wondered whether he would be scolded. Zwalter maintained his stern gaze on his son for a moment before deliberately looking away. Ghislain's suspicions grew at his father's odd behavior, and an uncomfortable silence filled the space between them. As the silence stretched on, Ghislain reflected on the words his mother had once shared with him as a child. He recalled a hazy evening when he, his mother, and Elena had been sitting atop a hill, gazing out at the distant party estate. His mother had spoken of his father, revealing that he was not an honest man, one who always prioritized others before himself and never showed his true feelings. But she had added that he was different when it came to her, a small chuckle escaping her lips as she recalled his confession of love. She had told him to try to understand his father, even if he seemed rough around the edges, as he was simply bad at expressing himself. Ghislain had not understood the depth of her words back then, but standing before his father now, their meaning seemed clearer. Zwalter suddenly assumed his stance, holding his sword vertically and instructing Ghislain to raise his weapon. Nervous, Ghislain followed the command, beads of sweat forming on his cheek. Despite his unease, he steadied himself and locked eyes with his father. They prepared for the sparring session, each taking their stance, swords ready. In the blink of an eye, Zwalter lunged forward, thrusting his sword toward Ghislain. He responded quickly, deflecting the attack by turning his blade and positioning it in front of him. Zwalter withdrew, spinning his sword upward before bringing it crashing down with all his weight. Ghislain planted his feet firmly and received the blow near the hilt of his sword. Determined, he swung his weapon from behind, aiming for his father. Zwalter brought his sword down to block, then counterattacked with the precision of a striking snake. Ghislain barely managed to raise his sword in time to defend. The battle continued, each maneuver faster and sharper than the last. Zwalter's movements were fluid, but Ghislain kept pace, thrusting his sword with deadly precision. Zwalter dodged and retaliated, putting his full weight behind every strike. With each exchange, Ghislain began to understand the nature of his father's blade. The heavy sword that could easily overpower northern barbarians was also capable of gentleness, capable of protecting what was most precious. As the sparring went on, Ghislain felt the weight of his blade in a way he never had before. He now understood the balance his father struck between strength and tenderness. After several more exchanges, Zwalter lunged again, bringing his sword down with great force. Gislen blocked with the hilt of his sword, redirecting the strike before swiftly swinging from his side in an attempt to land a blow. Just as quickly, Zwalter raised his sword behind him to defend. In the next instant, both father and son recognized an opening in each other's defense. Then they struck. Their swords locked, each blade pointed at the other's neck. The match ended in a draw. Both men stood still, eyes locked. Gislen studied his father with a sharp gaze, while Zwalter, though proud of his son's growth, felt a quiet unease about what he had just witnessed. Zwalter broke the silence, praising Gislen for his progress. With a nervous smile, Gislen muttered a brief thanks, but his surprise deepened when Zwalter offered advice. He suggested that Gislen ease up on the pressure during their encounters. While Gislen certainly possessed the strength and reflexes to take down monsters in the forest, Zwalter noted that his intentions might be too easy to read in battle. Gislen pondered his father's words, offering a low hum in acknowledgement. He was used to reading his opponent's movements during fights, but perhaps there was more to consider in the heat of combat. Lost in thought, he considered how to incorporate this new insight into his technique. Then a realization struck him he had never truly been taught by anyone before. His swordsmanship had been built entirely on real combat and instinct, lacking proper instruction. There were undoubtedly things he had missed along the way. But now, with his father's guidance, those gaps were being filled. Gislen came to a quiet epiphany. He had always believed he could rely only on himself and had carried that burden in solitude, never seeking guidance. But now, receiving it from his father, he realized it wasn't such a bad thing after all. It was something he could learn from, something he could embrace. The end hour 4. Grateful, Gislen turned to his father and thanked him for the lessons. However, Zwalter remained silent, his expression unreadable as he fixed his gaze on his son. After a moment, he spoke, admitting that he had actually intended to scold Gislen. The young man was taken aback. His father explained that despite any merit Gislen had earned, breaking the rules was still breaking the rules. If everyone ignored the rules just because of their contributions, it would lead to chaos. Gislen listened intently. No longer the foolish child he had been during his adolescence, he was growing, evolving. His father noticed it too, expressing that Gislen had changed. Zwalter recognized that unlike others who sought trouble to gain merit, Gislen seemed to be looking beyond that, seeing something larger. Zwalter advised him to continue on his current path, to think about Perdium and those around him, and to fulfill his responsibilities as the estate's successor. The word responsibility echoed in Gislen's mind. While he couldn't express it, his resolve to protect the estate had solidified the moment he opened his eyes in the barracks. Before his father left, Gislen remembered something. He asked Zwalter about the request he had mentioned earlier. Zwalter, hesitant and struggling to express himself, finally turned and asked Gislen if he had any money. It was for the repairs of the northern fortress. Later, Gislen donned his cape and made his way toward the Forest of Beasts encampment. There his mercenary army awaited, his strongest subordinates at the forefront ready to greet him. As Gislen approached, the mercenaries stood in line, greeting him in unison. Gislen smiled at the sight of them. He asked how everyone had been doing, and the mercenaries responded enthusiastically, showing their respect and admiration for him. Kaor commented on how healthy Gislen looked, while Jillian asked about his well-being. Gislen reassured them, apologizing for keeping them waiting. He then inquired about Rachel, Jillian's daughter, and was pleased to hear that she had recovered beyond expectations. Jillian bowed his head in gratitude, thanking Gislen for his role in Rachel's recovery. With pleasantries out of the way, Gislen's tone shifted. He informed his trusted subordinates that the estate was in danger. His serious words carried weight, and they all understood that something significant was brewing. They had seen his actions in the Forest of Beasts, and they could tell that a greater threat loomed. The four of them gathered in a tent where Gislen revealed the details of the situation. He shared everything, From the attack on Elena to the forces attempting to trigger a war by killing her, the discovery of the Diggled Prince's corpse, and the growing threats targeting Perdium. Ghislaine's mind raced as he speculated that spies had been operating within the estate for some time. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Belinda remarked that she now understood why Ghislaine had been in such a hurry. She had thought that the discovery of the runestones would have brought some respite, but now it was clear there was no time to relax. Always eager for a fight, Kaor remarked that after the Forest of Beasts, war seemed to be the next step for Perdium, a place that never seemed to have a dull moment. Jillian understood the danger as well, realizing that Perdium's recent discovery of the runestones made it a prime target for enemies seeking to take advantage. Ghislaine confirmed their thoughts, emphasizing that their enemies wouldn't simply let Perdium be. He then paused as Belinda urged them to inform the retainers and Lord. But Ghislaine shook his head. He cautioned against acting too quickly, pointing out that even Elena's knights had betrayed her and there could be spies among the retainers as well. They couldn't afford to trust anyone until they knew who their true allies were. He explained that while they had bought some time by saving Elena, the discovery of the runestones had likely accelerated the plans of their enemies. A fierce battle awaited them. The words "tough battle" hung heavily in the air as Ghislaine prepared himself and his forces for what was to come. Silence filled the room as the gravity of the situation settled in. Ghislaine felt a deep trust for the three subordinates before him, certain that their loyalty was unwavering. Kaor spoke first. He told Ghislaine that he was ready to follow any order. His fierce personality seemed to disappear before the young lord. Equally devoted, Jillian expressed his commitment, stating that he had already dedicated his life to Ghislaine and would follow him to the very end. Being the loyal and brash maid, Belinda suddenly stood, declaring that no one else but her would protect the young master. Ghislaine let out a sigh of relief, a faint smile forming on his lips. He then turned to the matter at hand, his voice firm as he addressed the imminent danger to the estate. He explained that the greatest enemy to Perdium was the Duke of Delphine, the shadowy figure who coveted the estate. He named Count Desmond and Amelia, two deceptive figures who worked under the Duke's orders, and vowed not to let them succeed. The next step, Ghislaine revealed, would be heading south to the Scarlet Flame Tower. Sensing an opportunity, Kaor expressed excitement about finally selling the runestones, eager for the wealth it would bring. Belinda questioned Ghislaine's decision, suggesting that the Crimson Magic Tower being closer would offer a better price. But Ghislaine explained that the Scarlet Flame Tower was the better choice as it would generate less friction. Ever the strategist, Jillian understood the reasoning. When dealing with high-value goods like runestones, it was only logical to prepare for any potential threats, anticipating the presence of uninvited guests. Belinda quickly acknowledged the possibility of an ambush, recalling how the previous dealings had almost turned into a trap. The Scarlet Flame Tower had once been the most prosperous in the south. However, when Delmud of the Crimson Magic Tower reached the level of a 7th Circle Mage, the balance of power shifted. Now, the Scarlet Flame Tower struggled to regain its former glory, still unable to rival the power of the Crimson Magic Tower. Ghislaine's interest in the Scarlet Flame Tower was more personal. He had someone in mind, someone from his past life whom he needed to recruit into his plans. The scene shifted to the Scarlet Flame Tower complex. The structure rose high above its surroundings, seemingly ahead of its time. Inside, in a library, a woman sat amidst piles of books, trembling as she clutched a staff in her hand. She muttered the name of her teacher, Lenato, and wondered when the light her teacher had spoken of would finally arrive. The party made their way toward the Scarlet Flame Tower, which loomed ahead as they arrived. Belinda and Kaor's faces showed clear astonishment. Ghislaine led the group personally, ensuring he would not need to pay the merchant's share. In awe, the man, the legend, and the myth, Gordon marveled at the tower's height. He had heard of it for years, but never expected to see it in person. One of the mercenaries also shared their amazement, stating they had long heard of it but were now seeing it firsthand. Gordon then commented on the stark contrast between the lives of the people in the tower and those in Perdium, highlighting how different the world seemed from the one they knew. The areas surrounding magic towers often developed through trade with the mages. The surroundings of the Scarlet Flame Tower in particular were remarkably clean and advanced. As one of the standing magic towers, it also produced magic scrolls. On the street, mages worked effortlessly repairing the road and laying street tiles as though they were seasoned construction workers. One of the mercenaries, astonished, wondered aloud how such work could be done using magic, while another expressed disbelief at seeing magic performed without a scroll. The group watched in wonder as they passed by, observing the mages' skill. As they moved forward, the group of mages glanced sharply at the passing party of mercenaries, their expressions tinged with disdain. In an instant, the mages cast a spell, blue flames shooting from their staffs, burning with an intensity that seemed to scorch the very essence of their existence. The flames enveloped them, and before long, they seemed to vanish from sight. The mercenaries reacted in surprise, exclaiming how extraordinary it was with a hint of nonchalance. Ghislaine calmly explained that it was a concealment spell, and remarked that the mages clearly didn't want to be seen. Ever the skeptic, Kaor scoffed at the situation, chastising the mercenaries for their behavior. Belinda, somewhat taken aback but still impressed, expressed that even if the tower wasn't what it once was, it remained a powerful force. Ever the pragmatist, Jillian reminded them that Bifrost was one of the wealthiest territories in the kingdom, and thus it made sense that such a tower would still hold importance. However, Ghislaine pondered deeply on this. On the surface, the tower was still grand, but no one could have predicted its decline from its former glory. Soon, the party arrived at the imposing gates of the tower, where they stopped momentarily to gain entry. Ghislaine remarked with some satisfaction that they had finally arrived, straining his neck to get a better view. Kaor commented that it was so tall it almost seemed as though it would snap his neck. Belinda chimed in, noting that even reaching the main gate felt like a journey in itself. As they approached, something struck them as odd. There were no gatekeepers to be found. Instead, 2 sets of armor, each holding massive axes, lay unattended. Suddenly, a mage called down from above the gate wall, ordering the party to step back. Right after, lines of mana formed in the air, reaching down toward the discarded equipment. The mages, standing on the gate wall, magically animated the armor to stand as guards. The towering figures of the armored guardians, now animated by magic, raised their axes in a defensive posture, blocking the entrance. One of the guards bellowed, demanding to know the party's identity and purpose. Tinged with incredulity in her voice, Belinda commented that the armor seemed almost like puppets, while Kaor sneered, remarking that these were typical gatekeepers of a magic tower, unwilling to even come down to speak face to face. Staying composed, Jillian announced Ghislaine's identity as the Archduke of Perdium and asked to speak with the person in charge of transactions. However, the mages immediately rejected their request. One mage scoffed, dismissing anything from Perdium as low-quality materials or cheap potions, calling it a waste of time to deal with people from such a place. He ordered them to leave. Angered, Belinda screamed at the mages, demanding they come down and face them. The mage simply told them to get lost as they moved the 2 puppets into an offensive stance. Still calm, Jillian turned to Ghislaine and asked how they should proceed. Taking a moment to consider, Ghislaine then spoke, asking if the mages were truly comfortable with their decision. The mages halted their taunting and looked at him curiously. Without hesitation, Ghislaine pulled out a piece of runestone and held it up for the mages to see. Initially, the mages seemed puzzled, their gaze distant as they tried to understand. But soon, one mage's eyes widened as he realized what the group had brought. An entire carriage full of runestones. The mages began to register what was happening. Could it be that everything they brought was runestones? With a smug grin, Ghislaine asked if they were truly going to pass up such an opportunity. At this, the gate was opened and the party was granted entry. Ghislaine and Belinda were escorted to meet the person in charge of transactions. 2 men greeted them warmly, bowing in recognition of their esteemed guest. The man, who introduced himself as Sylvan, the trading manager of the tower, promised to assist them with whatever they needed. Unfazed, Ghislaine requested someone capable of handling such a large transaction, indicating his desire to meet directly with the tower master. Sylvan was taken aback by this request, but quickly assured them he would notify the tower master and have someone escort them to the reception room. Belinda, still seething from the earlier disrespect, muttered under her breath about how they should have been treated with more respect from the start, directing her words toward the mage guard earlier. Just then, an explosion rattled the tower, drawing Ghislaine's attention. He wondered aloud if something was wrong, but the mage quickly dismissed his concern, explaining it was a common occurrence during magic research. Still, Ghislaine's thoughts drifted elsewhere, and a certain figure lingered in his mind. At the research lab, the door opened, and 3 seemingly high-ranking disciples stepped into the room. One was already lying on the floor, the air thick with dissipating mana. A blonde-haired mage spoke sternly, telling the girl that she had been warned about entering the research lab. Alpoy, the blonde-haired man who sneered at the black-haired girl, his tone dripping with mockery as he spoke. He couldn't believe that someone without the ability to use magic would dare occupy a spot in the research lab. He taunted the girl, asking if she was ignoring the words of Alpoy, the heir to the magic tower and a 3rd circle master. Another mage, a black-haired man, joined in, also mocking the girl and her teacher for accepting such a disciple. A 3rd mage, a blonde-haired man, chimed in arrogantly, stating that the black-haired girl should be grateful for even being allowed a spot in the prestigious Scarlet Flame Tower. The black-haired girl, lying weak and disheveled on the floor, gasped for air but still found the strength to respond. She weakly asserted that as a mage, she had the right to use the research lab just as much as anyone else. With a cruel smirk, Alpoy responded dismissively, calling her a mage before casting a spell. With a swift motion, Alpoy summoned crimson flames to his staff, preparing to challenge the girl with a fiery attack. Alpoy's tone was smug as he told the girl to try blocking the fire with her own magic. He hurled a fireball toward the seemingly helpless girl, casting the 1st circle spell Fire Sling. The black-haired girl, barely able to steady herself, raised her hand, struggling to cast a defensive spell. As the fireball approached, she faltered, her hand trembling as she prepared to take the hit with her bare body. Just before the fireball reached its target, a caped figure appeared between them. Ghislaine, wielding his sword, moved swiftly, deflecting the fireball with ease. His actions freed the girl from the torment she had been enduring at the hands of her fellow mages. Ghislaine turned to face the 3 mages with a nonchalant expression, commenting on the research taking place at the Scarlet Flame Tower. He called out the bullying that had been allowed to occur, the apparent disregard for the dignity of fellow mages. Meanwhile, in the Tower Master's conference room, the argument had escalated. Hubert, the master of the Scarlet Flame Tower, was seething with frustration as he learned that their supply of runestones was nearly exhausted. He shook his head in disbelief, feeling the weight of the situation as his head throbbed from the looming shortage. The situation was dire, and Hubert could see that if things continued this way, the gap between their tower and the Crimson Magic Tower would only grow wider. With growing frustration, Hubert demanded answers. He had ordered the elders to stock up on runestones in advance, but now it seemed they had failed to act. His voice rose as he accused them of wasting time and resources, his patience slipping further. One elder, wearing a yellow hat, internally scoffed at Hubert's outburst, reflecting on how the Tower Master had spent more time socializing with nobles and indulging in luxuries instead of focusing on the tower's needs. Another elder wearing a red hat shared similar thoughts, growing increasingly frustrated with Hubert's lack of foresight. A 3rd elder with a green hat brought up another pressing concern. While the shortage of runestones was one issue, the real problem was that their master was only a 6th circle mage, while the master of the Crimson Magic Tower was a 7th circle mage. Hubert, furious at the mention of Delmud, the Crimson Magic Tower's master, lashed out. If only he had more runestones, he believed he could easily reach the 7th circle himself. He vented his frustrations, accusing Delmud of hoarding all the runestones and claiming there was nothing special about the stones that should give the Crimson Magic Tower such an advantage. The green-hatted elder pressed on, asking what their plan was if they ran out of runestones, as the lack of them would prevent them from training properly. Hubert's anger flared again as he cursed Delmud, who had surpassed him and reached the 7th circle. He wondered aloud why Delmud, a lowborn mage, was able to achieve such progress while Hubert struggled. Before the conversation could continue, Sylvan, the trading manager, burst into the room with urgent news. He apologized for the interruption but insisted that they needed to come down immediately. An enormous shipment of runestones had arrived. At the mention of the runestones, the elders were left stunned, their confusion quickly turning to cautious hope. Meanwhile, in the research lab, Alpoi was continuing his attack on Ghislaine, launching fireballs toward him. However, Ghislaine stood unwavering, his sword in hand, effortlessly deflecting each attack as if they were little more than annoyances. His calm demeanor contrasted sharply with Alpoi's growing frustration. Determined to end the confrontation, Alpoi gathered all his mana, conjuring a massive fireball with every ounce of his power. He hurled it at Ghislaine with the intent to overwhelm him. But Ghislaine stood his ground. With a swift movement, he raised his sword and swung it downward. The blade cleaved through the fireball, splitting it in half, leaving both Ghislaine and the black-haired girl untouched. The other mages watched in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Ghislaine's swordsmanship had completely disarmed Alpoi's magic in a way none of them had expected. Bewildered and furious, Alpoi demanded to know who Ghislaine was. He had assumed he was just another noble taking a casual stroll through the tower. But this display of skill shattered his assumptions. Before he could react further, a line appeared around him, swiftly tightening and binding him. He gasped in shock as Belinda, with the precision of an assassin, immobilized him. The scene now looked grotesque, with Alpoi helplessly bound, his previous arrogance stripped away. Belinda's voice was cold as she threatened the restrained mage for daring to attack her young master. Thus Belinda tightened the line around him. Struggling against the bindings, Alpoi muttered in disbelief, asking just who these people were. Before she could respond further, a voice rang out, demanding that the commotion cease. Hubert's voice echoed through the lab, his frustration reaching its peak as he screamed at the chaos unfolding before him. He was accompanied by the 4 elders who had arrived to witness the turmoil. Alpoi still bound, Ghislaine with sword drawn, and the tension in the room was palpable. The tower master had arrived, and Vanessa gasped in surprise as she tried to gather her thoughts. Standing beside her, Ghislaine remained unfazed, showing no reaction to the appearance of the highest-ranking mage in the tower. At his command, Belinda untied the rope she had used to bind Alpoi, causing him to fall to the floor in distress. Alpoi quickly scrambled to his feet, calling for his master in panic. Watching the scene unfold, Hubert couldn't hide his shock, wondering what had happened. Alpoi rushed to his master, clinging to him while explaining that intruders had appeared. He claimed that he had been trying to stop Vanessa from entering the lab when a young man suddenly attacked him. His voice trembled as he insisted that he had only been trying to prevent the helpless Vanessa from getting hurt. Belinda sneered at the scene, mocking Alpoi for acting like a little girl, which caused him to quickly turn around and protest, asserting that he was a man, not a girl. Still seated on the floor, Vanessa weakly explained that she had only wanted to use the lab, but her words seemed to trigger a memory in Ghislaine's mind. He recalled a figure from his past life, someone he had heard about during a turbulent period through one of his subordinates who loved to spread rumors and news, the Red Nightmare, a 7th circle mage known for her unpredictability and madness. Ghislaine thought to himself that even someone like her, the embodiment of nightmare itself, could have moments like this. Hubert's anger flared. He shouted that not only had the young man broken into the tower, but he had also tried to harm his disciple. He conjured a fire-based spell with his wand, preparing to burn him to ashes without a trace. However, Ghislaine remained calm and composed. Belinda gently asked what her young master intended to do, sensing the tension in the air. Despite the clear threat, Ghislaine took a passive stance, refusing to let his emotions control him. He stepped forward, introducing himself without hesitation. He informed Hubert that he was the Archduke of the Perdium territory, Ghislaine Perdium, and that he had come to trade runestones. For a brief moment, Hubert was taken aback, struggling to process the unexpected turn of events. He stood there, stunned by the young man's calm demeanor and unexpected purpose. Still recovering from his shock, Alpoy couldn't believe what he was hearing. He asked in disbelief if Ghislaine truly meant to trade runestones. With a warm smile, Ghislaine offered to show Hubert the workers waiting outside the castle with the cargo. The group made their way outside, where they found 10 wagons filled to the brim with runestones. Even Vanessa, whom the elders had deemed worthless, was part of this extraordinary revelation. The sight before the elders left them speechless, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Only moments before they had been arguing about resources, and now the answer had arrived at their doorstep. The Blue Hat Elder was the first to speak, exclaiming in disbelief that such a situation couldn't be real. The Red Hat Elder followed, unable to fathom where such a young man could have acquired so many runestones. The Yellow Hat Elder asked Hubert what they should do, noting the sheer amount of the precious stones before them. Meanwhile, Hubert stood frozen, his face darkening, though his mind raced with excitement. A maniacal laugh bubbled up within him as he realized the opportunity that had just appeared. He saw the arrival of the runestones as a divine gift, one that would allow him to finally crush the rival Crimson Magic Tower once and for all. Though his outer appearance remained calm and composed, his inner thoughts were consumed by glee. He spoke aloud, downplaying the significance of the discovery. Hubert claimed that the amount of runestones was less than he had expected, and the quality didn't seem as great as he had hoped. He cleared his throat, trying to maintain a semblance of professionalism. Standing nearby, Kaor seethed with anger at the nerve of Hubert to belittle the very stones they had worked so hard to acquire. His hand instinctively reached for his sword, seething in silence. Timid and unsure, Vanessa ventured to comment, suggesting that even one wagon of runestones could last for weeks. But Hubert snapped at her, telling her to be silent and leave, mocking her for her apparent uselessness. He cursed the legacy of the late mage, blaming Leonardo for leaving behind such a headache. He further insulted Vanessa, telling her that if she was so useless, she should at least be self-aware. Understanding who Vanessa might become, Ghislaine chose to remain silent. He kept his thoughts to himself, merely contemplating the situation in his mind. Hubert turned his gaze to the elders, asking if they shared his opinion, observing the situation with sharp eyes. The elders quickly came to an understanding of what Hubert was scheming. The Blue Hat Elder picked up a piece from the wagons and inspected it closely, agreeing that it didn't seem as impressive as it should have been. The Yellow Hat Elder added that considering the source of these stones, there was a chance they could be counterfeit. Belinda's voice was laced with anger as she retorted, demanding an explanation. The idea that their young lord had worked so hard to acquire the runestones only to have them called fake seemed incomprehensible to her. Standing by her side, Ghislaine remained completely unfazed by their schemes, his demeanor unshaken. The Yellow Hat Elder, attempting to downplay the situation, remarked that no matter how difficult it was to obtain the runestones, it was not their concern. He pointed out the prevalence of scams these days, a sentiment shared by the Green Hat Elder, who added that it didn't make sense to trust the seller's word alone. After listening to their responses, Ghislaine finally spoke, his words calm but pointed. He asked if they were saying they wouldn't buy the runestones, which took the elders by surprise. Ghislaine then gave an order, telling his group to leave. He commanded that they should move on, making it clear that the Scarlet Magic Tower was not interested in the trade. Belinda, sneering at the elders, followed his lead, her expression mocking them. However, Hubert, sensing the panic rising within him, quickly instructed them to hold on. He whispered to one of them to play along. and shortly after, the Blue Hat Elder, eager to smooth things over, suggested that they might buy the runestones after all, out of respect for the effort Ghislaine had put into bringing them. The Elder claimed that returning empty-handed would reflect poorly on the Tower Master's reputation and that they should help save face. Adopting a smug tone, Hubert agreed, expressing that it sounded like a better course of action. He declared that out of his great generosity, they would purchase all of the runestones Ghislaine had brought, though he added the price would be slightly below market value. However, Ghislaine remained unbothered by their sudden change in tone and responded calmly, pointing out that there had been a misunderstanding. He instructed Kaor to leave just one wagon of the runestones and to take the rest back, a request that caused Kaor to momentarily hesitate. With a satisfied smirk, Ghislaine added that they had agreed to sell only one wagon's worth of the precious stones. This caused Hubert and the elders to panic, knowing that the resources they desperately needed could slip through their fingers. Seizing the opportunity, Kaor quickly turned and confirmed that Ghislaine was right. He had indeed forgotten about the terms of the agreement. He then issued a command to the mercenaries to move the wagons, and they immediately obeyed, swiftly following through with the instructions. Now flustered and struggling to comprehend what was happening, Hubert demanded an explanation. Ghislaine apologized, explaining that it had been a misunderstanding regarding the quality of the runestones, which had been caused by his subordinate's error. He further explained that their destination was the Crimson Magic Tower and that they simply needed cash to cover their travel expenses. This statement made Hubert's heart sink. The prospect of those runestones going to the Crimson Magic Tower instead of his own was a crushing blow, one that could potentially ruin his chances of regaining the top position. Attempting to salvage the situation, Hubert feigned lightheartedness and suggested that he had been joking earlier to break the ice. He invited Ghislaine to come up and talk for a bit, his tone suddenly shifting to one of friendliness. Ghislaine smiled, content with how things were progressing. He knew that the minds of these old mages were well within his grasp, and with that, he accepted Hubert's offer. The group moved to the master's office where Hubert, the four elders, and Ghislaine sat down. The big three remained nearby, standing watch over their young leader. Eager to assert his authority, Hubert introduced the elders of the Scarlet Magic Tower. He explained that these mages had all reached the fifth circle, making them the most powerful figures in the tower aside from the master. Brimming with confidence, Ghislaine responded that such a level of power was impressive. He remarked that the Scarlet Magic Tower was indeed powerful, calling it the second strongest magic tower in the north, though the mention of the Crimson Magic Tower as the second strongest carried a mocking tone. Clearly nervous, Hubert attempted to defend his tower by insisting that the rumors about the Crimson Magic Tower were false. He maintained that the Scarlet Magic Tower still held the top position in the north. With a casual shrug, Ghislaine agreed, but added that it didn't really matter. Whispering to Jillian, Belinda expressed her concern about Ghislaine's provocation, but Jillian remained calm, confident that Ghislaine knew exactly what he was doing. On the other hand, Kaor was practically brimming with excitement. He watched the elders, sensing how they were being played by Ghislaine. Eager to move things along, Hubert waved his hand dismissively, asking how much Ghislaine intended to sell the runestones for. He assured him that if they took the goods elsewhere, they wouldn't even get their money's worth. Ghislaine raised his hand, silencing the conversation, and announced that the price would be double the market value. This statement left Hubert stunned, momentarily speechless. "Double?" Hubert exclaimed in disbelief, his face contorting with frustration. He couldn't comprehend how anyone could conduct business in such a manner. He rebuked Ghislaine, claiming that he had no understanding of how the world worked and that this was not how negotiations were done. Hubert accused him of being taught all wrong and of making up terms without any regard for the process of negotiation. Ghislaine spoke plainly, expressing his belief that the Scarlet Magic Tower deserved to pay double for the runestones. This remark immediately caused the Blue Hat Elder to exclaim in disbelief. while another elder shouted, questioning whether Ghislaine thought the Scarlet Magic Tower was some kind of joke. Visibly annoyed, Hubert called out to Ghislaine, his tone shifting dramatically. He expressed how much it irked him to see someone so young speak so boldly without understanding the consequences of his actions. Hubert locked eyes with Ghislaine, his gaze filled with rage. Despite the harsh words and the obvious power disparity, Ghislaine remained composed, showing no fear as he faced a sixth circle mage. He stood firm, not the slightest trace of anxiety in his expression. Attempting to regain control of the situation, Hubert acknowledged that Ghislaine was young and that mistakes were natural. He offered a concession, suggesting they pay slightly over the market price if Ghislaine agreed to sell everything. However, Ghislaine remained silent and stood up, prompting Hubert to ask why he was getting up. Without missing a beat, Ghislaine casually responded that Hubert didn't seem interested in the deal. He mentioned that he had offered the runestones at double the price, but if that was not satisfactory, he would simply head to the Crimson Magic Tower instead. He began to walk away, leaving Hubert flustered. However, Hubert quickly told him to stop, his tone shifting once again to a more agreeable one. He urged Ghislaine to stay, stating that he hadn't meant to turn down the offer and that he had just gotten a bit worked up. Hubert asked him to sit back down. Ghislaine smiled, turning back to face the group. The big three, who had been observing closely, finally realized that the Tower Master and the Elders were being played by Ghislaine's clever manipulation. They stood still, stunned by how the young man was outwitting the seasoned mages. Clearly frustrated but attempting to save face, Hubert acknowledged Ghislaine's guts and made a new offer. He said they would buy the runestones at double the market price as Ghislaine had initially suggested. With an air of calm confidence, Ghislaine agreed, prompting Hubert to let out a frustrated sigh. However, Ghislaine added a stipulation. He would sell only one wagon at that price, not all of them. Hubert's frustration grew as he protested, insisting that they should sell everything. With logic and calm reasoning, Ghislaine explained that if word got out that they sold to the Scarlet Magic Tower for double the price, the Crimson Magic Tower might offer triple, so it didn't make sense to sell everything for just double. This caused Hubert to lose his temper, screaming that Ghislaine was pushing too far. His patience had worn thin. Unfazed by Hubert's outburst, Ghislaine simply stood up and began to walk away again, prompting Hubert to shout for him to wait. Realizing he was about to lose the deal, Hubert hastily offered to buy everything for triple the market price. Ghislaine paused, a small smile crossing his face as he recognized that his plan had worked. Finally, Ghislaine sat down again, expressing his satisfaction that they were now speaking the same language. He praised the Scarlet Magic Tower, acknowledging it as the top magic tower in the north. And in turn, Hubert quickly stood up to go get the money, eager to close the deal. Inside, Hubert fumed with frustration. He was a sixth circle mage, yet he had been outmaneuvered by a country bumpkin. He couldn't understand why these ridiculous problems kept arising during his time as Tower Master. He resolved that if Ghislaine ever tried something like this again, he would burn the young man's head. Just as Hubert was about to leave, Ghislaine called out, halting him with a final request. Ghislaine revealed that he wasn't done yet and had one more condition to present. Hubert, his patience now at an end, snapped at Ghislaine, asking what more he wanted. Calmly, Ghislaine stated that he wanted Vanessa handed over to him, leaving the room in stunned silence. Without anyone proficient in negotiation, no one stepped forward to lead the deal. Yet Ghislaine's sudden demand to take Vanessa caught everyone off guard. The silence that followed hung heavily in the room. Breaking the tension, Hubert questioned whether Ghislaine truly intended to take Vanessa. Ghislaine confirmed this to the Tower Master, asserting that he would make Vanessa his personal mage. Fragments of a previous life flickered through Ghislaine's mind, one where a sword was used as a pan to grill meat for dinner. It had been during his time as the head of a mercenary group, taking a rare moment of rest between campaigns. By his side sat a subordinate, a sword brother, and to be precise, was Ghislaine's favorite slave named Claude, whose right hand had been replaced with a hook. As the meat sizzled, Ghislaine noticed it was beginning to burn and made a sharp remark about it. In a tone laced with frustration, Claude challenged the complaint, pointing out the absurdity of making a one-armed man cook. Ghislaine silently raised a clenched fist in response, prompting Claude to withdraw his words, pretending it had been a joke all along. Shifting the conversation, Claude brought up something that might interest his leader, a name spoken with intrigue, the Red Nightmare, Vanessa. Ghislaine admitted ignorance, prompting Claude to elaborate. According to intel he recently gathered, the rumors spoke of a mage who had incinerated the northern region of Rufania. She had reached the Seventh Circle, a woman known as Vanessa, feared and infamous as the Red Nightmare. Ghislaine responded with mild curiosity, noting the title sounded extravagant, and asked for more details. Claude explained further. Allegedly, this mage had gone completely mad. Despite being a mage, she had taken the unusual route of learning mana cultivation. That oddity captured Ghislaine's attention. He inquired why a mage would skip the mana circle method to pursue such a path. Claude offered a simple explanation: madness. He went on to describe Vanessa's rampage. Fires, deaths, and economic ruin followed wherever she went. The nobility had been driven to desperation. In fact, the most recent extermination request had her as the target. Ghislaine paused to consider. A mage who had reached the Seventh Circle through mana cultivation rather than traditional methods intrigued him as firelight danced in the camp and the crackle of burning wood filled the silence. Ghislaine smiled in amusement, evidently fascinated by the chaotic figure. It was then that he made a decision. Turning to Claude, he suggested they bring her in. Claude's reaction was one of pure disbelief. Reflecting on that moment, Ghislaine knew that the plan had never come to fruition. Vanessa had already lost control of her magic, and by the time he found her, she was on the brink of death. Yet even then her potential had not been extinguished. She still possessed the aptitude of a Seventh Circle mage. With guidance, she could thrive under Perdium.